Hi, I'm Tim Walz, and I'm proud to be Kamala's pick for vice president. If we want to win in November, we need grassroots support.
National Convention in Chicago. It is opening day of a convention that has been dramatically reimagined to reintroduce Vice President Kamala Harris to the nation less than a month after President Biden withdrew from the race. President Biden, who arrived in Chicago just moments ago, takes the stage tonight to tout his record and to pass the torch to the party's new nominee. It will be one of the president's final legacy-defining moments as campaign officials and attendees look for him to end one era and usher in another.
I think we're going to hear from him tonight to both celebrate the work he's done and also pass the torch to Kamala Harris. And it's time. Folks are ready. Folks are fired up.
We've laid a great foundation for not just a successful convention, but for a campaign that is going to move Kamala Harris and Tim Walz forward as our next president, vice president.
It was a statesman who came off the sideline 4 years ago to beat the worst president in the history of the United States, a person who posed the biggest threat to the United States. And there's a statesman who passed and who will pass the baton on to Vice President Kamala Harris to continue to put this country first.
Also speaking tonight, Democrats from across the party's ideological spectrum and eras. And this first night of the convention kicks off as recent polls show Harris gaining momentum. A new Washington Post ABC News poll has her ahead of Donald Trump by 4 points nationwide. That's within the margin of error. And battleground polls from the New York Times Siena have her narrowly leading in Arizona and North Carolina and narrowly trailing in Georgia and Nevada, all within the margin of error. But while party leaders attempt to project a sense of unity, there is a reminder of divisions within the party just a half a mile from where I sit right now, where thousands of protesters are gathering, the majority of which are demanding an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Joining me now is our team of reporters. Kelly O'Donnell is on the convention floor. Shaq Brewster is in downtown Chicago, where those protesters are taking place. Dasha Burns is in Pennsylvania, where former President Trump is holding an event on the economy. Kelly O'Donnell, I have to start with you. Set the scene. A big, big night for President Biden, potentially an emotional one.
And we picked the spot on the floor where Delaware delegates will have their moment, and it is prime seating if you are the home state of the sitting president. And for President Biden, this is a way to connect with a party that at times it's been an awkward, sometimes painful relationship. But tonight it will be about sealing together his history, his accomplishments as he sees them from his years in the White House, and how all of that, in his view, sets up Vice President Harris and Tim Walz for success in November. That is the through line. So while this will be a night of emotion, reflection, and respect, it is also about the future. And trying to thread that is so critical. For a man who has been in public life for 50 years and who was in many ways pressured because of his age, a fact he cannot control, this is about trying to make the case that the policies he has brought forward and will be celebrated on this floor tonight are the kinds of policies that can, with some tweaking, with some personalization from Kamala Harris, his vice president, can go forward. And he will make the case that democracy was at stake in 2020 and is again in 2024. He will talk about his rival and the rival that she faces, Donald Trump, the former president, often referred to in the White House, as you know, Kristen, as the predecessor, and to talk about what is at stake here. So if there is energy and emotion tonight, it is a combination of things: reflection and respect and excitement about what can happen. A number of aides say that there is a feeling that the Harris-Walz ticket can win. Everyone knows it will be tight and tough and a real fight. So tonight is part one of a convention that is in many ways its own sort of piece, and then it will become the Harris convention. But tonight, Joe Biden is the man at center stage. Kristen?
He certainly is, Kelly O'Donnell, and this is his 13th convention. He's spoken at a number of them. You have covered several Biden speeches at Democratic conventions. Kelly, zoom out for us. Give us that perspective. The fact that, boy, for President Biden, he has been woven into the fabric of this party.
And he talks now about how when he started his career, he was considered too young. And now at the end of his career, criticism about his age. And he's talked about the fact that being able to see some of the policies through as president is important. And it's a reminder that change and progress is not often done quickly. It does take time, and it takes work over time. And so he'll reflect that. At times, there have been glorious moments when he was the sitting vice presidential candidate and vice president. Then in becoming president in 2020, a convention so different because of COVID and not having this kind of an arena event. And now as president, bittersweet for sure. But it is also true that being president is a singular role. And for the next several months, he is that person. And tonight he will pass things off and then head off to California to spend some downtime. So it will definitely have emotion. There is a feeling in this convention that they want to have sustained applause for him, and they want to greet President Biden with some of his own quotes and famous phrases, spread the faith being one of them. History is in your hands. So again, not just about looking back, but also trying to make the connection that the Biden transitional presidency, as it may now become one, as a one-term transition after a long public life, is actually a launch pad to the future. So that's the kind of thread they will try to weave tonight as Joe Biden gets a moment with his wife and his daughter and family here to take it all in and to say there's still work to do. Kristen?
Kelly, I know you'll be covering it all throughout the night. And as you are talking, we are listening to James Taylor, who is doing a sound check. Talk about being woven into the fabric of something. He is someone who's obviously woven into the fabric of musical history in this country. Let's listen for one moment and then we'll head outside to Shaq Brewster. All right, and with that, let's go outside to Shaq Brewster, who's been covering a very different mood outside, the protesters. Shaq, give us a sense. What is it like there? What is the mood? How many people are gathered so far?
Yeah, Kristen, when you talk about mood, I think outside you're hearing and seeing a feeling of determination. People are determined here. They just had a rally that went on for hours, and now they're marching. They're marching through the streets of Chicago, around the area, the vicinity of the United Center. We know that at one point they will be just a couple of blocks away from the United Center, and that is the goal. That is the entire purpose of this march that they're going on. That's going on. And when you talk to people here, when you listen to the different groups, a coalition of 200 groups that are here, there's many different issues that come up. Reproductive rights, immigration, union, workers' rights. But all of those groups have signed on a pledge essentially with one simple message, that they want the United States to end their military support for Israel. I want you to listen to some of the conversations that we've been having throughout the day from people who've come from as far away as Washington, D.C.
I'm still on the fence. I might vote for Harris. I don't know yet, but I need to see an actual shift in her policy proposals. I'm really hopeful, since there's uncommitted delegates that are going to be at the convention, that they'll be able to push the party platform. But without seeing meaningful change, I'm not going to be able to vote for her.
You asked about numbers, and we know that the organizers expected 20,000 people. We know they're far short of that, but there are definitely several thousands of people who are here to have their voice be heard. And I think, one thing that we've noticed is that these are larger than what you saw at the Republican convention. And when I've asked folks about that, why did you choose to come to Chicago and Milwaukee, the point that you continue to hear is that it's Joe Biden who will speak tonight and who is in the White House right now. It's Vice President Harris, who is also in the White House, also has the power right now to meet their demands. And that's a message that's been consistent, whether you're listening to the speakers who are on stage or talking to the people who have traveled to be here today, Kristen.
All right, Shaq Brewster, please stay safe. We are going to be checking in with you throughout the week. That is for sure. Thank you for being out there. Let's turn now to Dasha Burns. Dasha, big day out on the campaign trail for Donald Trump. He just wrapped up remarks in Pennsylvania, of course, a critical battleground state where Vice President Kamala Harris is showing new momentum. What did you hear from him? What are your key takeaways? His allies say stay on message. Did he stay on message today?
Well, look, Kristen, this entire event was designed for him to focus on policy. This wasn't a rally. This was an event at a manufacturing facility. Only about 100 people or so, mostly tied to this plant. And he, for the most part, did stick to the script. He deviated a few times, and he did go after Harris. He mentioned her laugh. He mentioned her father, all points that his Republican allies have been out there saying, don't go after her personally, go after her on policy. But I would say the vast majority of this hour or so that he spoke for was focused on issues like manufacturing, like inflation, like energy production, which of course is critical to Pennsylvania, Kristen.
So obviously a big
And Dasha, this obviously is a part of a broader counter-programming effort that we are going to be seeing throughout the week. President Trump, his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, will be out on the campaign trail making their case for the White House. Talk to us a little bit about what we can anticipate this week as it unfolds.
Yeah, Kristen, this is a full-on battleground blitz from both Trump and Vance. This is probably one of the busiest weeks for the Trump campaign that we've seen in this general election. He's going to be hitting Pennsylvania, of course, today, Michigan, North Carolina. He's headed to the border in Arizona, trying to highlight another issue where he feels he has an edge against Harris, immigration, of course, and then heading to Vegas on Friday. So this is a massive counter-programming effort, trying to push through in a week and in the last few weeks, actually, where the Democrats, where Harris and Walz have really been capturing the headlines, trying to take some of that oxygen back, Kristen.
And, you know, it's interesting, Dasha, obviously they are engaged in this counter-programming effort. They're also paying close attention to the polls, which show that Vice President Kamala Harris has made these battleground states competitive. In some places, she has a lead over former President Trump. It's within the margin of error, but you have to think, and if you talk to allies of the former president, it is making them nervous. J.D. Vance, though, tried to downplay the numbers. What did he have to say?
Well, look, he's been saying that, you know, don't pay attention to the numbers. Look at what we are doing out here on the campaign trail. Look at what we are going to bring to the American people. But when you talk to his allies behind the scenes, look, they feel like fundamentally not that much has changed in the race, just in terms of the issues that the Americans care about. It's still the economy, it's immigration, it's things that they have a bit of a polling edge on. But of course, now looking at these broader polls, Harris is in the lead in some of these battleground states, though within the margin of error. And you can see very publicly former President Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance struggle to figure out the best line of attack against this new opponent, and honestly be a little bit frustrated with the amount of attention that she's getting as she's riding this wave of momentum, Kristen.
Yeah, I'm told that the media attention is really starting to get under Trump's skin. Dasha Burns, thank you so much for your great reporting. As always, really appreciate it. Great to see you. Joining me now is NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd, who will be with me throughout this week, throughout this convention. Chuck, thanks for being here and starting us off.
One of the great privileges in life is to be serenaded by James Taylor while sitting next to you.
Well,
You know,
it was a privilege, wasn't it?
it is.
It was
It's
great.
sort of one of the unique things. It's sort of like what I love about conventions are the odd moments like that. I know what everybody sees on TV, but you're just like ready. Oh, by the way, James Taylor's doing a sound check.
And he did a full
Did the full rehearsal.
song.
Wanted to hear it. It was great.
Exactly. Let's talk about the other kind of extraordinary thing, which
Right.
is that we are sitting here. You and I were at the RNC together. Everything has changed. We were at that point in time. You and I kept asking ourselves, will Democrats be as united around President
Right.
Biden? He's no longer at the top of the ticket. How do you see this convention being different than it would have been if you were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I think with Biden at the top of the ticket, it would have felt like a visit to the dentist's office.
Mm.
Something you had to do, and delegates would have been here and they'd have done everything, but they weren't excited. I mean, what you really see in all the polls is she's gotten the Democratic coalition back. Now, She's got a long way to go because the next slice of voters are the ones that decide elections. But she got the Democrats back,
Yeah.
and they are excited. You know, the question is, are they excited because they think they have a chance,
Yeah.
or are they excited because of her?
Mm.
And I don't think they're excited yet for her. I think they want to be. I think this convention's job is to, you know, Doug Sosnick, a longtime Clinton political advisor, made a point last week. He said, you know, he noted that Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama created movements. They weren't just campaigns; they were movements. He said, Kamala Harris has that opportunity. The question is, can the convention turn her candidacy into a movement? That's a high bar, and I don't want to sit here and say that that's going to happen. I think in our polarized times, it's very difficult to do. But are they going to make her a larger than life figure after this week? Like, and I think that's the job of this convention, and that's what I'm going to be watching for. How much does this crowd fall in love with her? Right now, they're just ecstatic that it's not Biden.
Yeah.
Because they feel like they have a chance. This convention, if it's successful, means Democrats fell in love with their nominee.
Well, let me ask you the other big question. And as we are having this conversation, Chuck, we're looking at live pictures, I believe. We are going to see President Biden there. I don't see him yet, but I believe we will. Yes, there he is.
Yeah,
there he
governor,
is. Talking to the governor. Exactly. And we will continue to track his developments today. But, you know, Chuck, the other big question that you've been grappling with, not just will this crowd fall in love with her, what happens to this bump that we're seeing in the polls? Will she get and I know you can't answer this, but the question of, is it possible we've seen the post-convention bump already?
So if you look at the 21st century campaigns, right, 6 of the 7, 5 of the 6 have been decided by 5 points or less, right? You would say, okay, she brought the party back to where it always is, right? And and that's where we are. If there's another bump out of here, then you have to start asking yourself that maybe this coalition to defeat Trump's bigger. I'm skeptical that it is. I think that she's gotten her bump already, and I think this is where we are. And now it's about, can you beat the turnout? You know, one of the reasons why Republicans are sort of unskewing the polls is that there is a mini phenomenon we've been seeing in the polls released over the last 2 weeks, which is all of them have had larger Democratic participation than Republican participation. If you let your party ID float, some of that could be just simply enthusiasm.
Right.
That happens, and it could signal something bigger, that the country is shifting a little bit, or it could simply be one side's paying attention, the other side isn't. That's another, like I said, I'm skeptical she can get more of a bump, but if she does, then we have to start asking ourselves, is this going to be a much different election than we've seen, frankly, in the entire century?
Because, of course, what we have seen is these incredibly close.
We're very narrowly divided.
Right,
We're basically 48-48 we're trying to figure out, or 47-47, trying to figure out where the last 6% goes.
Right. So, and that's the backdrop to tonight's speech by President
It is.
Biden. What are you going to be watching for, Chuck? And particularly, I ask it in this context because he's officially passing the torch tonight. How does he do that in a way that emboldens Kamala Harris, pays tribute to his legacy, and allows her to move forward with this convention in a way that allows her to break a bit?
Well, look, you know, it's interesting. Kamala Harris essentially got handed the nomination. So did Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Joe Biden got handed the nomination because the party elites were fearful that Bernie Sanders might win it. And instead, they quickly rallied around him.
You're referencing what happened in 2020.
That's right.
Yeah.
So to me, the legacy of Joe Biden is he's been a good Democrat.
Yeah.
That he has been a good steward of the party. He's not somebody that's tried to change the party. Bill Clinton came in and changed the party. Barack Obama came in and changed the party. They wanted to move the party in one direction, change its identity in different ways. Joe Biden never tried to do that. Joe Biden wanted to be a good member of the party, always being there for whoever the president was, whoever the Democratic leader was. And that, to me, is his legacy. And it ought to be what he leans on. And he's been and it shows you, you know, institutionally, the Democratic Party is much stronger than the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Because Democratic elites were able to push their nominee out. Republican elites have never been able to push Trump out. And it shows you the difference between the two parties. And I think right now, so I'm curious how much Biden leans into the fact that he's been a good member of the party who handed him the keys and he was a leader and he finally handed them back. Maybe they had to be grabbed by Nancy Pelosi, but he was still willing to do it.
Right.
And I think it says something about how he viewed the presidency, that he decided he was presiding as a Democrat, not trying to change it in any one direction or the other.
Yeah, he said he was running as a bridge candidate, and there you
Well, he is now.
Yeah, he certainly is. Chuck, thank you. Day one of what is going to be a very busy and exciting
It's a big
week in
night.
politics. It's a
The
very
parties
big
past on display.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
It is. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. We will be dissecting every single second of it with Chuck. Thank you so much, Chuck. And we will be looking forward to, again, more of his expertise all week long. Coming up next, as Democrats push for United Front here at the United Center, I'll speak to swing district congresswoman and gubernatorial candidate Abigail Spanberger. And of course, you can watch live coverage of President Biden's keynote speech tonight as part of our special coverage right here on NBC News Now. First, a look back 4 years ago when Joe Biden accepted his party's nomination during an unconventional virtual convention.
It's time for us, for we the people, to come together. And make no mistake, united we can and will overcome this season of darkness in America. We'll choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, fairness over privilege.
Are you having a good time?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention live from Chicago. As we've said, in just a few hours, President Biden will take center stage and officially pass the torch to his vice president as the party's new standard bearer. Joining me now is Democratic Congresswoman from Virginia and gubernatorial candidate Abigail Spanberger. Thank you so much for being here, Congresswoman. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
It is great to see you in person. So let's set the stage and talk about tonight. a huge first night of this convention. And as we've been talking about throughout this broadcast so far, everything's different. It was expected just a month ago that President Biden was going to be at the top of the ticket. Tonight, he officially passes the torch to Vice President Harris. What are you expecting to hear from him?
Well, I'm expecting him to talk about some of the most consequential laws that he ushered through Congress and the United States Senate. Everything from, an extraordinary investment in supporting veterans facing toxic exposure with the Honoring Our Pact Act, to the generationally important infrastructure bill that has already sent $10 billion to Virginia for roads, bridges, our broadband internet connectivity. The list goes on, bringing manufacturing back home to Virginia and the rest of the country with the CHIPS and Science Act. So I expect he'll talk a lot about those accomplishments that we're so proud of, and the reality of what it means to pass the torch, pass the baton to the next generation, in him, choosing to step aside and now supporting his vice president.
Talk a little bit about how it feels to be here. One of the big questions, of course, is about party unity. This party is energized. There's no doubt about that. Chuck Todd just brought up a great point. Do you feel like the party's energized because you have a chance at winning, if you look at the polls, or are you energized around Vice President Harris? And is this a moment for her to galvanize that type of energy?
So I think the energy exists for a variety of reasons. The stakes of this election are extraordinarily important. Representing Virginia, we know all too well what it would mean if Trump and Vance were to ascend to the presidency and vice presidency, the potential firing of thousands of federal employees when they put in place Schedule F under Agenda 47 or Project 2025. We understand the threat that would exist if they were to move forward with a federal ban on abortion. And so I think that people are motivated recognizing the kind of dire negative consequences of Trump and Vance winning, but also really excited about the prospects of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz winning and what that would mean for our country, the policies that they would pursue, building upon what has occurred under the Biden-Harris administration, as the bills I've mentioned. And so I think the excitement is really just kind of across the board for the stakes of this election and the resoluteness, but also the reality of where we are.
I'm curious, how do you think she builds on this momentum heading into November? And part of the question, Congressman, is that there are so many question marks about her policies. She just joined the top of the ticket. Does she need to fill in some of those blanks? She just rolled out her economic policies, which I am going to talk to you about. But do you want to see her talk about very clear plans for what she wants to do with the border, very clear plans for how she wants to tackle things like climate change and obviously reproductive rights, which you just brought up?
Well, I'm a policy person, so I do like clear plans and process, steps forward. But I think, even as it relates to an important issue this election, which is the immigration and border security crisis that we continue to face, she's been very clear. The bill that the Senate negotiated in a bipartisan manner, Democrats, Republicans, and an independent, right, that they were ready to pass, that the current President Biden was willing to support, that was sidelined when Speaker Johnson and former President Trump said the bill was dead on arrival and Trump didn't support it. And so her recognizing the important work that's already happening in the halls of Congress and her recognition that, in many cases, some of the potential efforts to deal with some of our country's biggest issues have already been, the groundwork has been laid. I think that's helpful. I look forward to continued conversations about policy, but I think she also recognizes that the House and Senate have great roles in moving that policy to her desk in the first place.
What did you make of her proposal she laid out a number of different things. She wants to make housing more affordable, expand child tax credits. She also, of course, proposed banning price gouging of groceries. It was a controversial proposal. Trump said it amounts to communism. The Washington Post even called it a gimmick. What did you make of that?
So I think it's important, as a former attorney general and before my CIA days, I was a federal agent. So I have spent, some time looking at the work that she did as attorney general within California. And, notably, she went after predatory lenders. She went after some kind of big business interests that were negatively engaging with consumers. And so I look at the proposal in that frame of, in the case that there may be, negative or potentially kind of collusion type work occurring in pricing, that, it's certainly worth looking at. But I think overall, an attention on the housing market, an attention on affordability, attainability, and frankly, in Virginia, part of our challenge is there's just not a large enough supply for the number of people who want to be able to buy or rent. And so getting at all of these issues, they complement one another.
Let's talk about what's happening outside of the convention hall. Those protesters, I know that the city is bracing for the possibility of tens of thousands of them. And some of them are there because of the Israel-Hamas war. Do you think that the vice president has done a good job of listening to their concerns thus far? How should she respond to them this week?
Well, so I know that members of her campaign team and certainly members of the administration have met with various leaders in protest movements. I think that she has been clear in supporting people's First Amendment rights, right? Like this is the value of our democracy, is that when you disagree, you can express that. But I think it's also notable that today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken came out publicly saying that Netanyahu has agreed to the bridging proposal. So that's a first step towards a potential ceasefire. And so it's kind of a reminder that this administration, of which, of course, the Vice President Harris is a key member, this administration has been doing the work of working towards the goals that understandably so many people across the country and the world want to see, which is ultimately an end to hostilities, certainly within Israel, within Gaza, and a walk back from some of the worry that we have about a more regional conflict in the Middle East.
Well, I have many more questions, but we are out of time. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Really
Thank you for having
appreciate
me.
your being here, giving us your perspective.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
Great to see you. And coming up next, we will get the view from inside the Harris-Walz campaign on its strategy, messaging, and policy promises. Campaign co-chair Mitch Landrieu will be here on set next. You're watching Meet the Press Now's special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Keep it right here.
Oh, nothing works on this acne.
Hi. Who? I'm a licensed dermatology provider from Curology. Answer a few questions, I'll look at your skin and prescribe you a personalized cream.
Wow.
Curology, skincare with a face.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Right, this is it.
Welcome back. You are looking live at the scene right now at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago as the party gears up for the opening night's marquee address from President Biden. His mission tonight, defending his record and passing the baton. Joining me now is Mitch Landrieu. He is a co-chair of the Harris Walz campaign. He's also a co-chair of the convention right here in Chicago. So no one better to talk to. Thank you for being here.
Oh, it's great to be here.
Well, it's great to see you. Let's start off with tonight. President Biden has been attending conventions since 1972.
Yeah, he'd say 1863.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And he's spoken at a lot of them,
yeah.
but never delivered a speech like this. What should we expect to hear from him tonight?
Well, think about this man's life story. I think President Biden will go down as being one of the most consequential presidents of our lifetime. When he ran, he said he was going to run and he was going to build a bridge to the future. Well, we're literally doing that with 14,000 bridges and 60,000 projects. But I think that what he was talking about was something bigger and better. And tonight you will see him pass the torch to a new generation of leaders that he helped curate. But Joe Biden got elected when he was 29. You know that his wife and two of his kids were killed. He got up and he went back to work. He had a son that died from brain cancer. He got up and he went back to work. He had a son that had a challenge with addiction, like so many American families. He got up and he went back to work. And in this really difficult time, when in 3.5 years, he actually did 8 years of work, he's now going to pass the torch to another generation and celebrate a selfless life, because the decision he made to stand down for the good of America is one that will go down in the history books of being one of the most courageous acts that we've seen in a very long time. And the country owes him a great debt of gratitude.
Do you think it's going to be an emotional night for Democrats?
Oh, I have
President
no
Biden?
doubt about it. I think that there's a huge amount of love for Joe Biden. Even people in the country that disagreed with his record admitted that Joe Biden was a good man. Joe Biden believed in faith. He believed in family. He believed in country. He's a man of deep faith, and that has gotten him through all the difficult times in his life. And he always gets up the next day. And right after he said that he was going to stand down, he said, but you know what? I'm going to run it through the tape, and I'm going to finish the next 6 months in a way that is going to be great.
I'm going to pause our conversation for 1 minute because I believe, yes, there he is.
Wow.
President Biden doing a walkthrough right now of
I
the
love him.
convention hall. He is likely going to get a sense of the podium.
The First Lady at the podium.
First Lady, is she there? Standing at the podium.
standing at the
First
podium.
Lady standing at the podium as we speak. Mitch, as we have this there she is right now. We are going to hear from her tonight as well. You know, there's been so much reporting, and I have some reporting, that the Bidens do still feel to some extent that some in their party were not respectful of his legacy. To what extent is that part of
I don't
tonight's
listen. I
backdrop?
think honestly, I've known President Biden for a very long time, and I can't. There he is, right there. I adore him, and he has been great. But that is a man of an incredible faith who has been through tremendous tragedy in his life that actually dwarfs anything that you go through in your life. If any of us have had sick children in our lives or a relative that died, everything else dwarfs. I think that his faith is going to lead him to have a deep sense of gratitude to the American people for giving him an opportunity to serve. That's the way he thinks. This is not a bitter man. No, he's a human being. I mean, you get your feelings hurt from time to time, but it's about forgiveness and it's about getting past it. And he's going to demonstrate to us once again, as he had throughout his life, that the way that you actually deal with adversity is you get back up and you go to work.
As we have this conversation, as we watch President Biden and the First Lady take a walk through here at the United Center, a lot of people are asking, Mitch, what are the key differences between a President Harris, if she were to be elected, and a President Biden? Oh, here, let's listen in for 1 moment to the First Lady. She's doing a mic check. Okay, mic check is over. What's the key difference between Vice President Harris and President Biden if she were to be elected?
Right. Well, the first thing that a lot has changed in the last 3 weeks, but one thing that hasn't changed is Donald Trump is the same guy he has been for the past 6 years that everybody knows and people are tired of. Both of these individuals, both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, are lifelong servants. You know that she served as a district attorney. She was the attorney general. She was a United States senator. She herself. But they're different people. He's an older gentleman who comes from Irish heritage and is really, really proud of it and wears that on his sleeve all the time. She's a young girl whose daddy's from Jamaica and her mother's from India. They grew up as a middle-class kid from Oakland. And they share the same belief that government in partnership with the private sector and the faith-based community can really do great things when we come together. But there's no doubt that they're going to be differences. She will definitely be her own person, and it's going to be just a wonderful thing to watch her come into her own.
Well, and as you say that, as you tell us, no doubt there will be some differences. We see President Biden standing at the podium tonight ahead of tonight's speech, in which he will officially be passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris after stepping down at the top of the ticket. You see him there gesturing, getting comfortable with his surroundings, big smile as he does this walkthrough. Mitch, you say there will be differences.
But
Can
let me
you?
just say this:
Yes, go for it.
you cannot overstate how incredible it's going to be for him after having gone through 3.5 years of a presidency, which is as good as 8 years of most presidencies, and he's handing over the torch to a younger generation that represents the things he's been talking to the country about, how powerful a peaceful transition of power with elegance and with kindness and with strength. That in and of itself is the idea of what America should be. The other side of the team doesn't really believe in that kind of stuff. And that's the big difference between us and them.
And look, as you and I were discussing, when he ran in 2020, he said he would be a bridge. And here we are going to see that tonight play out. But you say there will be some differences as we continue to watch President Biden, who seems like he's really enjoying this walkthrough. He's savoring the moment. Can you name a difference between President Biden?
I'm going to let that play out. I just don't want people to be surprised that there would be no way for anybody to expect two politicians to have the same thing. I was a lieutenant governor in Louisiana for 6 years. I served two governors, one Republican and one Democrat. When you're the number two, your job is to try to be loyal and to try to make sure that the person who's at the top works. But when you get your own feet on the ground, when you get your own voice, you've noticed, I know about her in the last 3 or 4 weeks, just a sense of I've got a shot now to be and say and do. But her general theory of life is the same. The way she does stuff may be different. For example, on the child tax credit, she may say, listen, I really think we ought to lean into that. Or the CARE agenda, the Family Leave Act. I really, really want to think about the way the president approached this issue or that issue. And you can fully expect her, without saying that there's a rift between them. There's no way that these two are going to be the same. And she will be her own person.
You bring me to my next question. And here you see President Biden seems to be exiting,
I think he's done.
Slowly talking to folks in a very traditional Biden fashion as he walks off.
God bless
the
him, as
stage.
he would say. It's great to see him.
He just, for folks who are just tuning in right now, President Biden leaving the stage after doing a tour.
Well,
of the
it will
stage
be a
ahead of
very
his big
emotional night.
speech
There's no
tonight.
question about that.
Yeah.
A very poignant moment.
Let me ask you, because you raised the child tax credit. We know that the vice president proposed some initiatives that would make it less expensive to build affordable housing. All of these things require Congress. And as you know, President Biden tried to expand the child tax credit. He had to abandon that effort because he couldn't get this Congress on board. Why would it be any different? And I know we don't know the makeup of Congress, so I'm asking a little bit of a hypothetical.
But let me say this.
How will she
Let me
get
say
it
this.
done?
The big difference between us and them is they don't care about it at all. Who's fighting for you? You got to really push Congress, to do the things that you think are important. But it falls into a much broader umbrella, which is this. Kamala Harris believes, as Joe Biden did, but she does as well, that if you invest in the American people, if you invest in things, if you bring everybody into it, then we all grow from the bottom up and the top down. The other side thinks we ought to just give a tax break to the rich. They really don't have an economic plan. And so as she thinks about these things, she will continue. We very well may win the House and the Senate, and she may have that as well. So, we'll see how that goes.
All right, Mitch Landrieu, thank you very much.
Great to be with you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
your
much.
helping me have this moment.
Well, that
here
was a
where
great
we
joy for
got
me. What a
to,
surprise,
Yes,
huh?
report on President
Oh, I love
Biden
that.
doing his mic check. Thank you so much. And coming up next, President Biden's speech tonight, we are taking a look back to 2004, when then Senator Joe Biden spoke on the final night of the DNC in Boston to endorse his friend and Senate colleague John Kerry for president. Take a listen to a little bit of that speech.
Nearly 100 years ago, a great Irish poet, William Butler Yeats, told us that the world has changed. It has changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born. Tonight, our country stands at the hinge of history, and America's destiny is literally at stake. But we can shape that destiny if we seize the opportunities before us.
Whether it's a last-second bake sale, Taco Tuesday, or a meal for your future in-laws. It's gonna be great. With McCormick by your side for over 130 years, it's gonna be great.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
I gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, just about every single corner of the Democratic Party will be represented on stage tonight. Names like progressive Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a moderate Andy Beshear, labor leaders like UAW chief Sean Fain, members of the old guard like Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, a chorus of President Biden's allies, and of course, as we just saw, President Biden himself. He was just on stage here at the United Center. Joining me now on set is former North Dakota Democratic Senator Heidi Heitkamp, former Illinois Democratic Congresswoman Cheri Bustos, and joining us from New York, Mark Short. He worked in the Trump White House and was also chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. He is also an NBC News contributor. Thanks to all of you for being here. Mark, I'm going to start with these two since they're here with me in Chicago, but we will get to you in one moment. Heidi, let me start with you. We've heard everyone talk about the energy and the excitement heading into this week, heading into tonight. Tell me how it feels to you to be
well,
here.
it's dramatic in terms of the change of enthusiasm. We're seeing it, and particularly with young people that I spend a lot of time with at the Institute of Politics. You just saw an explosion of interest in the election. Doesn't mean that you should take it for granted, but it has been a radical change, I think, in terms of people seeing someone on the ballot that maybe is more relatable to their age group.
Cheri, what are you going to be listening for tonight when you think about the energy? President Biden is really going to set the tone. He's going to start off this entire week with this speech in which he will officially pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, it's our first opening night of the convention, so this will be laying the foundation. I think there's going to be a lot of "I love Joe Biden" moments. I was on a labor call last week, and the love just exuded from all of these labor leaders, and you're going to hear from Sean Fain tonight. But no, I think there's going to be a lot of moments about what Joe Biden did for this country. Our path forward was a little uncertain as to whether we were going to be successful in the November election, and he did the right thing and made room for Kamala Harris. And to Heidi's point, the excitement is just off the charts.
Yeah.
Democrats are very, very excited about Tim Walz and about Kamala Harris.
How do you think, and what are you going to be looking for from President Biden tonight on such a monumental first night of this
I think
convention?
talking about the future and how he laid the groundwork for the future, the Infrastructure Act, whether it's chips, looking at competition with China, whether it's the work that he did to bring our allies back to the forefront. He's got an amazing story to tell, and he is going to get a hero's welcome like you have never seen. This place is going to explode for Joe Biden tonight.
With that, let me go out to Mark Short. A hero's welcome like we have never never seen before, Mark Short. And we know that former President Trump and J.D. Vance are going to be counter-programming this entire week. What are you going to be watching for, both in terms of what we're tracking here in Chicago and out on the campaign trail?
Well, Kristen, I think that for Democrats, the challenge will be to try to avoid drama. Clearly, they're choosing the convention site of Chicago, where there was a lot of drama in 1968, and there's a lot of disruption with their policies in the Middle East. And so I think that the question will be, can they avoid that drama and keep the focus on Clinton, Obama, Biden, and Kamala Harris? And if they do, they'll be able to control the narrative, more successfully. I guess the other thing I've been looking at is I think it's hard to think of a time when you've had such a dramatic change in direction of a campaign in 45 days, when Republicans came out of their convention with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of confidence that they would be sailing to victory. And now I think that you probably have to suggest the momentum is certainly behind Harris, and she's probably at this point a front runner. But I certainly think that the policies that she's rolled out over the last few days, I don't think are helping her when she rolls out policies that are simply job killing, rent control, price gouging, now wanting to increase taxes and actually advocate for higher taxes on job creators in America. So her policies, I think if she keeps rolling these out, that plays to Trump's benefit if we actually can have a campaign on policy. But that's obviously where the Trump campaign has failed so far, is actually prosecuting a campaign on the policies.
He has been very focused on personal attacks, Mark. He says he's entitled to these personal attacks. And to your point, a lot of allies are saying, hey, stay on message. I should say we just got a note that when President Biden was up at the podium, he was asked some questions by the reporters. One person asked him, are you ready to pass the torch? President Biden responded, Sherry, yes, I am. You just heard Mark Short talk about the policies that Vice President Harris has rolled out so far. Things like a ban on price gouging of groceries, something that's quite controversial. Even the Washington Post called it a gimmick. How do you counter what you just heard from Mark Short, which is what you are going to be hearing on the campaign trail from Trump? And
their ideas, and it's getting the ball rolling on ideas. It's not all fleshed out. She's only been a candidate for president for a few weeks now. I think it's great to be part of the narrative. Prices are too high. Look, we live in farm country, right? We want to make sure our family farmers do well, but at the same time, when you're going to the grocery store, something has to happen. So I think it's a way to get the narrative started.
How do her policies, do you think, play with
well, let me tell you, this is a smart campaign. She wouldn't have said any of those things if it didn't poll test
very well.
And so let's be honest about, does it create a differential? Yes. Unfortunately, when you looked at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago, or he was at Bedminster, where he had cans of Folgers out, said nothing about what he was going to do, just repeated grievance after grievance, did not give any good ideas. I'll take that fight. I'll take somebody who has an idea, may not come to fruition, but against somebody who only complains about the future. And so, trust me, those ideas were poll tested, and they probably poll tested pretty high.
They absolutely were. I want to zoom out and pick up on something Mark said. He said that he thinks Vice President Harris is the front runner.
Yeah,
do you think she says she's the underdog?
Well, she should say she's the underdog.
Right. That's how to keep people energized, right? But if you look at the polls, give us the reality check. What do you really see in the polls? Because some of them, it's extraordinary, the movement that we've seen. She's competitive in these battleground states. She's leading in some of the states within the margin of error. What do you make?
I just did an event with Nate Silver, who is kind of the gold standard of looking at polls. And he would say that the edge is to her right now. In fact, said that. But I will tell you, this is an even race. And anyone who thinks you should take it for granted, one of the last things that we should do is be complacent as Democrats. And so she needs to get out there. She needs to sell her agenda. She needs to send our friend Tim Walz to rural America, talking about all the good ideas that the Biden administration has rolled out for rural America, and get connected with the folks out there, pick up a few points, and we're on our way.
Sherry, how do you see this race?
It's tight. And it will get down to these swing states and those few voters who haven't made up their mind. Even with President Biden getting out, there's still a number of people who don't understand and know who Kamala Harris is. So she still is introducing herself to the American public. But this is tight, and it's going to get down to those swing states and those swing regions of those swing states.
And Mark Short, when you think about the swing states, I think about the vice presidential running mates. think about J.D. Vance, who obviously was picked, if you talk to folks in Trump world, to help with places like, obviously, he's from Ohio, but they think he's going to help in the Rust Belt, that he'll help with the blue wall, for example, break that down. And then, of course, you have Tim Walz from Minnesota, who Vice President Harris believes is going to help her hold on to that area. So what do you see right now in the vice presidential nominees?
It's hard to think that Tim Walz will help protect the blue wall more than Josh Shapiro would have from Pennsylvania. I do think that J.D. Vance, you'll see his strength come out more in the debates and kind of the one-on-one jousting. But at the end of the day, Kristen, I think that Trump is such a large personality and figure. You're going to have a lot of people voting for him, a lot of people voting against him. And I don't know how much the vice presidential selection is really going to make a difference this go round.
So
Ed,
can
yeah,
I
jump in.
and I would say this, Mark, that would be true if he weren't a distraction about single women with cats, menopausal women. None of that is helping. And so typically I agree with you, but in this case, when you're making gaffes, that's not helpful.
Mark, last thought, your response?
Well, I agree with her on that. I think that the rollout for J.D. Vance is not great. And I think much of his comments, he doesn't represent really a true conservative. He's more of a populist appeal where the party has gone. I think we now have candidates on our ticket who embrace a bigger regulatory state, who embrace the biggest tariffs we've had since Smoot-Hawley. So it's not actually a free market conservative ticket anymore.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there. Wow, we have agreement. We have agreement from New York to here in Chicago. Heidi Heitkamp, Sherry Bustos, Mark Short. Thanks for a great conversation. Really appreciate it. We will have much more ahead as the convention kicks off just a short time from now. We're live from the convention floor on what to expect. You're watching Meet the Press Now, special coverage of the DNC live from Chicago. Stay with us.
One reason to try Zaxby's new chicken finger tacos? We'll give you two: Chipotle Ranch and Avocado BLT.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're counting down the minutes until the official start of tonight's program at the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago. They are doing sound checks here behind me. Let's head down to the convention floor where NBC News national correspondent Jacob Soboroff is going to give us a very quiet report on the scene on the floor. Jacob, set the stage down there.
I will say, Kristen, it's a beautiful rehearsal rendition of the national anthem, but it is a rendition of the national anthem. Nevertheless, now we're hitting the crescendo. It's really actually quite exciting down here. Why don't you listen to this for 1 second? Wow, 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 wow. You cannot beat that. I was going to give you a whole song and dance, Kristen, about what it's like on the floor, but and it's a little bit of a preview of what's to come tonight. Before we go, I just want to show you a little bit about, where the delegates are located. It says a lot about what the campaign thinks about those states and their importance. So let me just show you a little bit. My home state, the great state of California, is right here. Also the home state of Vice President Harris, front and center, right across from Pennsylvania, of course. And then there's Delaware right over here, the home state of President Joe Biden. And a little, something I didn't know about, Kristen, I want to show you. It's really cool. There are these phones all over the convention floor. I was wondering what they were. It rang earlier. It's to the boiler room, the secret operations center of the DNC. They just picked up. I got to go. Kristen, I'll send it back to you. See you later tonight.
Stay close to that phone, Jacob. I'll call you right there if we need you back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now special coverage live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. But don't go anywhere. We have a full night of programming straight ahead. And my colleague, Hallie Jackson, who's sitting right next to me, picks up our special coverage. Hey,
Let's
Hal.
do it. Here
Let's
we go.
do it again.
Convention week kicks
Here we
off,
go.
Kristen. Thank you. Hey, I'm Hallie. We've got a lot to get to. Coming to you live from the United Center in Chicago for night one of the Democratic National Convention. It's set to kick off in just about an hour from now, and it's not going to be like anything you've seen in generations. And by that, I mean this. When things start with the call to order in about 75 minutes or so, that's going to look fairly traditional, right? The delegates in the room, the cheering, the speeches. But what's different? The candidate, the nominee at the top of the ticket, Kamala Harris, of course. And in literally just the last couple of minutes here, you watched it live, President Biden taking the stage for his own walkthrough, as later tonight we will see him pass the torch to his VP. He's giving the keynote speech to close out night one, with tonight set to be a big celebration. And listen, the start of a big test of energy, of unity, because while there's set to be plenty of it inside the room, outside you've got, look at this, a live look here earlier, protests over the war in Gaza, one of the biggest issues dividing Democrats right now. Back inside, we've got a really good seat here, a bird's eye view of the stage just behind me, where President Biden will deliver those primetime remarks to an audience here in the room that includes some of the Democrats who maneuvered to get him off the ticket. Our team's out with some new reporting on how the president will frame this moment, what he'll say to his party here and to all of you at home. I want to bring in our big team who's with us. Garrett Hakes standing by with the latest on Donald Trump's campaign. Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker are with us here in the booth as well. And Yamiche Alcindor is down there on the convention floor. And tonight, Yamiche, I hope people are not sick of hearing the phrase passing the torch, because we're going to hear a lot of it tonight and we're going to see it. And what are set to be some very symbolic moments that come in the long lens of history here. Years, a generation really, dating back to when President Biden came into the party, has been a leader in the party, and now in some ways his swan song.
That's right. This is really going to be the epitome of a generational shift for the Democratic Party. Tonight, it's going to be all about Joe Biden. It's going to be about giving him his flowers, giving him his dignity, and saying thank you for the service that you've done. He's, of course, going to be passing the torch to Vice President Harris. And just a few moments ago, though, President Biden was literally standing here doing a sound check. I'm not quite sure why the President of the United States needs to do a sound check, but here he was doing a sound check. And we asked him a couple of different questions because myself, Gabe Gutierrez, and Mike Memley were all here questioning the president. He said that he felt great. He told me, he also told Gabe Gutierrez that he was ready to pass the torch. And he told Mike Memley that this is really a memorable moment that he's taking in. So he's ready for this moment. He was very serious, but also looking like he was ready to have a good time. And of course, this is going to be a historic moment when Vice President Harris gets that torch from him, because of course, she's going to be the first woman and first Black woman, first South Asian woman to have the position at the top of the ticket for any major party. But I just want to move a little bit around. You see where people are sitting here. You have Pennsylvania and Delaware really telling you they were going to have sort of the prime seats here. But guess what? We also have California. They now have a better seat in the House because of this change at the top of the ticket. So that tells you sort of how things have shifted and how the floor seats have shifted here while people are anticipating this big night. Hallie?
So much of this, too, in conversations with Democrats who are psyched to be here. One telling me that they were like, it's unusual that Democrats are so happy they felt. One member of Congress who's here sort of getting a sense of the vibe of the moment here. And that's what a lot of this is about tonight, right? Trying to capture the momentum and keep it moving forward with this week of primetime programming. We've talked a lot about these battleground polls that are out new over the weekend, as well as the national polling showing Vice President Harris not only gaining ground on former President Trump, in some instances pulling even with or ahead of him. We can show some of them here for folks, but also doing better than President Biden had been doing just about a month ago, just a couple of months ago, just from back in May, for example. And that is part of it here tonight too, Yamiche.
That's right. And honestly, every time I talk to a Democrat, you feel this collective sigh of relief and this joy that they're feeling, because this was a party that had a lot of anxiety. And now they're feeling like the wind is at their back, that they really are able to take the reins of this campaign and feel like they're much better positioned to beat Donald Trump and the Republicans. And when you think about the sense of anticipation, I have to look all the way to the roof. If you go up and look at it, I was looking up, you see literally balloons on the roof. Hopefully you can see it, but it's just hundreds of balloons on the roof. They're going to drop down at some point, probably Thursday, but it tells you just how much they're getting ready to party here. And the vibes are feeling really, really good. As you talk to Democrats, they just feel good. They're excited. And even though it is a little bittersweet for President Biden, they are ready to sort of get things rolling and go to this next phase with Vice President Harris.
Yamiche, thank you. And I want to remind folks, in just about an hour and change from now, we will see, of course, things kick off in earnest here on night one of the DNC in Chicago. We're going to bring those moments to you live. That call to order again coming up in just about 65 minutes or so. I want to bring in the folks who are sitting with us here on set: Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker, Senator Claire McCaskill. It's good to be with all of you. And as I listen to Yamiche talk here, she's really getting into, listen, let's call it what it is, the vibe check of the Democratic Convention. There are still moments and issues where the Democratic Party is not eye to eye on this. One of them is, of course, what we've seen outside the convention hall. Some of these protests, specifically over the war in Gaza and the pro-Palestinian demonstrations, Kristen, this is an area where Kamala Harris, even as vice president, had a bit of a different position than her boss, President Biden.
She was much tougher against, in her public comments, I should say, about what Prime Minister Netanyahu should be doing as it relates to the war. We saw that first from her. Now we are hearing similar rhetoric from President Biden. But to your point about the protesters outside, it's so fascinating because she was at an event last week and was being shouted down by protesters. At first, she was willing to sort of let them have their say. And then she was very clear. Look, this is a choice between me and Donald Trump. So you can continue to talk or you can let me speak. It was a firm moment. I had a chance to interview Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer over the weekend. I asked her, was that the right way to handle that moment? And look, she made it very clear that without criticizing Vice President Harris, that it is important in these moments that the protesters feel heard. So I will be watching to see how not only Vice President Harris, but the folks inside this convention hall overall make those who are protesting the war in the Middle East, other issues, feel heard and feel as though they're a part of what's happening inside.
There's also the Biden of it all, Chuck, right? Coming and appearing at this convention, speaking to this audience. It's not his convention. It was going to be. It's not. It will be his moment tonight to a degree, speaking to this group who, as we know, some of whom maneuvered both publicly and privately to get him off the ticket. The proof is in the pudding as it relates to the numbers and where the polling is right now, with Vice President Kamala Harris doing better than where President Biden was in some of these critical battleground states. Are you watching for like Jill Biden and what she says, as she's been somebody who's been, you know, in his ear so much on this issue? Just a week before he dropped out, he was saying he was going to go on campaign, Chuck.
Look, it says a lot that he came. LBJ didn't come to that convention. Now, maybe those Democrats didn't want him there either. I don't know how many. I question how often we'll see Biden on the campaign trail after this on this. But the fact that he came, I think, shows you that whatever personal, I don't even know if it's animosity anymore. It's probably frustration. It's probably lament.
Some hurt.
Yeah, a little bit of
Sense
personal
of betrayal,
hurt.
someone told
but
me.
he's here.
Yeah.
And I do think it tells a larger story about the difference between the two parties. Because at the end of the day, the Democratic Party was bigger than any one person. The Republican Party is not. That's the two main differences between the two parties. And Joe Biden, the legacy of Joe Biden is he was always a good Democrat. He always did the right thing for the party. Maybe it wasn't necessarily the politically popular thing for the country, but he's a man that always did the right thing for the party. And he always sucked it up sometimes and did it. And this is to me the best way to describe his position here, because he isn't somebody who came into the presidency saying, I'm shifting the country. Bill Clinton came in and said, I'm going to make the Democratic Party a little more moved it to the right, particularly on security issues. Barack Obama, he moved the party a little bit to the left. Joe Biden wasn't a guy who was idealized. He was like, where's the party? I'm going to be a good steward of the party. And this is him being a good steward. He sucked it up and he's doing something he wishes he weren't doing, but he's doing it. I am curious of some of the language he uses, but I assume he's here. You don't come here and then rain on this parade. He knows his presidency is judged better if Harris wins.
In so many ways, Senator, it's a legacy moment for him.
Oh, listen, the way he's handled this has just burnished his legacy. His legacy will be legend because no president has been this selfless. And you know, what we have on the other side is somebody who's never met selfless. So, and the thing you're going to see tonight, I do think there is an amazing amount of enthusiasm out there that is only slightly tempered by people feeling badly for Joe Biden. He's going to give everybody permission tonight to be excited. He's going to tell everybody, hey, you know what? She's the right one at the right moment for our country, and everybody should be excited about helping her. And I'll tell you, we've talked a lot about the protesters outside. I don't think we've acknowledged that their numbers are way down from what people expected. They were telling people they were going to have 40 or 50,000 people here. There were hundreds of signs on the ground after the rally in March had started that were untouched. So there isn't this huge crowd of protesters. And I think that's also a reflection of people realizing we've got Donald Trump or we've got Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Hey, we need to get behind the ones that are going to be good for our country, not the selfish guy who's lost touch with reality.
It's very possible that if Biden remained the nominee, these protests would have been bigger.
Yeah.
I know that, you know, I think it's quite possible that the energy that was lacking might have been thrown into this. Now the energy's back with her.
Yep.
And I do think there's some people who probably don't like Biden's position who are like, you know what, and don't like Harris's position, but like, hey, I'm excited that the party's moving in her direction.
Registered what was
in a
happening.
weird way, that the best way
Yeah.
to de-escalate that internal friction was to change the nominee.
Absolutely. I do think one of the big questions of this entire week is how many question marks will be answered around Vice President Harris as it relates to how she would govern.
Yeah,
She did start to roll out her economic policies at the end of last week, but there's still a big question mark. Is she going to build on the Biden agenda? Where will she differ from him? And what will those differences be? And so I'll be curious to see if any of those gaps get filled in this week. I know that when she speaks, it is going to be largely biographical. She's going to want to introduce herself or reintroduce herself to the country, not just in terms of her service as vice president, not just in terms of her childhood, but also her time in California as attorney general.
What is one of the questions we had of our 5 big questions to watch here is what does she do on that front? I had one campaign source say to me, the function of this week is to define Kamala Harris,
Yeah.
which might strike some people like, wait a second, she's not an unknown quantity. She's been the vice president of the United States. But for the first time, she is now the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. And that issue, how she does define herself, she's got the Trump campaign looking to define her in a very different way. And this is something that the Democrats, her campaign is thinking about.
Usually the Democrats make the mistake of going too far in the weeds on policy, and they ignore the narrative and the enthusiasm that are broad strokes in this country. And keep in mind, we're fighting for disengaged voters here. We're fighting for voters that typically, as we all know, don't pay close attention until the last 60 days. Those are not ones that want to hear A, B, C, and D and subset 1, 2, and 3 of her energy policy.
Maybe Chuck does.
And maybe I do. I'm a policy wonk. But, you know, with all due respect, Donald Trump goes on hours and never says one policy. It is just rantings of grievance. And I don't see there being this clamoring in the media, well, where are his policies? I mean, the Republicans like to talk about his policies, but if you ask them to name what they are, it's a because there really aren't a lot of policies other than grievance.
You know, Hallie, I've been thinking about about the 2000 convention.
Okay.
Al Gore came into it behind. Al Gore was sitting vice president. There was the shadow of Bill Clinton. He couldn't figure out how to distance himself. And they wanted to use their convention to do just what you say, because, you know, being vice president is both you're famous and unknown. It's the weirdest thing.
People might register your name and nothing else about you.
And nothing else. So it's a quick hot take. But the good news is, when you're a sitting vice president, is that the public knows they don't really know you, and they're willing to process new information. Al Gore, by the end of it, kissed his wife in a very dramatic fashion. You and I were talking about this earlier, but it changed the narrative about him. Oh, this
He's
guy,
not so stiff.
yeah, and look at this and what's going on here. And it was, frankly, if you think about what we were dealing with Bill Clinton and his personal life, it was a page turner without being anti-Clinton. And it was a moment. And look, Al Gore turned his campaign around in basically a tie election. You know, he wins the popular vote. But people forget he was behind, and like some people were wondering, is this thing, can he fix it? So conventions, I think at a minimum, it will paint a different picture of her. But I am curious, can they turn this into she really could take off if she becomes a movement figure.
Hmm.
And there is a different,
Yeah.
I think, Claire, you know what, when you become, you're a candidate and then you're a movement. Reagan and Obama were movement figures. They were bigger than their parties. Clinton wasn't, George W. Bush wasn't. That doesn't mean they didn't win, but I am curious. I think she has that opportunity. It's I don't want to raise the bar too high, but there's that opportunity.
Real quick, Senator, before I have to let you go, and you're the perfect person to ask about this. I don't want to get too in the weeds on things down ballot because I think we have plenty of time to talk about that in the months to come. But it is notable that reportedly some of these senators in tough races are not going to have a presence here at the DNC. You know something about being in a tough race.
I know something about not coming to the DNC.
What do you think of that decision?
Well, first of all,
I'm talking Senator Tester.
Yeah, no, I don't think people
Did you
understand.
not come in 12th?
I did not.
Interesting.
Okay. You're busy. I mean, you've got a lot of ground to cover. I mean, John Tester has a big state to cover, and there are not that many people in most parts of it, but he's got to get there. He really needs to meet everybody he can in Montana. So it is not as much about rejecting the national party as it is saying to the people of your state, this is about you, not about the national party. It is sending a signal on the ground that you're with your state and not with folks that are partying at the convention.
Senator McCaskill, thank you very much. We want to get to, we've talked a little bit about some of those protests that are happening outside the DNC. I want to show you some of these live pictures now. As our teams are out there, it appeared as though just a couple of moments ago, there was a bit of a skirmish. The protests have been largely peaceful so far as we can tell through the course of the last day or so. NBC's Maggie Vespa is there. And Maggie, I don't know if you could hear the conversation we were having back here on set, but Senator McCaskill made the point that she believes these protests were smaller than expected, or that they could have been, if you will. I wonder what your sense is of it on the ground.
Yeah, whoa. Hallie, I'm going to stop you. You can see we have some violence breaking out here at the protest. We're here right next to the free speech zone near the United Center. I apologize, there's a few feet behind me. It's tough to tell how this exactly started, but we're going to get our camera up high so you can see into the group. This has been entirely peaceful. And yeah, as you point out, smaller than expected. Around estimated 6,000 people here, thanks to, according to Chicago police. They've marched about a half mile over the last half hour, 45 minutes or so. The United Center, for reference, I'm going to step in front of the camera, the United Center is 2 blocks that way. So we're as close as they're going to get to the DNC. And kind of this bottleneck getting into the park that's behind our camera, when this broke out, we just saw something being thrown. Guys, we're going to back up a little bit. Let's back up. Let's keep backing up and give them some room. You can see obviously the tensions that are fueling this conflict, fueling this political strife and dividing the Democratic Party are boiling over here in Chicago. We're going to keep going with our team. You can see the chanting, almost like a circle forming around a few of the protesters.
Everyone keep moving off of the street and into
And Hallie, with that, I'm going to send it back to you while we get into a bit of a safer spot to get a vantage point of what's going on here.
All right, Maggie Vespa, I'm going to ask you and your team to get to somewhere where you can continue your reporting, as I want to keep this live picture up for just a second, because you've seen that it is obviously active out there, as you heard Maggie report, not as large as expected. But this issue, of course, is one that, as we've talked about here on the show already, divides Democrats to a degree. And Vice President Harris and President Biden did have some daylight between the two. And so I want to, on that note, bring in Democratic Congresswoman and Minority Whip Catherine Clark. It's good to see you again. Thank you for being with us.
Here with you.
Let me pick up on the topic we were just watching here, and we can pull up those live pictures again as Maggie and her team are working to kind of walk with the protesters, et cetera. What do you make of what's happening outside the convention hall? We know there's a lot of energy and enthusiasm inside here, but clearly there is also at least a degree of energy on this issue as well.
Yeah, and this is something that we anticipated. And frankly, it's part of the democratic process. People have a right to the First Amendment. They have a right to express themselves. And what we want, what Vice President Harris wants, is a peaceful resolution to the crisis in Gaza. And there's been some good progress today. And so we hope that these protests will stay peaceful. There's no room for violence at them, but people absolutely have a right to be here expressing their opinion.
We know that, of course, Secretary of State Tony Blinken is in the region now.
Yes.
Are you hopeful? Are you feeling optimistic that there could be a breakthrough as it relates to ceasefire talks?
I am hopeful. Israel has agreed to a negotiation. And so I am hopeful that we will hear from Hamas and get to yes and start that process of bringing peace to the region, a release of the hostages, and getting desperately needed aid to the Palestinian people.
There's another issue that Democrats see a lot of energy around on a different front, and that is, of course, the issue of reproductive rights. You know this, I know this. I've talked to a lot of Democrats who suggest that this could be a major mobilizing factor come November for people getting out there to protect, for example, access to abortion, as we saw in the midterms in 2022. You and I have talked about this before. You have been somebody on the forefront of that. Tonight, we expect to see several women share some very difficult stories of their pregnancies in a push to try to elevate the issue of abortion access and reproductive rights. Can you talk about how you expect those moments to go in the room and where Democrats are here?
Yeah, it is the leading example of the Democrats standing for freedom, freedom to make your own healthcare decisions with your family, with your doctor, in accordance with your faith, and the Republicans' extremism, their attempts to make women second-class citizens. And we know what this is about. It's about control. And my State of the Union guest, Amanda Zurawski, is going to be talking tonight and telling her story of having a miscarriage after undergoing fertility treatment for a desperately wanted pregnancy, being denied the health care she needed, and ending up in the ICU, threatening her future fertility. This is the vision that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have for women in this country. And that is the type of extremism that we are seeing rejected every single time it is on the ballot, and is one of the critical issues as we go forward in November, why the GOP is going to be rejected.
And yet it is Donald Trump who's leading on other issues that Americans say matter to them: the economy and inflation and immigration, according to some of the new polling we've seen out just this weekend. What can the person you want to see win the White House do to try to close that gap?
You already see her doing it, standing squarely on the side of the American family and helping them not just get by, but get ahead. So as she rolled out her economic plan with really focus on an issue that I hear around the country, around my district, which is the price of food and groceries and necessities, and saying, let's join 34 other states that have accountability for price gouging and make it a federal national standard. That is why she has the momentum and energy that she has, because she and Tim Walz are connecting with people who understand between groceries, housing, childcare, their costs are too high. And she will continue the work she started in the Biden-Harris administration of cutting the cost of healthcare, trying to bring down the cost of childcare, all of these issues that affect people at home. They don't see it in the extremism of the GOP.
Let's talk about, you referenced momentum and energy, so let's get into that here. This is not your first rodeo. What's your sense of where Democrats are right now and the week ahead? What does it compare to you to 2008? Is it something different? What's your sense of it?
Yeah, I mean, I have never seen a party and a country come together around a candidate like we are seeing.
Even in the era of Barack Obama?
Well, you know, this is so fast. That's what makes this so unusual. And I think it shows that people are hungry for a candidate who sees them, and that is Kamala Harris. And so what we are seeing is this incredible energy and momentum. And our goal here is, we know we're coming in the underdog, is to focus on her vision for the future of this country, building an economy that works for everyone, protecting our basic freedoms, growing the middle class as we continue to lower costs. And that's what people are responding to. And we're going to turn that energy into action this week.
And yet tonight it's going to be President Biden's moment, not his convention, but his moment. What do you want to hear from the president, especially with some reports that there is some lingering, maybe not bad blood, but maybe some personal hurt, maybe a little bit of a bittersweet moment for the president tonight?
I think tonight is going to be an incredible tribute to President Biden and his 50 years of service. He has been a transformative president, and his patriotism in stepping aside is really so unmatched in our history, and something that Donald Trump can't even contemplate, because for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, it's all about their personal advancement. And tonight we're going to hear from our president and his vision of the future with President Kamala Harris.
Thank you so much for being with us, Kevin Clark. It's good to see you in person here in Chicago as opposed to back home in Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Hallie.
joining us. We've got a lot more to get to here live from Chicago. Looking at the clock, we've got about 45 minutes or so before things really kick off. It's going to get loud. It's going to get busy. It's going to be packed. We're going to bring it to you live. We're also going to get a gut check on the other side of the aisle, the battleground blitz from former President Trump in what is the busiest week of his campaign so far, kicking off today. Stay with us. A lot more coming up on NBC News Now in just a sec.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been found. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You some resilient folks, let me get ahead.
We are coming back to you live from Chicago for night one of the Democratic Convention. And yes, the seats are empty now. The stage is empty. That is going to look a lot different not too long from now. We're going to bring you some of those moments as the convention kicks off live here during our special coverage. But you know who else has been pretty busy this week and is set to be busy all week long? Former President Trump, trying to do some counter programming here. Garrett Haake is following the Trump-Vance campaign. And what's so interesting, Garrett, is we haven't seen former President Trump this busy on political things, right? Setting aside trials and legal issues, this entire campaign so far, there is clearly a sense from the campaign that they see an opportunity to try to define Kamala Harris in a way that counters what Democrats are trying to do. Question is it going to work?
Yeah, look, it's certainly the busiest he's been on purpose, Hallie. And if the idea here is to use this week to redefine Kamala Harris, I think it's probably too little too late. My sense is that the Trump campaign's goals are more modest than that. They want to make sure they don't get lost from the conversation entirely this week. That's the effort that it may require to stay involved here. You had him in Pennsylvania today with an economic-focused event. He'll be in the Detroit area tomorrow with a crime and safety-focused event. They know they can't change the narrative around this convention, but if they're busy enough, he might just muscle his way into it on the coverage, not just nationally on programs like this one, but especially in the local markets in the all-important states that will actually decide this election.
There's also this question of whether this Trump strategy is going to work. And I'm using the word strategy loosely, Garrett, not in a disparaging way, but in the sense of this. Allies around the former president have said they want to see him basically sharpen up, go after policy, go after what they see as the vice president's too liberal record, lash her more to President Biden and some of the policies of his that are less popular. That is not what Donald Trump is doing. He's going after, and he did it again this weekend, Kamala Harris's appearance, her intelligence, leveling these deeply personal attacks. And those close to him are saying, hey, cut it out. Is it sinking in based on your reporting, or is that remaining to be seen depending on how these events go?
With Donald Trump, his advisors and his outside allies have shown in the past an ability to get him to focus, but never an ability to get him to change. And I think that's the way we should be considering what we're seeing right now. And we're watching the campaign essentially build structures around him to try to increase that focus. It's why he appeared last week at Bedminster, surrounded by groceries in an event to talk about rising prices. It's why these events this week are going to be narrowly targeted. The one in Pennsylvania today was in a very small room. This was not a rally. This was at a business, essentially a manufacturing business, where the focus is almost forced upon him by the setting.
In that way, the campaign and his outside allies can get a better version, perhaps, of Donald Trump. But as long as those rallies are still out there, as long as there's a desire to seek that validation from his base, I don't think that's something that'll be a big change long term, Hallie.
What about some of these images that have been circulating that appear to be AI generated of so-called Swifties for Trump?
Yeah, there's no truth to them, obviously. I mean, I have seen in the wild people who are Swifties for Trump, but I can tell you that the bottom left on your screen there, the idea that somehow Taylor Swift has endorsed Donald Trump is pure fiction, and fascinating fiction at that, given the kind of right-wing anti-Swift backlash that we saw several months ago in this campaign. But I think it speaks to the campaign, or at least Donald Trump, who's posting some of this kind of desperation to throw everything at the wall and cling to some moment of the culture that will keep him in the conversation, even in a week like this, dominated by his opponent.
Real quick, Garrett, as we talked about a little bit of his legal issues, that is back in the spotlight today, too, because he wants to delay his New York sentencing until after the election. Where does that stand?
Well, interestingly, the DA's office says they don't necessarily oppose that in their own filing that was submitted or made public, I should say, earlier today. Right now, we're just waiting for the judge in New York to decide what he wants to do. There's significant concern that any sentencing would get appealed. The process gets messy. As we all learned, it's very difficult to bring Trump in and out of Manhattan for things like this. So it's almost entirely in Judge Merchan's hands right now what's going to happen with the sentencing, if it goes forward before the election or not.
Garrett Haake back home in Washington. Garrett, thank you. Lots more to get to when we come back, including something Democrats and Republicans may actually agree on, not taxing tips. Why some politicians love it, even if some economists maybe don't. That's coming up next in our breakdown.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So have you heard about this idea that's being proposed now by both presidential candidates, not taxing tips? It's picking up some steam politically with bipartisan support, not just on the campaign trail, but on Capitol Hill as well. Both Vice President Harris and former President Trump have proposed eliminating taxes on tips for people like servers, folks in the hospitality industry. We haven't seen a specific plan, so to speak, but some economists suggest that this kind of thing could be tough to put in place and could affect the national debt. That's tonight's breakdown. Politically, worlds apart.
Donald Trump fights for billionaires and large corporations.
We're not going to take it anymore.
But former President Trump and Vice President Harris have at least one thing in common.
We are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips.
Eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Mr. Trump proclaiming his support for eliminating taxes on tips first, with the vice president rolling out her plan 2 months later, both announcing in Las Vegas, which has one of the biggest populations of tipped workers in the country. And Nevada, of course, a key swing state.
Tips, particularly prior to the digital era, were often in cash. And so even if they were legally subject to income tax, in practice, there actually was a big gap between tips that were earned and tips that were reported for tax purposes.
Now that gap's closing as more tipping is done on screen. To eliminate taxes on tips would take an act of Congress. Republican Senator Ted Cruz recently introducing a bill that gained some support from Democrats, but tax experts worry the broader idea remains vague.
Here, hey, it'd be great to give tip workers a tax break. okay, but we have to continue the analysis, right? What does that mean for everyone else's tax rates? What does that mean for the complexity of the tax code? What does that mean as a precedent for other folks who want other tax breaks similar to this?
The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget estimates exempting tip income from federal income could add between 150 to 250 billion to the federal deficit over 10 years. And then there's concern some high-end earners could exploit an end on taxing tips.
Some folks have brought that up, like, hey, could a hedge fund manager claim that they're going to take a 50% wage cut and have their employer characterize the remaining 50% as a tip at the end of the year and avoid tax?
The Harris campaign says its policy would include strict requirements to avoid these kinds of abuses and a minimum wage increase. It's a shift in taxation that may be popular with the some 4 million American workers in tip-based industries. But with their hourly wages as low as $2.13 an hour, some industry reps argue the conversation can't stop with taxes.
The fact that it's being included in this national conversation is definitely hopeful. We wish the focus would be on paying more in hourly wages. But either way, if we can raise the wages of restaurant workers in some capacity, it's very helpful for millions of people.
Of course, the economy is among the top issues, if not the top issue for voters this election year. We see that time and time again. Look at this here. 23% of people in our latest NBC News polling say inflation and the cost of living is the most important issue facing the country. You see that followed very closely by immigration and the situation at the border. For more on this and how the Harris-Walz campaign can strategize around some of these voter priorities, a couple of people who know something about strategizing. That's, of course, the Hillary Clinton 2016 campaign manager, Robbie Mook, and Democratic strategist Megan Hayes. Thank you both for being here. Let me start with you, Robbie, because right as we were coming on the air, we got some news here at NBC, broken by our Sahil Kapoor, that Harris is going to push for a 28% corporate tax rate, rolling back what was at the time a major sort of Trump initiative, Donald Trump priority. First big sort of policy proposal rolling out on this. What do you make of it?
Yeah, well, first of all, we know that this is going to be an issue next year as the Trump tax cuts are
right.
sunsetting. And so this is actually going to be a major policy debate. And I think what she and Trump are really arm wrestling over here is who is on your side. And we know because of what the Trump tax cuts were before that he wants to give an even bigger tax break to big corporations. And so this is a really productive fight from a political standpoint for Harris to have is, do we want corporations to pay more taxes, or do we want them to pay less? And it goes hand in hand with the tipping piece that you were talking about. Is I'd make an argument at a moral but also a political level. These corporations got a big tax break. What about working people? Let's do something for them. So I think these two things go hand in hand. Corporations paying their fair share, working families getting a break.
You called this a productive fight for Kamala Harris to have politically. Yeah. What would be an unproductive fight on the economy for her to have?
Well, the Republicans are going to go out there. What are they calling her, Comrade Kamala or something right now? But this is the problem with the Republicans is they take it way too far. It's like, oh, the Democrats must be communists. Well, in fact, the middle class in this country has been paying more and more taxes over the last few decades. We want them to pay less. Corporations have been paying less, middle class have been paying more taxes over the last few decades. Corporations have been paying less. We want to bring that into relief and have that argument.
Megan, I see you nodding here. We talked about some of the numbers from battleground polling that's out recently, from national polling that's out recently. There's one from the Financial Times that has VP Harris at 42%, which is ahead of where President Biden was on this issue before he dropped out. The Biden-Harris administration, you worked in it. Why is it, do you think, that voters seem to be responding better to the vice president on this issue than they did for President Biden?
I think that the messenger was the problem. And I think that people couldn't see the forward future leaning. And I think that her youth and her enthusiasm and the way this campaign is now structured brings people joy and hope, as we've all talked about many times. But I do think that people like that, and people want to have something optimistic to look forward to. And they don't want to be looking in the back. And also, President Biden, he was supposed to be a transition president, and he did not necessarily give that vibe off to people. And so I think people are really gravitating towards Kamala Harris because they like the policies. They just didn't like the messenger.
There's been, as we talk about ways, and we heard from Garrett Haake covering the Trump Vance campaign not too long ago, one of the big attack lines from them, and I've heard it from sources on that side of the aisle, is this issue. This issue is the quote unquote border czar. She did have some responsibility, of course, for what's happening in the triangle on immigration. This is an issue where she trails former President Trump. In 2021, she talked with somebody we know well, and that's Lester Holt. And I want to play it so that folks can see it. We reference it a lot, and let me run it here so folks know what we're talking about.
So let me just quickly put a button.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
I'm here in Guatemala today. At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance of the border. I'm in Guatemala because my focus is dealing with the root causes of migration.
So two things here. First, she was criticized after that interview for what felt to some like a bit of a defensive posture on policy on immigration. What does she need to do now to be able to move the needle on this for voters who, as we say, it is a priority for them? That's what we're seeing in some of these numbers.
So I think there's a few things. One, I think Democrats need to remind people that this is actually Congress needs to take action here, and they had a bipartisan border security bill, and Trump had his folks.
She's been reminding people of that on the campaign trail.
Correct. And she needs to continue to do that. And then she needs to also remind people what her policies are. She wants tougher border security, and she also wants to come up with a legal way for people to have citizenship. So she's not out there not talking about what she wants to do. Also, I think people are a little dismissive of the root causes. That is a huge priority here. President Biden, when he was the vice president, spent a lot of time in the Northern Triangle. The Trump administration overturned all of those policies and defunded those investments that he had made. And the vice president has been down there and has gotten public-private partnerships of over $10 billion into the Northern Triangle to get people to not want to come to the United States, to give people a reason to stay in their countries. And so I just think that it's a little nuanced. It's hard to explain to folks, but I think that they can do it, and they just need to figure out how to message it properly. But and it will take some time, but there are things that she does want to do. And I just don't think it's a fair assessment for her to be called the border czar in a negative light.
So the other piece of that too is that she sat down for an interview, of course, at all, which is something that she hasn't done since becoming the presidential nominee. She's come under fire from Republicans for that. If you were advising her, what would you say?
Well, I think they've made the right decision up to this time, because she wasn't.
Not to be too navel-gazing as a media person, but we would always encourage more access and transparency.
No, and I'm sure she said she's going to do interviews, and I'm sure she will. But we have to remember, she just magically somewhat became a candidate overnight, right? So, normally you have months and months to prepare for this. You're getting ready. You're getting your policies laid out. She had none of that. And so I think it was smart to give herself some time, get comfortable, get out on the stump, get that message honed, and before she's starting to sit down with reporters who I'm sure will be tough on her, as they should be.
Somebody who you know well, of course, we will be hearing from, and that is Secretary Clinton. What do you expect from her tonight at this moment where we talk a lot about passing the torch from President Biden to Kamala Harris, but there is a torch passing moment as it relates to the secretary too?
Yeah. Hey, I'm excited about the speech because I think, first of all, she's going to be very optimistic. I think this is going to be about the future. This is not going to be about litigating the past. And what I'm excited to hear about, I'm told, I haven't read it word for word, is that she is going to be talking about not just how exciting it would be to have a woman president, but what that means, what opportunities that will actually provide in people's lives, like the freedom to make their own healthcare decisions, like the freedom to tell their kids they can be anything they want. So that's what I'm interested to look forward to.
Quick final thoughts to you, Megan.
I'm really excited to be here. I think it's great. All of the energy is really exciting, and enthusiasm is exciting, and it'll be great to see the president's speech tonight.
You took that literally quick. Thank you. Thank you very much, Robbie, Megan. Great to see you both. I'm sure we'll talk again throughout the course of the week because there is a lot to cover, of course. We're going to have much more on President Biden's speech tonight and get a look at the convention floor as you are taking a look live now at what's happening in Chicago as we are just minutes away from the start of night one of the Democratic National Convention. Stay with us.
Now is raw,
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
So in just a few hours on the stage behind me here in Chicago, you will see President Biden giving what is going to be the headline speech of the night. And if you're not sick of this phrase yet, I fear you may be, passing the torch. That said, it is what is going to happen tonight based on all of our reporting on this moment. As you are looking live here at delegates starting to fill the floor, blue cowboy hats and all. Of course, the president's role at the DNC has changed in a very big way. Obviously, after he said he's dropping out of the race, but his message tonight will touch on at least one of the key themes we've heard before. He's going to make the case here for the vice president to succeed him, according to what multiple Biden officials are telling our team. But he's also going to really drive home the fact that he still believes that the Republican nominee, former President Trump, is a threat to democracy. Former Congressman Cedric Richmond is joining us now, a senior advisor to President Biden, now the co-chair of the Harris campaign. Congressman, it's good to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So lay it out. Expectations for the president's speech. Have you seen it? Have you've been briefed on it? What should we be thinking about?
No, I haven't seen the speech. I had lunch with the president Tuesday in New Orleans. He was down to announce further work on the cancer moonshot because he's determined to find a cure to cancer. But I think that sentiment is what you'll hear in the speech tonight. He will probably start with what he inherited 4 years ago, but he might go back a little bit further and talk about what motivated him to get in the race. He didn't have a burning desire to run for president. And I was there, I was talking to him. But when he saw the threat and the lack of character that Donald Trump had, and that the road he was taking this country down, he said, I have to run because the future of this country is at stake. And so he ran, and he was right. And then he inherited an economy that was broke. We had a president who ignored what COVID was, said that it would magically disappear, drink bleach. At the same time, you had hundreds of thousands of people dying. You couldn't go to the funeral. You couldn't say goodbye to hospital. 54% of schools were closed. And the president came in, put his head down, and went to work. And in the process, reduced child poverty by 50%, put Ketanji Brown Jackson on the court, passed gun legislation, passed infrastructure legislation, all of those things. So I think he's going to remind the country what he inherited, the things he was able to accomplish, and then he's going to talk about who he was able to accomplish it with. And that was a very great partner, a smart partner, a brilliant partner, a loyal partner, thoughtful partner. And he'll talk about what they achieved. And then he'll talk about what tomorrow should look like. And that Kamala Harris has a vision for tomorrow that includes everybody, that uplifts everybody, not one that is simply about division, retribution, revenge, and all of those things. So no, do I think he's going to give Trump a pass tonight? Absolutely not. Should he give Trump a pass tonight? Absolutely not. The man is a threat to this country, and I think the president's going to lay it out.
Do you get the sense at all, Congressman, as somebody who knows the president well, that he is perhaps still maybe harboring a sense of personal hurt or disappointment that he was pressured to step off the ticket?
No, I don't. Let me tell you why. He's been a man who's been through some enormous personal losses in his life. And when you say that the highest moment of your life, you got elected to the United States Senate, and then you lose your wife and your daughter and your two sons in the hospital for a long time fighting for their life, then you become vice president. And your oldest son goes off to serve this country, then comes back home. And while you're about to make a decision about running for president, he's diagnosed with cancer and he dies. And so this president has seen and felt real loss. And this decision was not about Biden. He never looks at it as this is about me. He thinks about the country first. And I think that he made the decision that what's best for the country is for me to exit stage left, pass the baton, and since we just finished the Olympics, and hand it to somebody who will work to make tomorrow better than yesterday and make all the tomorrows better than yesterday. And we have Trump, who only wants to go back to yesterday so he can settle old scores. And I think the president is probably proud of his decision. And I think that he stands by it because he knows it's in the best interest of the country.
So how would you categorize his mood getting ready to walk into this room and speak on this stage?
Well, I would think it's a very serious mood.
Okay.
I think he understands.
Not celebratory?
No, because there's nothing to celebrate yet. We still have a race to win. Donald Trump it's a close race. The polls are tight and we have work to do. And I don't think we should be celebrating. Of course, we should be joyous about this moment and the fact that we are nominating a brilliant woman, a woman of color, to be the president of the United States. But this is not election day. This is not a victory party. This is the beginning of a long marathon race. And so I think he will highlight the fact that this is serious.
Congressman, thank you very much for your time and for being with us to talk through all of it. I'm sure we'll see you later this week.
You will. Thanks for having
down
me.
on the floor. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Coming up, we mentioned one of the speakers tonight, Hillary Clinton, her relationship with Vice President Harris, plus how Nancy Pelosi's power moves got us to this moment. We're back live from the DNC in Chicago in just a minute. Stay with us.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Oh, shoot. We are back here live at the DNC in Chicago, and as Vice President Kamala Harris prepares to make history on that stage behind me this week, of course, one of the reasons that the torch is being passed is the woman you see here on screen on your right, and that is former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's set to speak here Wednesday, with sources telling NBC News that she, of course, played a critical role in suggesting President Biden should step off the Democratic ticket come 2024. We're also told that another power player in the Democratic Party, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, has also been reaching out to Vice President Harris recently. USA Today's Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page is joining us now, along with our own Andrea Mitchell. We're so glad to have you both. Thank you for being here. Andrea, let me start with you here and the relationship, the interesting relationship that has developed between Secretary Clinton and Vice President Harris, two women seeking, of course, the presidency.
And it's so interesting that Harris reached out to Hillary Clinton after President Biden made that fateful decision to step aside, and reached out to her and really paved the way for this relationship to develop. Of course, they knew each other, but the fact that she reached out to the woman who had really had a terrible loss in 2016, thought she was going to be the one to be the first woman president and break that glass ceiling. And that was such a major theme of her campaign in 2016. It's not as big a component of the person Kamala Harris is. And it's interesting generationally, Kamala Harris has broken a lot of barriers by becoming the first woman of color who's the vice president. And she doesn't make it that much an important part of her narrative as Hillary Clinton did, as Susan knows so well. And so she reached out to her and made that overture to talk to her. Also reached out to her before she chose Governor Walz. And so was consulting her along the way. And I think that bonded them. They also shared the fact from the Hillary Clinton perspective that they both started their careers as lawyers, as advocates for children and family, that's been part of their agendas. So they have really come together, and Hillary Clinton speaking tonight is going to make those points and also speak about her own loss in 2016 and say that here they are closer than ever to completing that goal of not only a woman, a first woman president, but someone to defeat Donald Trump.
Andrew makes such an interesting point here because we heard it from, I want to say it was Senator Klobuchar earlier, this idea that there is less of a focus, at least in these early stages of this new campaign, on breaking the so-called glass ceilings.
Well, Hillary Clinton helped make it possible for that to be the fact. Hillary Clinton normalized the idea that you could have a woman running for president, winning primaries, getting the nomination, running and be expected to actually win the election, although she failed to do that. So I think Hillary Clinton played an important role in making it possible for Kamala Harris to make less of a thing about the breakthrough she's making demographically.
As we talk about powerful women in the Democratic Party, you cannot have that conversation without talking about Nancy Pelosi as well, who is a presence here. She will be later on in the week. She has already been a presence in this short campaign. I got to ask you about this, right? The influence that she's had on the party at this specific moment. It was interesting to hear her talk in personal terms about how she loses sleep about her relationship with President Biden after his withdrawal from the race, that she prays that relationship is not lost.
Well, she prays for Donald Trump too. So she prays for a lot of people. She's very much a woman of faith. She ran for re-election when she expected to retire in 2018 because she was dedicated to the idea of defeating Donald Trump. This continues to be her biggest personal political imperative. She came to the conclusion, as did I think a lot of other Democrats, that Joe Biden was not likely to defeat Donald Trump. He was at risk of losing to Donald Trump, and that Kamala Harris would, or someone else would have a better shot at doing that. And that is what motivated Nancy Pelosi, I think, to step in here.
There was one other factor, which is she really wants to regain the House. She became persuaded. And initially in the days after that debate, the faltering debate, as we all witnessed, she thought it was still possible. There were only 5 seats they need to switch. But then she became persuaded by the members of the caucus, that they were not going to win the House, that it was going to be loss of the House, loss of the Senate, loss of the presidency. And loss of the House really meant so much. She had spent her lifetime in politics, building that Democratic majority, becoming Speaker twice, and then to see it go under and now feel, because of the Trump victory, and now feel that she really had to bring it back before she left the stage.
So much of politics is obviously about relationships, and President Biden referenced some of that, speaking specifically about the sort of relationship he has with former Speaker Pelosi. I want to play a little bit of that quickly here.
Do you think your relationship will be there?
I hope so. I pray so. I cry so.
You worry about it?
I lose sleep on it. Yeah.
You think he's angry at you? You think he's angry at you?
I don't know. We haven't had a conversation.
That, of course, is that Pelosi bite that we talked about on losing sleep. The piece of this that is also so notable is the way that Kamala Harris is very intentionally trying to inject a level of joy and energy into this campaign. Talking with, of course, Congressman Ted Richmond just a second ago, President Biden is going to make the case, as he has now for years, that he believes Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, which, of course, has sort of a heavy weight to it based on that argument. Kamala Harris is trying to make a similar argument, but in a different way.
Oh, very much in a different way, because, first of all, she's derisive of him. She makes fun of him. She doesn't let his attacks against her become so personalized, because I think she sees, first of all, as was described to me by one of her colleagues, as a Black woman, she has been used to being attacked. And that is something that Black women grow up in society with. And so her defenses are very much honed to dealing with abusive white men, bullyish white men, which is the way she perceives Donald Trump. And it's actually backfiring on him, even with his own supporters. You saw what Lindsey Graham said the other day about it, that it's not good for him to be doing that.
She makes him smaller. She makes fun of him. I mean, it's not that she doesn't, I think, see him as a threat to democracy. It's that she uses humor to diminish him.
Right.
And I think that it has thrown Donald Trump for a loop on how to respond to that.
Susan Page, Andrea Mitchell, what a great conversation. Thank you both so much for being
bet.
with us here, for being on set with us at the Democratic
Great
National
to be with
Convention. Night one. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. We want to get down to the floor now because NBC's Jacob Soboroff is down there. The room is, I'm looking behind me here, starting to fill up a little bit. We're getting closer to the big kickoff. And Jacob, I'm told you're going to take us for a ride. I don't know if that is literal or figurative, but based on the lack of wheels, I'm hoping it's figurative.
The control room was asking me, what am I seeing down here? And I said, I'm seeing, it's a lot of action. I said, I'll take you for a ride. So buckle up, Hallie. Here we go. Okay, follow me this way. I have to say, I know you like the vibe check. It's a much different vibe than, in all seriousness, the Republican convention, because of course, that convention started in the wake of the horrific assassination attempt on former President Trump. This is obviously a much different way to start a convention. There's a lot of excitement out here. I want to show you where you are. I think, Hallie, turn around and wave if you can. Is that you up there? Yeah, there you are. Check it out. Chris Jackson's looking for you. Hold on. That's you right there. There's Hallie Jackson. I can see you. It's okay you can't see me. My head is gigantic, my mother would say, but I'm sorry that you can't see it. It's
mostly hair.
It is. It's Propecia, to be honest with you. But anyway, I digress. It's exciting. I want to give a special shout out, Hallie, to all you. Are you here? You guys are volunteers?
Yes. Yeah.
How long have you been doing this? Have you done this before?
A couple times.
This
is like my sixth.
Sixth convention. Why do you sign up to do this? You got to be on your feet for 4 nights in a row. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but it's worth it
How come?
because I like this candidate and it's important to be part of the process.
What state are you guys from?
DC,
DC?
Illinois.
Illinois. Okay, so that's your home state convention. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I hope we're not imposing. Thank you for the hospitality. What are your names?
Tanya Lopez.
Tanya?
Anna Ma.
Okay, nice to meet you both. Thank you very much. This place wouldn't run, Hallie, without the volunteers, the people who are here on the floor doing all of the operations. We got a long way to go before Thursday night, and we hear from Vice President Harris. I'll give you one swing around and take a look at the stage as we get ready for the official program to start tonight. It's a bit of a different setup than the Republican convention. That was a much sort of wider, broader floor. This is a more narrow floor, and actually some of the delegates are up themselves in the stands. We'll have plenty of time, plenty of days to go up and visit with them. And I hope, Hallie, that my head is not too big, that we can come back and do this again.
Hey, Sobo, what's been the most interesting thing you've seen today on the floor?
Jamie Raskin was down here, actually, in all seriousness, the congressman who, of course, was the driving force behind the January 6th committee. And he was one of the people who had encouraged President Biden to drop out of this race. And he did not shy away from being down here right in the front, talking to reporters about why he made that recommendation, about how excited he is to see Vice President Harris take the stage over the course of this convention.
Sobo, good to see you, friend. Thank you for being with us. We'll be checking back in with
Thanks,
you,
Tom.
I know, during our special coverage throughout the night. That does it for us for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up from Chicago right now.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Here is Hallie Jackson.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming to you live from the United Center in Chicago for night one of the Democratic National Convention. It is set to kick off quite literally, looking at my clock here, in the next couple of minutes. It's going to get loud. It is going to get busy. It is going to get very different from anything you've seen before, at least in the last few generations. And by that, I mean when things start with a call to order in just about 10, 13 minutes or so, that's going to look pretty traditional, right? Look at this. Delegates in the room. You're going to have lots of cheering. You're going to have some speeches. But you know what's different? The candidate, of course, the nominee at the top of the ticket. That is Kamala Harris. And that's not something Democrats thought just a month ago that they would see. Instead, and you look at Senator Amy Klobuchar there on the floor, in just the last hour, we saw President Biden take the stage. This was supposed to be his convention. It is not, but tonight will be his moment as he gets ready to, forgive the phrase, pass the torch to his vice president. You're going to hear a lot of that tonight, but that's because that is what the reality is here. He's going to be giving that headliner speech, and you've heard a preview of it in the course of our special coverage here tonight. It is going to be a celebration and also a test of energy, of unity for the Democratic Party. Because while there's plenty of that inside the room here in Chicago, outside you are seeing some protesters, of course. Pro-Palestinian protesters demonstrating over the war in Gaza. That's one of the biggest issues dividing Democrats right now. These are some live pictures here. It looks like maybe there's a police line there. We're going to check in with Maggie Vespa in just a second to get a check on that. Back inside, want to show you, we are sitting kind of perched up here. It's a fairly small floor, relatively at least, and you're already seeing delegates are going to be in all these seats here, and that stage right there, that is where President Biden is going to deliver those primetime remarks to this audience, not just to America, but to folks inside the room, including some who publicly or privately pressured him to get out of this race. Our team is out with some new reporting on how the president will frame this, what he'll say to his party. I want to start with the team who's with us. Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker here with us on set. Maggie Vespa is following the protests outside, but I want to start with Mike Memoli, who, if I had better vision, I'd probably spot you on the floor, Mike, but right now it's like a Where's Waldo situation. Give us a vibe check of how things are going. And some of your reporting, as I know you've been talking to your zillions of sources about what tonight will hold.
Well, in this moment, Hallie, I'm standing just before the South Carolina delegation. Remember, 4.5 years ago, that's where the comeback began for President Biden. That made him the nominee, that set him on this course to the White House. And this convention now is a moment on the back end of that. The flip side of the comeback is really the downturn that we've seen over the last month and a half since that debate performance. That is why he's speaking tonight and not Thursday night. That's why he is speaking about a different Democratic nominee, his Vice President, Kamala Harris, and really using this as a moment tonight to, as you said, pass the torch. Well, I'm told by advisors, people who've been with the president over the course of the last few days at Camp David, as he's been working on this speech, that yes, while his role at this convention is different than it might have been a few months ago, he sees his mission as the same, which is talking to all the delegates in the room and to all those watching at home about what is at stake in this election, that he sees Donald Trump as a continued threat to our democracy. And as one advisor put it, he saved democracy 4 years ago by beating Donald Trump, but he wants to make it clear that voters now have to do their part. Democrats have to do their part to keep him out of the White House now. Now, an important part of the story is also talking about what he's done over the last 3.5 years, that he wants to talk about the accomplishments and say that Kamala Harris has been an important part of that.
Mike Memoli live for us there on the convention floor here in Chicago. Let me go outside the building. Maggie Vespa, I want to get to you because we're looking at those protest pictures live coming into us now. And we understand that some of those demonstrators have taken down a barricade outside. What's going on?
It just got put back up, Hallie. In fact, I'll let you push past me once again. Our camera guy can zoom in here. Chicago police restoring that Secret Service barrier that some protesters were able to push down. And then if we can kind of pan over to the left, we have, from what we can tell, it appears to be 2 people potentially arrested by police in riot gear. I want to be clear, the vast majority of this march was peaceful. We had roughly 6,000 people marching through Chicago's West Side. They call themselves the Coalition to March on the DNC, and this is largely a pro-Palestinian protest. But this is kind of where it got hairy, and we'll zoom back in here. You can see they're trying to put that fence back together. But this just kind of speaks to the anger and the fury that we're seeing here out on these streets. People want to make their voices known. With the DNC, by the way, just a block and a half that way. You can see the United Center in the background. They say they want from Democrats a promise to support a ceasefire in Gaza. They want from Democrats a promise to push for an end to the United States support of Israel. And they say if they don't hear that from Democrats, if they don't hear it from the vice president, then the Democratic Party as a whole can't count on their votes and perhaps a large faction of the left to vote for them come November. So they say this is really kind of an ultimatum they're delivering to the vice president and to the party. Chicago police has been tasked with, if we can just kind of move over again and keep tabs on this, has been tasked with keeping this peaceful. They're the only police agency, despite 17 others being here to secure buildings. They're the only one who are dealing with protests and trying to keep the peace as demonstrations move through the city. So Chicago police out here, again, some of them in riot gear, but a lot of them not at this point, trying to restore the fence and keep things calm. This has been one of just like 2 or 3 flare-ups this afternoon. But again, obviously people out here are angry, Hallie, and they're not going anywhere from what we can tell anytime soon.
So Maggie, just because it's a little tough for us to get a sense of the scale and size of these demonstrations, can you help put that in context? Yeah, we're just seeing it obviously on these little screens from a couple of cameras that we have out there.
Yeah, so basically, and we've got something happening over here. They just broke down another part of the fence. While we pointed that, I'll tell you, Chicago police quantified it earlier. They said roughly 6,000 people out on the streets. Obviously, we have a small group from that 6,000 out here dealing with the fences and kind of fighting back against police. Again, most of it was peaceful, But the crowds that we saw here earlier today were several thousand easily, filling several blocks of Chicago's West Side, Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us outside the convention hall. Maggie, we're going to keep your camera up for a second here. I know you got to get to a spot where you can report from, but as we take a look at these live pictures and talk more about tonight, both inside and outside the United Center in Chicago, I'm joined now by former Democratic Governor of Michigan, Jennifer Granholm, appearing here in a personal capacity outside of her cabinet role. It is good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let me start with what we're just seeing here, because I've got to get your reaction to it. This is obviously an issue that divides Democrats. It's an issue where we've seen some daylight between the vice president and President Biden. What do you make of this moment?
Well, I mean, I hope that people take into account what happened today, which is it looks like Israel is going to be accepting the conditions that were put forward for a ceasefire. And that's what people are asking for. Everybody would like to see a ceasefire. Everybody wants to see the hostages returned. Everybody wants to see a path forward, which would include a two-state solution. And that's really, that will be the foundation on which she's able, she meaning Vice President Harris, if she's elected, will be able to build, to set forth how to keep Israel safe and how to give Palestine its own home.
What do you make of that moment that we saw from her within the last couple of weeks, where she said, sort of now infamously, "I'm speaking now," when those protesters attempted to interrupt one of her events? It was about a half dozen of them or so.
Yeah, but she also came back and said it is important that their voices are heard, and that we honor peaceful protest. We really do. It's important. It's an important part of the policy development. We want those voices to be heard. It's also important to allow speech to happen in other ways too, meaning the speaker from a podium as well. So respectful protest is important, but the voices need to be heard.
Let's talk about politics now, because that's what this week in large part is about. It is about, for Democrats, keeping up some of the energy and the momentum that when I talk to Democrats, they say they're seeing now since Kamala Harris came to the top of the ticket. President Biden speaking tonight, and it's going to be a moment, right?
Yeah.
We expect to see him and Kamala Harris share the stage in what will likely be probably the moment of the night. What do you want to hear from President Biden?
Well, you know, I want, first of all, there to be a recognition that the Biden-Harris administration has done amazing work on the economy. I say this as the former governor of Michigan. I'm so focused on what that means for people getting work and jobs, et cetera, and manufacturing in the United States. The work that has been done under this administration is astonishing. So he's going to set that. Succession means that you build on success, right? So she's going to pull the threads of what this administration has accomplished, and she's going to weave her own cloak. And what does that look like going forward? She started to articulate a bit of that on Friday, where she started to talk about kitchen table economic issues for real people. So there's the macro economy, the incredible success that this administration has had, the fact that more jobs created under this administration than at any time in American history for a term of a president. That's astonishing. And when you compare that with the previous administration, with Trump, I mean, come on, the worst job creation rate since Hubert Hoover. And for some reason, people seem to think that Republicans have better policies on the economy.
Well, I was just going to say this, because
Bongo.
the polling doesn't show
That's
that,
what I'm
right?
saying.
I mean,
but this is why it's so great what will happen tonight. He will set forth the foundation of what has been done. These factories, I mean, there are thousands of factories that are cropping up across America. You talk to any of the construction trades and they're saying, we've never seen work like this. It's so amazing. But those factories are being built, and that means people need to be hired. So the jobs fairs are just starting. The Act's only 2 years old that incentivized all of this economic activity. So she can be able to say, I'm going to build on that. And that, to me, that's the story. The foundation was laid, and then what she is going to do to take it to the next level.
do you think there is some needle threading that President Biden will do tonight, though, considering this is somebody who a month ago wanted to be in this race? He wanted this to be his convention. It's not like he decided 2 years ago that this was going to be his last thing.
President Biden is a hero. He is a hero for his selfless act of passing the baton. When he did want this, it was something that he wanted, and he had to take into account all of the data that he factored in. But honestly, there's not a lot of people who would do that. There's not a lot of men in power, and I would say men because they're largely the ones who run countries. There's not a lot of men in power who would do that. In fact, a lot of people who are in that position would try to figure out how do I consolidate and not have to even run again, right? There's a lot of leaders around the world who are doing that, autocrats. But he demonstrated the grace and the selflessness to pass the baton to somebody he's very close to and he knows can carry those positions forward.
You talk about men in power. As a woman in power and as somebody who watched the campaign, obviously in 2016 of Secretary Clinton, what feels different to you this time around of somebody in Kamala Harris who is looking to break that glass?
I mean, number one, she has the benefit truly of having a condensed campaign. Honestly, we should have a discussion about whether our campaigns need to be 2 years long. But anyway, the fact that it's short.
You think that's good for her?
I do. I think it's great because it infuses the energy that you're going to see here tonight and throughout
By the way, in 2 minutes when that call to order happens, I just want to let folks know. So if I interrupt you, that's why we expect.
But
this
wait,
thing to
it isn't
gavel in
even
in
wait
just
a
couple
second,
minutes.
because wait till the people start showing up.
That's right.
I mean, it's just the beginning. It's going to be a great night, and so I think she benefits from that and bringing in a voice like Tim Walz, who is so Midwestern. You gotta love him. Anyway, the bottom line is, I think the combination of them are unique, and it is going to be a rockin' week.
I know you got a lot going on, but let me ask you quickly before you go about Michigan, a state that you know very well, and a state in which we're looking at some of these battleground numbers showing that the vice president is gaining ground on former President Trump. What does she need to do to win your state? You think that's possible? Or
Well,
you think it's realistic?
honestly, I think she's got to talk about these issues. For example, I mean, Michigan was the number, and during the recession, we saw the greatest number of jobs leave. We saw the greatest number of factories leave, you know, and the contrast with what the Republicans want to do by reversing the Affordable Care Act, which is the policy that is causing all of these factories to come and crop up in towns all across, not just Michigan, but America. So she needs to let people know I was the deciding vote on that policy that is creating jobs across America. And we are going to build on that. And for Michigan, that is real. It is deep. It seared my soul when I was governor to see the loss of those jobs. And it is just, I feel so joyous that that trend has been reversed by this administration.
Joyous is a word we've heard a lot this week. I'm sure we'll hear more of it. Jennifer Granholm, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate your time. Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker are joining us here as we're keeping a look at what's happening outside. But inside, we expect things to officially kick off with that call to order probably in the next 30 seconds or so. Of course, the secretary notes, not a packed room just yet. It'll fill up. We'll get there over the course of the night as our teams on the floor are talking about here. But Kristen, let me start with you here and sort of this moment as we tee up to the big headline moment of the night, which is, of course, President Biden speaking.
It is going to be a hugely significant moment. As you just talked about with the secretary, this is not how this convention was supposed to start. Of course, President Biden was at the top of the ticket until a month ago. So I'm told, look, this is going to be emotional, but he is going to, yes, tout the Biden-Harris agenda, but it is going to be a full-throated, I am told, forceful endorsement, call to action to support, to elect Kamala Harris. And as you just were discussing, the question will be, do we get any hints of him threading the needle? This is going to be a passing of the torch moment. And so it will be emotional as well, I think. And he will talk about the fact that, look, in 2020, he ran as someone who would be a bridge to the next generation. This is him basically fulfilling that promise that he made, even though just a month ago, he didn't think that it would turn out this way. So the tone, the word choice, it's all going to be very important.
I mean, Chuck, you better have your headphones on when he takes the stage because the roar of applause, I mean, you heard it, I think, and from every guest that we've had here, from the Democrats that I've been talking to, lavishing praise on President Biden,
almost,
right?
It becomes unbelievable. Like it's hyperbolic.
It's a lot,
Nancy
right?
Pelosi has him on Mount Rushmore. Tim Walz says he's the greatest president of his lifetime.
Heroic.
I wonder what Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan might think of that, or people that are fans of those three presidents. So, and I get it. There's a guilty feeling in this room.
So that's super interesting.
Yeah.
Does his speech give people a permission structure to be excited about Kamala Harris and less guilty?
I think in some ways it's his job.
Yeah.
Is to do that.
He's the only
his
one who
job,
can.
that's right, is to say, I'm
good,
I've let it go, right? You know, so if you're somebody out there who hasn't let it go, and we know there are some people out there that haven't, I think that helps there a little bit. Look, I go back to, everybody wants to figure out the Biden legacy. And it's going to take time for us to truly find out what his presidential term looks like. Who succeeds him will matter and all of those things. And frankly, even if Harris succeeds him, can she win a second term, right? The more successful she is, the better his legacy is. But ultimately, this is who he is. He's been a good soldier in the Democratic Party his entire political career. And once again, he's being a good soldier. He isn't happy about it. He spent his entire professional life trying to get to the Oval Office. And the second he gets there, He's a bit too old to do the job. He won't fully admit that. But it's like, if only, I'm sure he's thought about this. If only I could have had it 10 years sooner. If only I had won in 88, or if only I had won in 2008, or if only, I'm sure he is lamenting, because we didn't see the Joe Biden I grew up professionally covering. I've covered his entire ambition to run for president. My first unofficial internship was in the 88, 87, helping people out with this
You were
race.
only 3. It was crazy.
Yeah, I wish that was the case. And so, like, here's a guy who was dying to have it.
Yeah.
And he finally gets his chance when he's a bit past his prime. And so I think that at the end of the day, he's being a good soldier for the party, because he knew the rest of the party. I mean, look, you can't deny what's happened. The party, clearly there were people that were just like, didn't believe they could handle a second term, and they were out. And they've come back just with the idea of Kamala Harris. We don't even know what kind of president.
I just had a conversation with someone familiar with the situation who said, look, he still feels to some extent betrayed by some members of his party. He still feels hurt. And so that's the other part of this reality. That's part of how he is walking onto that stage tonight. But as Chuck says, I doubt you will see any hint of that in his public remarks, because his whole job tonight is to turn the page.
Here's what we don't know, and I wish I knew. Why did they protect him in a hermetically sealed bubble for the last 5 years? Did they do it because they thought he couldn't handle it? And if that's the case, then that's one thing. Or did they do it out of convenience because they didn't want unfiltered Biden out there? When the irony is they took away his. I always say every president gets there with some superpower that they have with connecting with people. His superpower was affability. Get along with anybody. He was a backslapper. You have an off the record. All of you have had off the records with him. He's an insider like the rest of us. He wants to know who's up, who's down, who's this, who's that. He's a part of the game, and they took him out of it. How his presidency was managed is either an indictment on he didn't have the abilities, or everybody claims to protect him damaged him. So if he's angry about losing this presidency tonight, he should be, and he thinks he's up to it, he should be angry at everybody around him.
We are waiting on that call to order, which we'll bring to you live when it happens. But, Chuck, you talk about somebody you've covered being, of course, President Biden back before he was president. Somebody else you've both covered extensively is former President Barack Obama. He'll speak later in the week. But there have been some comparisons made, even in the conversation that we're having here tonight, between the movement that is happening now, the momentum and the energy behind Kamala Harris, and what you saw in 2008. Is that, based on your reporting and your experience having been there, is that a stretch, or is that a fair comparison?
I don't think we're there yet at a movement. I think Chuck would agree with me.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I think the question is what happens after this convention, and I break that into two pieces. One, what happens in the polls? Does her momentum in the polling continue? Does she get a bounce? She may not. I'll let Chuck talk about the polls, though. But number two, do you see this energy only intensify, and does it start to bring in independents, moderate Republicans, people who are sitting on the fence, people who are still undecided? I think that's when it could turn into something different. She is historic. She's an historic candidate, but I don't know that she's yet the leader of a movement.
I can't tell if you look annoyed by that question, or if you're...
No. I'm
What's your
fascinated
face?
because no. Conventions are about. There's a moment at every convention for somebody who's not been president, for the non-sitting president, where all of a sudden there's a moment where you're like, oh, they actually belong there. It's something you can't. It's an intangible. I remember it with Bill Clinton in '92. He came in very weak. He came in. Ross Perot was winning the presidency. There were people doubting his ability, and he had a command and control of that convention, and he came out of it finally looking like a larger than life figure. There's there's different levels to this. She probably is going to come out of here more of a larger than life figure, and that will make people visualize her in the presidency. And it's something, it's funny. It's like I heard you ask the question about what's different from Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. Hillary Clinton, for whatever reason, I don't think was seen as a groundbreaking politician.
Because her last name was Clinton?
Because her last name was Clinton. I will always go to my grave believing Hillary Smith wins that election, or Hillary Rodham, or whatever last name you want to do other than Clinton.
Yeah.
Because I think Clinton was there was nothing new about it. This is different. And so in many ways, this is an opportunity to really galvanize breaking the glass ceiling here. And I have a feeling that this week could be that week. We'll see, but that's what conventions are supposed to do, is take ordinary candidates and turn them into larger than life figures. That's their job this week.
Well, let me ask you about what's happening on the other side of the aisle, because we know that former President Trump is not just sort of blitzing these battleground states this week in a very busy for him political week, but there's also some new reporting that we're getting in about what the feds are saying about that alleged hack of the Trump campaign. Kristen, what can you tell us?
Let me just read you a little bit of this statement that we got.
This is just into us here in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, from U.S. intelligence communities. This comes from our colleague, Ken Delaney. And I'm just going to read a little part of this statement, which I think summarizes it. Basically, they are officially saying now that Iran is behind that hack of the Trump campaign. They write in a statement in part, quote, "We have observed increasingly aggressive Iranian activity during this election cycle, specifically involving influence operations targeting the American public and cyber operations targeting presidential campaigns. This includes the recently reported activities to compromise former President Trump's campaign, which the IC attributes to Iran. The IC is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties." So this is significant, Hallie. It is going on against the backdrop of, obviously, the fact that we were tracking Russia hacking into the U.S. campaign in 2016, or interfering in the U.S. campaign in 2016, according to intelligence agencies back then. And yet again, here we have a foreign actor that the intelligence community is saying has hacked. We should also note that the Biden campaign, the original Biden campaign, reported that it was potentially the target of an attempted hacking, but that hacking failed. And I think they're still trying to figure out who's behind that.
Well, let me go to one of our Trump campaign reporters, Dasha Burns, who is live for us. She is traveling with the Trump campaign in Pennsylvania. Dasha, I know this is just coming into us. Any response yet from Team Trump on this?
No, we haven't yet heard from the Trump campaign on this, Hallie. I'm checking and refreshing my email just to see. But we are out to them for comment on it. You know, they did publicly announce before the intelligence agencies put out the statement. They're the ones that came out saying, yes, we were hacked and it was Iran. Back then, it was just a Microsoft report talking about Iran attempting to hack a presidential campaign, the Trump campaign saying, yes, it was us. And of course, let's not forget that intelligence officials also released that report about Iranians attempting plotting an assassination of former President Trump. And as Kristen read in that statement there, clearly their tactics are aggressive. And it's something that the intelligence community and clearly all of these campaigns are concerned about this cycle, Hallie.
Yeah. As we're talking about this, Dasha, we're also getting word that former President Trump has sat down for a new interview with CBS News, telling them, and remember the backdrop to the Republican National Convention last month. It came just days after that assassination attempt on the former president. He is now apparently committing to releasing his medical records. Dasha, what else can you tell us?
Yeah, he's committing to releasing those records. He's also touting his success in cognitive tests, which we've heard from him before. He's also saying that he would accept the results of a free and fair election. Again, something that we've heard him say before, but with that caveat, free and fair, what that means to him, he didn't necessarily clarify, at least not in the information that we have right now, Hallie. And he once again in that interview went after Harris's intelligence in the same way that we've heard him do at rallies, and the same thing that we've heard Republican allies criticize him for, Hallie.
Yeah. We'll talk more about that, because somebody who I think you could absolutely categorize in the ally category is Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who told our Kristen Welker, who's sitting next to me here on set just yesterday, I think it was, that he believes Donald Trump is not going to win this election if he continues that, rather than focusing on what they see as policy issues, what they see as Kamala Harris's, in their view, too liberal record. Dasha.
Yeah, well, Hallie, this whole week, his campaign has seemingly very deliberately set up these events with specific sets, almost with backdrops, like today at this manufacturing plant behind me here, to really focus those events on the issues. And so today, I will say he spoke for just under an hour, 50 minutes or so, and for the most part, did stick to the script. He focused on issues like manufacturing, like inflation, like energy production, and a couple of times went off teleprompter teleprompter and did once again attack Harris for her laugh. Also went after Harris's father. So not completely without those personal attacks, but a real focus on the issues. He's also heading to the border later this week in Arizona, where he'll be focusing on immigration, another issue where the campaign believes they have an edge when it comes to his opponent.
Dasha Burns in the Key Swing State of Pennsylvania. Thank you.
It's fascinating to me. The Trump campaign, it keeps throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to figure out Harris.
Yeah.
The latest is that she's running for Biden's second term. You're like, if you're trying to say she's to the left of Joe Biden, then you wouldn't necessarily say that. They're really struggling here. It's interesting, but I will say he is going through the same almost weird denial that Hillary Clinton did against him. Hillary Clinton never thought he was worthy, never thought you should take his policy seriously. Almost in deplorables is always the great shorthand for her sort of being a bit
Dismissive of the voters, of his backers,
and
by the way.
condescending,
Right.
and condescending about him. And he's now doing that same thing to her. I think it's a real turnoff to the swing voters who are actually sitting there going, you know, there are people that are vacillating. And I think just like Hillary didn't fully appreciate that she was actually turning off some voters with her personal disdain for him. He has a personal disdain for this. And the more it shows, the less becoming it is.
If we could rewind for 1 second, I go back to my
I love a
sourcing.
rewind.
Let's
Let's do it.
rewind.
Take us
in
back.
2020,
Windables.
my Trump sources at the time said to me, the candidate he fears most when he was watching the Democratic primary was Kamala Harris,
remember
because
that.
he does not know how to go on the attack against her. And we are seeing that play out in many ways in real time right now.
Boy, from the archives, that was a good pull.
Thank
Kristen
He loved,
her.
remember, he
I
loved
tried
the
to deliver.
announcement.
Yes,
He was obsessed
yes,
with her announcement.
she had the best
He goes, look,
announcement.
she had the biggest
It
crowd.
was snowing.
That's what it was. She had the biggest crowd.
Man, everything old is new again. It seems.
Yes.
Chuck Todd,
Yes.
Kristen Welker, great to have you both. Thank you both
you.
very much. More of this to come. How about we
Yeah.
do this every night
Let's
for the
do
rest
it.
of the week?
3 more
We'll
times.
be here.
All right, very good. Thank you both. We got a lot more coverage of the DNC live from Chicago as we wait for that call to order sometime in the next couple of minutes, we believe. And there's also something that hasn't happened before, at least at a DNC, special access for content creators. We're getting into all of it coming up right after the break. Stay with us here. Our special coverage on News Now continues.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back here live from Chicago, just a couple of minutes away from that call to order when things officially kick off. It may not get rip-roaring for a little bit, though. Looking out behind me, you still got some empty seats, but the room is filling. Delegates are walking in, and we've seen already some of the walkthroughs from some of the key folks speaking tonight, including, of course, President Biden. He's not the only one. There are political A-listers here, but Hollywood A-listers as well, with a whole bunch of celebrities, including Kerry Washington, Mindy Kaling, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, you've got Tony Goldwyn, some of those set to act as almost like MCs, if you will, hosts of the evening, as we're seeing social media used so much more than ever before in this election on both sides of the aisle. You've got the DNC announcing its first ever creator platform where these influencers, content creators are going to have their own space to cover the convention, just like a major network. Perhaps, of course, an effort to bring in the younger voter. Look at the latest polling there, showing Vice President Harris pulling out ahead with that demo in key battleground states. MSNBC anchor Simone Sanders Townsend, NBC News political contributor Cornell Belcher, and former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley, are all joining us now. And if you heard that, you heard that things are kicking off on the floor behind me here. So I'm going to ask for your patience. We're going to take a minute to listen in to the start of the DNC on night one. Here we go.
John Moore and chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison.
Hello, everyone. I am Mignon Moore, permanent chair of the Democratic National Committee. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to my hometown, Chicago. This convention is a celebration of our hard work and accomplishments and of the American spirit that makes this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together and revived our country and our country's soul. And last month, in a true act of patriotism, he passed the torch to the next generation and the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. As convention chair, I may appoint officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Our convention parliamentarians will be former House Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, Broderick Johnson, and DNC parliamentary Helen McFadden. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Harris County.
So here we go. The Democratic National Convention kicking off here on night one, live from Chicago. The room is still filling up, but you just saw the start of that call to order. Cornell Belcher is here with us. Give us a sense of how you're feeling, how you think your party's feeling here.
I gotta tell you, the energy and the momentum that I feel here. Now, look, we got to be careful.
Is that a cliche or is that real?
No, but it's real. It's beginning to feel like 08, and I didn't think I'd ever say that again. As someone who worked for Obama, it is. It's beginning to feel like a movement.
Is it too soon to say that?
That's what I'm afraid of. That's why I didn't want to actually say it. But look at the data. You just showed the data on the young voters. The young voters are coming in line. You got the base of the party coming in line. The party has fallen in love with her. They really have fallen in love with her in such a short period of time.
The Trump campaign senior advisors there make the case it's simply a honeymoon, that it's a sugar high.
As a pollster, something has happened that I've never seen happen. I think it never happened. In 3 weeks' time, less than 3 weeks' time, she went from a net negative to a net positive nationally. You never see that. And it didn't happen while the Democrat Party was spending $100 million on television ads for her. No, it happened because of the young people, the grassroots, and the influencers I think we're going to talk about a little bit on. This is something bubbling up from the grassroots, not from the campaign. It's special.
Simone, you are somebody who, of course, knows the vice president well. You understand the dynamics in play here. Give us a sense of how you think she's taking in this moment and her team.
Well, look, I think my experience with the vice president is that she is someone that uniquely understands the moments that she has found herself in over the course of her career that she has worked for. But she is not enamored by them, if you will. You know, she understands the stakes of every single stage she is on and works to, yes, rise to that occasion, but wants to know what really needs to be done to get to the root of the issue. And as I've been talking to folks, I'm back in New York now, but I was down there in Chicago just yesterday and this morning. As I've been talking to people, this convention, they say, is twofold. They're talking about it as a witness to history. And we hear that and we all think, oh, the history of the nomination of the first Black woman, South Asian woman as a major party nominee. But when they are saying this, her allies and convention staff and campaign staffers, what they are talking about is the historic nature of what Democrats have been able to do over the last 4 years and the history that they have the ability to make in what the work is that they are going to do going forward. And I thought that was such an interesting couching of it, if you will, because obviously this is a historic moment. The witness to history, we're going to see it, the dynamics playing out over the course of the next couple of days. But they are laser focused on the work. And frankly, I think it's smart because if you talk to the American people out there, not Democrats who are excited, I'm talking about regular folks, voters, young people especially, they want to know what is going to be done for them. And Kamala Harris understands that.
And you just saw, of course, the convention gaveling in here for night one live in Chicago. It's official. We have a convention and it's going to last for the next 4 nights. Hogan Gidley, let me bring you into this conversation here because the other thing we're going to see all week long is former President Trump looking to counter program what's happening here, holding events along with JD Vance separately that seek to mirror some of the themes and some of the discussion points that are happening where we are at the DNC. And yet when you look at the polling, Kamala Harris, as we know, over the course of the last 48 hours, some of these new numbers out show she is gaining ground on him, both in key swing states and nationally. Based on your conversations with folks in the Trump orbit, Hogan, how concerned are they about that?
Not too worried right now. I think Simone hit on something that the Trump administration, or excuse me, the Trump campaign is going to try and push back on, which is Simone said Kamala Harris is going to be focused on what she can do for the American people. Donald Trump and Republicans are going to be focused on what Kamala Harris has already done to the American people. When you see high prices for gas and for groceries, when you see a wide open southern border, it's going to be interesting to watch her go on that stage and try and make the point that she understands that the American people are suffering and then try to pretend as though she had nothing to do with it or she didn't have a seat of power for the last 4 years from which to try and fix something for the American people. On top of that, you're telling me you've got solutions to these problems and you're going to let the people suffer for the next 5 months until you get elected? It's a weird place for her to be in. And while the Democrats are going to have a great convention, I'm most certain, because all these things are so scripted, after this is over, it's going to get down to the nuts and bolts, the blocking and tackling, what you have to do on the ground to win elections, but the messaging war will begin in earnest. You will now see who Kamala Harris is, and it's incumbent upon Donald Trump and his team to say she's more radical than Joe Biden and less likable and talk about it every single day.
So Hogan, you and I have talked about this before because you talk about the messaging that has to happen in your view from, and we've heard this from other Trump allies as well. Messaging comes from the candidate, and the message that you're talking about, that others like Lindsey Graham are talking about, that's not the message Donald Trump is delivering. Is he capable of pivoting to that?
Well, first of all, Simone can appreciate this. You always blame the comms guys. It's always the comms people's fault for all of these problems with the candidates. But listen.
But in this instance, isn't it former President Trump himself, Hogan? I mean, you've got Lindsey Graham basically begging him on air publicly to say stop with the personal attacks. And yet we've got this new interview out from CBS in which he's continuing to do it.
Well, also, though, you've just heard from Dasha, your reporter on the ground there with Trump, saying that for the most part, he sticks to the script, but it'll always be that one line or two that veers off that the press will capitalize on and say, look at Donald Trump, he can't be on message. He's talking about the issues that matter to the American people, no question. But I also understand the campaign has some tricks up its sleeve as well. In the coming days and weeks, you're going to see a few little things they're going to do to really hone in and
Like what?
focus on the issues that matter to the people.
What's that? Say more.
Oh, I'm not breaking that news here. You know, as I like to say, Hallie, you never get in front of the president. Let Donald Trump do that.
Can I
Jump in, go ahead.
Can I jump in? Listen, I love the idea that it's going to turn on the issues, because if you turn on the issues, I think it's advantage to VP Harris. So we're going to turn on the issues. Okay, let's talk about choice. Where's Donald Trump on choice, and where's the vast majority of Americans? Okay, we're going to talk
With
about no, they're not with him. It's not even close.
They are.
Did you see the last couple of elections? Did you see the last couple of?
That's
it's
not
just
Donald
nonsense.
Trump's position, and you know it. He's
He
way more
bragged about-
moderate and in
he
tune
bragged
with the
about
mainstream
overturning
than the
Roe v.
left
Wade.
is. No
At any rate,
question.
so on the issues, I love the conversation on the issues. Okay, on the environment, are Americans for more fossil fuel, or are they for sort of moving towards renewable energy? I love this debate on the issues, and I'm sure
Me too.
VP Harris would also.
Well, let me just jump in here, because Simone, I got to ask you this question, because as we've seen former President Trump do a series of interviews, that has not been the case, of course, for Kamala Harris since she got the presidential nomination here. If you were advising her now, Simone, what would you be telling her to do from that? And not to get navel-gazing, but from that media interview perspective, would you be telling her to get out there ASAP?
Well, no, I think when the vice president sits for an interview, she's going to have to answer questions, frankly, real questions about the difference between the policies that she had when she first ran for president and where she is now. I think that you have to have specifics for the American people. And let's just be clear, like a month ago, Joe Biden was the Democratic nominee. And so the idea that Vice President Harris would have a full policy platform teased out that builds on what she did as a part of the Biden-Harris administration, but also specific to what she would do different in the span of a week, I just think it's unrealistic. But I think she needs to be talking to reporters, and I know she's doing that plain side. So we need to see an interview, and I think we'll see one shortly after this convention.
All right, Simone, Cornell, Hogan, thank you all very much for being with us. Cornell, thanks for joining us here on set. I'll let you got a seat down there, or
yeah,
make your way down. Thank you, appreciate it. Let me bring in now somebody who also has a seat down there in, of course, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That is Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle. Thank you so much for being here.
Great to be here.
Let's talk about where things are in the party at the moment, right? Because we've got the president's speech tonight. You've got things kicking off here in just the last couple of minutes officially. I know you're going to get down there and watch President Biden's speech. What do you want to hear from him?
Well, so first, I want the president to hear from us, the delegates to this convention, some 5,000 of whom are 100% united in showing our appreciation for the self-sacrifice that Joe Biden has exhibited just 29 days ago, doing something unprecedented in our lifetime. Also show our deep appreciation for his record in leading us back from COVID, and of course being the Democrat who defeated Donald Trump in 2020. So in many ways, it's a two-way street, right? We do want to hear the president talk about his enormously positive record, one that in terms of domestic policy legislation rivals Lyndon Johnson in the 1960s. But it's also important, I think, for us as a party to show him a deep sense of appreciation.
What that sounds like to me is you're saying a lot of applause and cheering for President Biden tonight. And that's all.
And emotion, I think.
I imagine that's probably right. We might see that in the audience here tonight. Is that a sort of rainbow and puppies look at this? Because there is still a needle for the president to thread. A month ago, you know this, Congressman, he didn't want to step out of this race 6 weeks ago. He was telling our own Lester Holt that he was in it. He was talking about getting out and campaigning on the road, of course, days later, and then he dropped out of this race. So there is an element, I think, of some concern on that front. Do you feel that at all, or do you think that's...
I think from the moment early Sunday afternoon 4 weeks ago, the president issued that extraordinary statement, a lot of that went away. And really what you will see tonight is a deep sense of gratitude for Joe Biden, what he's done as president, but indeed what he's done over a half century of a career. And then over the course of the week, you'll have a pivot. the same way you had with Reagan and Bush in 1988, the same way you had with previous conventions where other vice presidents have been running to succeed a president. After tonight, it becomes more Kamala Harris's convention.
You know the Democratic Party well. Is this the most united you've seen them in a long time? Is that overstating it?
Democrats in array. With the famous line, of course, by Will Rogers was, "I'm not a member of an organized political party, I'm a Democrat." It's time to retire that line because this has been a party of enormous unity. It's also been a party that right now is very enthusiastic. They see, as I see, a path to victory in November. So there's a lot of palpable excitement here in Chicago, and I felt it from the moment I arrived last night.
That path to victory runs through a state that you and I know well, of course, and that is Pennsylvania. It is going to be critical here. There was some discussion and some conversation when the vice president was selecting her own running mate about Governor Shapiro and whether he should take that role. He obviously did not. He was not chosen. He was not selected. How much of an impact do you think that has in PA, and how do you see the governor being a part of this campaign?
So first, let me say, and I have a feeling you won't disagree necessarily on this, Pennsylvania is the most important battleground state in this election. 19 electoral votes. There is no other battleground state that comes close to our size. I also think it's the one that tends to be the most in play. Donald Trump won it by half a percentage point in 2016. Biden won it by 1 point in 2020. That was decisive in both races. Now, in terms of the vice presidential select, Kamala Harris hit it out of the park by picking Tim Walz. And don't get me wrong, Josh Shapiro would have brought a lot of great things to the ticket as well. But you've seen an opinion poll after opinion poll, I've counted up 11 now, where Tim Walz's popularity is almost 2-1 over his unfavorable rating. And contrast that with Donald Trump's decision, where every single day J.D. Vance is making a gaffe. Today, he was in Philadelphia,
Don't
our
even
hometown.
start with me. We got a prep for you. I needed to know what you think about the order.
Am I going to?
Do it. Lay it on us.
He ordered a cheesesteak, and he got it with Swiss cheese, actually repeating the infamous John Kerry gaffe of 2004. That is how J.D. Vance is literally a gaffe a day.
I think he was perhaps, I don't know, making light of the Kerry moment, right? I mean, aware of it at least.
I don't interpret it that way at all. I think that's a little too inside baseball. The reality is, though, J.D. Vance has been just a walking gaffe machine.
Should note, by the way, we're listening to the Children's Choir of Chicago singing behind us, and before that, Jamie Harrison coming out with his 2 kids. As we talk about PA here, an economic message you well know is one that resonates with voters, not just nationally, but in that critical battleground. And yet we've seen Vice President Harris, even in some of these new swing state polls that are just out, and this national poll just out in the last 24 hours, trailing former President Trump on whether or not she can be trusted to handle the economy and inflation. What does she need to do to close that gap?
I've actually seen some polling to the contrary. And of course, most of the recent polling has actually had Kamala Harris slightly ahead of Donald Trump, both in the national number, but even more significantly in the key battleground states, including PA. But look,
sure, on top
this
line, I'm talking about specifically the
specifically on the economy, though. This election will be determined by whichever side lays out a vision for the next 4 years. Every campaign is about not the previous 4 years, but the next 4 years. And I like the fact that this is a ticket that's going to be talking about concrete meat and potatoes, economic issues, versus Donald Trump, who is talking about God knows what, basically anything except for the economy.
Congressman, it's good to have you on. I know you got a busy week ahead of you. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you how you think the Eagles are going to look this season. What's your prediction?
Well, first, we're going to be busy this fall. In October, we'll be watching Phillies playoff baseball well into the World Series. I'm looking for wood to knock as I'm saying this, and I think the Eagles will be doing well. But football injuries, as you know, make have an outsized role. But I feel good about them.
Thank you for channeling your inner ESPN for us here on NBC, Congressman. Thank you very much.
I'm a role player. I can play shortstop and play first base.
Good to see you. Appreciate it. We got a lot more to get to here with our live coverage of the DNC from Chicago Night 1. It is officially in play as we speak. Of course, outside the convention hall, you're looking at this scene moments ago. Some of those demonstrations. We're going to get a check on what's happening there in just a sec as we continue our special coverage right here on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You are taking a look moments ago at some of what was happening at those demonstrations outside the United Center here in Chicago. We have now learned that 4 protesters have been arrested by the Chicago Police Department. That's news coming into us in just the last couple of minutes here. NBC's Maggie Vespa has been there. She is there now live with our team. Maggie, give us the update.
Yeah, so Hallie, basically you can see Chicago police in riot gear have essentially kind of pushed protesters back from the park that was deemed the free speech zone. But that's before we saw a couple of protesters essentially breach the barricade around the United Center. And that's kind of what sparked the initial clash with Chicago PD. Officers in riot gear came swooping in after that happened, and they've been slowly and steadily pushing people back out of this park. And you can see they're kind of basically pushing them back from the DNC. By the way, you can see the United Center just 2 blocks that way. So that's how close we are. Just for reference, this is the largely pro-Palestinian protest that we've been talking about. It's the Coalition to March on the DNC. We're talking about 270 organizations here from across the country. At its peak, it was about 6,000 people. According to Chicago PD, organizers tell us that tracks with their estimates too. And they marched through the city's west side, kind of winding on this 1.1 mile route that was city approved. Everything was peaceful. And they got to that barrier, tensions boiled over. And now we're left with this scene and frankly, this standoff, Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us there in Chicago, of course, outside the convention where those demonstrations have been happening and will continue throughout the week. Still to come, a lot more to get to here as night one is just getting started. Turning around just to take a look, still some empty seats, people filing in. It's pretty compact down there, but fortunately our Jacob Soboroff knows how to work those elbows and create a path. We're going to check back in with him right after the break.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are here night one of the Democratic National Convention, and things are happening here in Chicago. The floor is live and active, and so is our Jacob Soboroff with a delegation from a state that he knows quite well, Jacob, California, right?
The great state of California, Hallie, the most populous state in the union, and by far the biggest delegation here at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. I'll just swing around real quick to show you. Jamie Harrison's up there giving his remarks right now. But right down here in the front rows is my people from the great state of California. And we were just chatting a little bit. Tell me your name.
Veronica Chavez.
And so where are you from in California?
From Anaheim.
From Anaheim.
Yes.
I'm an LA guy, but I'm not going to hold it against you that you're from
Yes.
Anaheim. Go Dodgers.
Yeah.
What's it like for you to be here and honestly have such a great seat?
Yes, it's my first convention and I'm impressed. So I'm supporting Harrison Wells and I'm super excited representing Latino community from California.
It's amazing to look at the polls and see how the Latino vote has changed. And, you know, polls are polls and we'll see what happens on election day. But how folks in the Latino community have come over to the Harris-Walz campaign in the wake of President Biden dropping out. How are you feeling about not only just being here, but about the campaign and what you're hearing from the candidates right now?
Well, I'm super excited and I'm talking a lot with my community. And it's important to come in and vote and change this for immigration too. We need a lot of reforms and everything for immigration as well.
It's one thing to go out and vote. It's another thing to travel across the country here to the Midwest, to Chicago, to sit here for 4 days and listen to these speeches. What's motivating you right now?
Women's right, workers' right, everything is in the vote right now, pretty much.
It's so nice to talk to you. I really appreciate you taking the time. I'll let you get back to listening to Chairman Harrison's speech. Thank you. Nice to meet you. And I'll see you in Anaheim. Go Dodgers. Hallie, this is California, but this is also California over here. And we'll keep a close eye. California is very excited. You happy to be here?
Oh, definitely.
Any LA people?
I'm close to LA.
San Francisco.
San Francisco. You know what?
We're very joyful, and we're not weird. We're not weird. And,
here, what's your name?
Robert Camacho.
Robert Camacho, echoing Governor Walz's line. We're not weird.
We are not weird.
I might be a little weird. Hallie, back to you.
Hey, live your life. You know what I mean? Jacob Soboroff there with the California folks. Jacob Sobo, thank you so much. Good to see you. We're going to be checking back in with you and others throughout the night as our special coverage here of the Democratic National Convention continues right here on NBC News Now.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here is Tom Yamas.
We are live tonight from Chicago as night one of the Democratic National Convention kicks off. You can see the stage just behind me. This convention and the party looking and feeling dramatically different from just a few weeks ago. Vice President Kamala Harris ascending to the top of the ticket after President Biden bowed out in a monumental shakeup to an already unprecedented race. We're taking a live look now at where all the action will take place this week. Just beside me, just below me, all around me. There are a lot of people here. There are quite a few empty seats, but that's because people are still trickling in. The action is just getting started. It's going to be a major test for Democrats working to capitalize on this newfound momentum in the hopes it carries them all the way to the White House. Vice President Harris preparing to accept the party's nomination. The question tonight, how will she introduce herself to American voters throughout this week? In just a few hours, it will be President Biden taking center stage. Earlier, we saw the president doing a walkthrough. You see him right here, getting ready to pass the torch to Harris in a primetime speech. How will he address the party that essentially pressured him to drop out? Tonight's big speakers also include First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Harris now attempting to become the first woman president and break that glass ceiling Hillary Clinton once ran on. We'll hear from a number of notable speakers this week, including former President Obama, former President Clinton, and vice presidential nominee and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Harris's opponent, former President Trump, and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, are hoping to take back some of that spotlight, hitting crucial battleground states. Right now, the race remains tight. Vice President Harris holding a narrow lead, up 4 points in a head-to-head matchup with Trump. All within the margin of error, of course. And a critical issue for voters this election, the war in Gaza. New video showing protesters outside the convention hall ripping down a barricade, police in riot gear just on the other side. We're told several people were arrested. For the most part, they had been peaceful up until this point. Thousands are organizing outside of the DNC this week, demanding a ceasefire. The moment evoking memories of the violent protests at the 1968 convention over the war in Vietnam. But we want to be very clear here. So far, what's happened in Chicago today, tonight, right now, is nowhere near what happened in 1968. But again, this convention is just getting started. Another key question, will the new Democratic ticket chart their own path on policy or continue President Biden's legacy? As the New York Times points out today on the Harris Walz campaign website, there is not a single policy proposal. Will Harris provide more insight into what she would do as a president at this convention? We'll learn it all this week. We have so much to get to on this historic night. Kicking things off for us is our own Peter Alexander, who joins us live from the convention floor. Peter, things are getting very loud as Representative, I think, Maxine Waters, I'm going to take a look here. It's set to take the stage right now. Peter, give us a little vibe check, sort of what the floor is like and how Democrats are sort of wrestling the fact that they now have a new nominee, but they also have to sort of pass that torch to former President Biden. He has to give it to Kamala Harris.
You know, Tom, based on my conversations here, it feels like this is the start of a week-long celebration that less than a month ago was really focused on a fear of disarray and discord. That has evaporated. Walk with us as we see Maxine Waters speaking right now. We'll head up to her delegation, the California delegation, just up here ahead as we get a closer view of the front row, everybody returning to their seats here. You know, Tom, what's striking to me is the energy in this room, and that was among the concerns earlier. The Democrats had been a bit demoralized, but now they are delighted as new polls show that Kamala Harris right now has effectively erased Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden. Now she is, though within the margin of error, showing the Democrats have things going in their direction right now. The latest poll, as you see, 49 to 45%, just within the margin of error. And as we speak to the folks here tonight, a lot of them are saying, you know what? All they care about is defeating Donald Trump. They love Joe Biden. They love Kamala Harris. Their priority is returning a Democrat to the White House this fall. Tom, that's what the focus is going to be on over the course of this week.
You know, Peter, one thing that strikes me as we see Representative Waters there taking the stage is sort of the institutionalism, if you will, of this convention versus what we saw with Republicans. You have former sitting presidents. You did not have that at the RNC. You have a lot of members of the Senate, of the House that are going to be speaking here. Democratic leaders who have been leaders over decades. It shows that the party at least is united on that front.
I think that's right. And in fact, you have a lot of the lawmakers who are going to be participating in the events over the course of these next several days. We're standing in front of Illinois. Tomorrow night, Illinois gets its big moment with both Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, and Barack Obama, the former president, having an opportunity to speak before this crowd. Come with me again. Let's keep walking through here. That's the fun of the convention floor on a night like this. Among those others who'll be speaking, Dick Durbin, also a senator from Illinois right now. You're going to hear from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tonight. Jim Clyburn, Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky. He's going to speak tonight. He was on that list of potential finalists for a possible VP pick for Kamala Harris. His ability to sort of speak to those rural and southern voters was something that I'm told really resonated with those in Harris's inner circle right now. Nonetheless, he's still going to be speaking on her behalf as we expect to hear from him within the next couple of hours, Tom.
Peter Alexander setting the stage for us for what's going to be an exciting week of politics. We are going to dip into that speech now. Of course, speaking as a fixture of the Democratic Party, Representative Maxine Waters of California, currently serving her 17th term. She's also the most senior Black Congresswoman in the House. Let's listen now.
Who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California. We can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
We were just listening to Representative Maxine Waters from California. For more on the start to the Democratic National Convention, joining us now is Senator Tammy Duckworth, who represents the host state of the DNC, Illinois, of course. She's also the vice chair for the Democratic National Committee. Senator Duckworth, first of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for joining our special coverage here at the DNC. I do want to ask you first, is Chicago ready for this week, and is the DNC ready for this week?
Heck yeah, we're ready for this week. We have been planning this for almost 2 years now. We have everything buttoned down tight, and as you're seeing, everything is going along very smoothly. I actually flew in a Coast Guard helicopter yesterday over the city to make sure that the security perimeter and everything was exactly where it needed to be. People are excited. The number of people asking me for credentials is skyrocketing. We're going to blow the roof off of the United Center.
You know, Senator, I do want to ask you, Peter Alexander, our correspondent who's down on the floor, said the atmosphere from the Democrats he's talked to is a atmosphere of celebration. But I do have to press you on this. I mean, this is a passing of the torch, right? But this is somewhat of a strange transition, the way this happened, right? Celebrating the president's 50 years of political service right now and tonight, with him now stepping aside, and he's essentially speaking to a party that wrestled that nomination away from him.
Well, let me make it clear. President Biden made this decision, and he, the patriot that he is, recognized the need to pass the torch, and that is exactly what he did. And we're going to celebrate him tonight. I was very, very privileged to get to meet him as he flew into Soldier Field, and we were able to welcome him to the city. We are going to give him all of his flowers. We're going to celebrate him, his 50 years of service, but also his leadership in handing off the torch to the next generation of leaders. But I got to tell you, I don't think Joe is done. I don't think Joe Biden is done. I think he's going to be like Jimmy Carter. I think he's going to be a president who's going to continue to serve this country because he cares so deeply and he loves America so much. You're going to see him continue to work on all the issues that are important to him, like the cancer moonshot, as he's already talked about. So this is not the end of Joe Biden, and he's going to be the grand leader of our party.
Senator, you know, you said you mentioned you got a chance to meet him when he landed, when he touched down here in Chicago. What was his mood like?
He was jubilant. We applauded him as he came off of Marine Corps One, and he was excited to be here. I saw him on Friday when he declared the Springfield Race Riot Act a national monument, when we were with him in the Oval Office on Friday. He is really focused on getting things done, on a peace deal in the Middle East, on the cancer moonshot, on button down his legacy. But again, as I said, I see a man who's looking forward, and he's going to be a leader of our party, and he's going to continue to do the work for many more years to come.
I think a lot of Democrats and voters are going to be looking forward to his speech tonight. Senator, you're here doing this interview. You are helping us inform our viewers on your party's positions. That is something Vice President Harris has yet to do, right? She hasn't done any news conferences. She hasn't sat down for any interviews. Do you think that'll change after this week? I mean, when will voters see her completely unscripted?
Well, we're building up to Thursday night when we nominate her. And when that happens, you're going to see the rocket fuel get ignited right here in the United Center. And she's going to bring the message out to the voters. They started already between her and Tim Walz with the bus tour. And you're going to see that we're going to carry her all the way through to the first week in November when she's going to become Madam President. But it starts here in Chicago, where we tell the story of what happens when you put progressive policies like raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, like supporting working families, supporting unions, making Illinois the state that is a beacon for reproductive choice, whether that is access to reproductive health care or access to fertility treatments like IVF. That message is going to come through loud and clear because we started this convention right here in Chicago.
Senator, you mentioned all of your political service, but I thanked you at the top of this interview for also your service to our military. You served as a U.S. Army helicopter pilot, serving in the Iraq War. You left 2 legs behind. I want to get your reaction to comments made by former President Trump. Here's what he said earlier.
It's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but civilian version. It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead. She gets it, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman.
Senator, what is your reaction to those comments from former President Trump?
It's revolting, and he is not fit to be commander-in-chief of our great military. And frankly, he's a 5-time draft dodger. He is a convicted felon, and he clearly thinks that our military men and women are suckers and losers, just like what he said before. He does not deserve to be in the Oval Office, and we're going to make sure he never gets there.
Senator, you know, Republicans have also attacked the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, the running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris here, questioning his military service, and that when it was time to go to Iraq, they essentially said he chose to run for Congress. Even the people he served with, it's sort of been a mixed bag. Some support him, saying he wanted to do the right thing. He wanted to run for Congress. He was owed that right. Others said that essentially when they knew they were going to go to Iraq, he decided to run for office. He should have stayed and fought in Iraq like people like you did for the U.S. National Guard. What do you think those criticisms are fair? Or do you think it's all politics?
I think it's politics. They're going after one of his greatest strengths. This is the Rumsfeld doctrine, right? Take your opponent's greatest asset and his greatest strength and go after it. This is Tim Walz's greatest strength. The fact that he served in uniform as an enlisted man for over 24 years of service. He was due to retire and he retired. I mean, he stayed beyond 20 years. He stayed for 24 years. And I think it is really important that we are going to have him in the Situation Room. The world's a scary place right now, and we need military leadership. And to have someone who served formerly as a command sergeant major, somebody who served for all those 24 years, who has been there for the troops, is somebody that we need in the Situation Room, somebody that Kamala can depend on and who's going to be in touch with the military. And remember, this is the guy who fought for the PACT Act, who looked out for veterans, who made sure that our veterans who were exposed to burn pits and other toxic substances were well compensated and going to be cared for. Nobody cares more for the troops than Tim Walz. And I served with him in Congress, and I know that on a personal level.
Senator Tammy Duckworth, again, we thank you so much for your service. We thank you for hosting us here in the great state of Illinois. We're looking forward to a very exciting week of politics and all types of great speeches. Senator, again, we thank you for your service. We thank you for being here. For more on what we can expect here on night one of the DNC, let's bring in our political pros tonight. Claire McCaskill, Senator Claire McCaskill, I should say, the former Democratic senator from Missouri and an NBC News political analyst. Don Calloway, a Democratic strategist and host of the Caucus Room podcast. And Mark Lauder, former strategic communications director on the Trump 2020 campaign. We thank you all for joining us. I do want to preface this conversation by saying we're waiting for a very special moment that's going to happen out on stage. We're waiting for the Reverend Jesse Jackson to come out and salute essentially the convention hall. We're going to pause and bring you that live. Senator McCaskill, I want to start with you. Is this a strange moment for Democrats? Is this a happy moment for Democrats? Is this a transition moment for Democrats? You're going to have President Biden, 50 years of service, right? He has supported the Democratic Party. He ran for president. He won, and then it sort of was taken away from him. How does he handle that in a speech tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to give everyone permission to be excited about the Kamala Harris-Tim Walz ticket. He made the decision to do this, and he did it because he cares more about his country than he cares about himself. You don't see that on the other side of the equation. It is a selfless thing he did. And the Democrats who wanted him to step down was selfless. Is this Jesse?
No, you keep going, Senator.
So I really do think that by stepping aside, he has made his legacy even more legendary, because most politicians cannot ever make a decision for the good of someone else rather than themselves. And that's what he did.
Let's take you live to the stage right now, the Reverend Jesse Jackson there, along with the Reverend Al Sharpton.
And his sons.
And yeah, Reverend Jesse's son's with him as well. Of course, Reverend Jackson, a hero here in Chicago. He worked so long, the Rainbow Push Coalition based here, as other members of the Jackson family come in. Reverend Jesse Jackson also has an incredible history when it comes to presidential elections, running in 1984, running in 1988, coming very, very close, and being always a major voice and later a power broker within the party. I can tell you right now, everyone in the convention hall on their feet is a standing ovation for a man who's dedicated his life to the Democratic Party and to the causes and the rights of African Americans. Don Calloway, as we look at this, you wanted to weigh in. Tell me your thoughts.
My sons are to my left, my longtime friend, Senator, to my right from Missouri. This is an extraordinary moment. We have to remember that Jesse Jackson was on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel on April 4th, 1968. There is a long period in the 1980s where he is the center of African-American political life. So I'm so happy to see him get his flowers tonight just before the president. Jesse Jackson is an extraordinary American, and this is just a remarkable moment.
You know, and he really set the stage for people like the Reverend Al Sharpton. I covered his presidential campaign. There was a great book written called Thunder in America about the '84 campaign. And what Jesse Jackson was able to do with that campaign, essentially run as an outsider before that term was probably even coined, right? And then get to '88 and really give Democrats a run for their money. It was an incredible story.
It was an incredible story, and he won states. He won real delegates who represented him and voted for him on the floor of the Democratic National Convention. There is a through line from Dr. King to Jesse Jackson to Barack Obama and Kamala Harris. So this is extraordinary.
And an incredible communicator, too. I mean, you can't say enough.
I'll never forget the night of Super Tuesday in 2008. And then we were in a small gymnasium here in Chicago with it was like several hundred people, but it wasn't a huge crowd. And it was the night that everybody realized that Barack Obama was going to get the nomination. And I looked over to the side, and there quietly, standing against the wall, was Jesse Jackson with tears coming down his face. And I'll never forget that. And what a poignant moment that was, because he realized that what he'd worked for all those years was actually going to be realized.
Democrats can't get to the presidency. They can't get to the White House without the African-American vote. Talk to me about what Kamala Harris now at the top of this ticket means for African-Americans.
It's a special moment for African-Americans, for Indian Americans, and particularly for women. Hillary Clinton obviously put a million cracks into that glass ceiling. And we don't know that Kamala Harris would have gotten there were it not for this extraordinary circumstance. But that's okay. Sometimes it takes extraordinary circumstances for history to be made. Obviously, she's not the first woman who was qualified or the first African-American who was qualified. But this is a special moment, and it really is historical. But the reality is that she is a substantive candidate who's qualified to be president. So let's not get lost in the historical value of the moment. Let's recognize that she's prepared and qualified to do the job.
I'll tell you something I did notice, and tell me why this is. I'm pulling into the convention hall, and I see vendors on the streets, and they're selling T-shirts with Kamala Harris's face on it. I don't remember seeing that for President Biden. I didn't see that for Hillary Clinton. It's been a while since I've seen that type of enthusiasm. What is it about her that you can get people, vendors like that, selling shirts? It happens a lot on the Trump side, but it hasn't happened in a while since I would say President Obama was running.
It's the recognition of the shift that this is a cultural moment now, and you cannot win the presidency, particularly as a diverse candidate, without grabbing the attention of the culture at some point. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, that's something that Joe Biden was not able to do. He is an extraordinary president, extraordinarily successful legislatively, but he had not yet captured the zeitgeist. It shows that that transition has happened for this Harris-Walz campaign.
Mark, I want to bring you in. It's been a tough couple of weeks for the Trump campaign. It seems like the former president hasn't figured out yet exactly how to run against Kamala Harris, right? He's focused on strange things like he's better looking, he says, than she is. He's focused on other things that maybe voters wouldn't really care about, crowd sizes, AI, things like that. Do you think he's just sort of lost it a little bit, become undisciplined, or were they so confident they were going to win this that now with this new candidate, they've been thrown for a curve?
Well, I think if you actually break down what he's saying, he is covering all the major issues. He's talking about the economy. He's talking about energy prices. He's talking about the border. He is obviously, going on, mentioning the other items that you've mentioned. And that's what I know many in the media like to focus on. But for those who are actually listening to what he says, he's actually talking about real policy solutions to lower gas and grocery prices, to deal with the southern border. Well, basically, Kamala Harris has zero policies on her website. She's got more pronouns than policy, and good vibes and energy isn't going to deal with the issues that really matter to the American people. And I think that's why she's not going even further in the polls. She's technically still losing based on where Joe Biden was in 2020 by 5 to 6 points, where he was then versus now.
Right, but there are polls right now that show her ahead of former President Trump, especially in some swing states. Don, I do want to get to you. Republicans do have a point. No news conferences. There's been no sit down with a major interviewer, right? They're talking about unscripted moments. The New York Times today pointing out on their own website, there's no policies there. What's going on?
Well, it's significant that Kamala Harris has chosen not to let the media shape the narrative of her campaign. She gave her first major policy speech last week, but she recognized that to some significant degree, mainstream media tanked President Biden's candidacy and had a lot to do with him getting out of here, and she's not going to let that happen to her.
Claire, you know this. Voters deserve to hear from candidates unscripted. Don't the voters deserve to hear from her? Unscripted challenge. She's going to have to face off with people like Vladimir Putin, with Kim Jong-un, right? Shouldn't voters know that she can stand there tested?
I think they will before the election. And with all due respect, the policies that Trump talks about, it's not like there's a lot of detail there. He says, like, I'll get it to you in 2 weeks, my health care policy. It's going to be better than Obamacare.
I think the comparisons were to like Hillary Clinton, who came out with lots of policies. Joe Biden, 110-page document when he ran.
That's been a problem for the Democrats. They get so far in the weeds on policy, they lose the narrative that they're the ones fighting for the people.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's fighting for Donald Trump. That's very clear. What's going to be clear after this week is that the Democrats are fighting for the people of this country, and I think her policies will reflect that.
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't remember any of Trump's speeches being full of policy, just grievance.
Claire, I want to ask you a tough question. I'm going to put this back. I'm going to tell our director to pull up the New York Times story we had from the weekend. It was a profile, right? And legendary Democratic strategist James Carville was quoted in this, right? And it was about politicians who stay in office too long. And he says, it's a human story that repeats itself. He says, hell, the day after Bill Clinton got elected and everyone knew I wasn't going into government with him, the phone just stopped ringing. I used to literally get the shakes thinking nobody gave a crap about me anymore. That's why the only way people leave Washington is in a pine box or in handcuffs. This power stuff is addictive. Do you think Carville's read on this is right? Is that why it took President Biden so long to maybe realize that this wasn't his time anymore?
I think history is full of folks that have a hard time letting loose of power and have a hard time measuring their power in terms of not going too far. I think we've got a good example of that in Donald Trump. He doesn't want his power to be limited by anything. He's said he'll do away with the Constitution on day one. Now, I don't care if it's hyperbole or not. It's a stupid thing to say in the United States of America. So I do think that I've seen tragic examples of people staying in Washington too long. And I say to all of my friends who are getting on in years, come on out here in the real world. It's fine. I feel guilty. I'm so happy I'm not in Washington anymore.
Yeah. Mark, final question to you. When do you think sort of the Trump campaign hammers it down, maybe gets a little more discipline and figures out how to campaign and run against this new ticket? Or do you think they already have?
I think they already have. I mean, about $100 million in advertising has just been reserved in the key battleground states. We have Kamala's own words to use against her, whether it's supporting the Green New Deal, whether it's free health care and amnesty for illegal immigrants, soft on crime. Now she wants to raise taxes and take basically a page of socialism with government price controls. All we have to do is use Kamala's words against her, and the American people know that's not the answer. Things were more affordable. The world was safer. Our border was more secure when Donald Trump was in office. All the other problems created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Mark Lauder, Don Calloway, Senator Claire McCaskill, so great for this conversation, a great kickoff to this convention. We thank you for that. While we get ready to hear from President Biden tonight, just outside of the DNC, thousands of protesters have gathered, many here to protest the Biden administration's response to the war in Gaza. Several people were arrested just moments ago. For more on this, Maggie Vespa joins us live now. Maggie, talk to us about the situation out there and what we saw, I think, happen about an hour ago.
Yeah, so Tom, actually, police have shut this down swiftly. You can see the fence behind us has been restored. This is the perimeter that a couple of protesters breached earlier today, and then police with riot gear moved in. We have video from some of the chaos. Just like you said, in the last hour or so, we had a crowd of about 6,000 people that marched through the city, ending here roughly a block from the United Center, and again, breaching the barrier, facing off with police in riot gear just inside this fence. 4 of them, according to Chicago PD, were arrested. For some context here, this is a largely pro-Palestinian protest. People here demanding the vice president and the Democratic Party commit to a ceasefire in Gaza and end America's support of Israel. Obviously, Tom, tensions boiling over, but I got to tell you, Chicago police moved in swiftly. They shut this down quickly, already clearing this park out, which was incredible to watch.
Yeah, Maggie, I wanted to ask you about that. I don't see a single protester behind you. Where'd they go?
Yeah, you're not wrong. They went every which direction they could. I mean, we watched police move in from multiple directions, and it was basically 3 sides of the park were kind of pushed back. We're going to swing around this way if we can and show you, like, this is the park that we were in earlier today. It's completely clear. We have signs on the ground. People left this fast that they just left their signage here and kind of scattered in every which direction. Some of them, it seems like, went back to the park north of here where this initially started. Some of them kind of went back toward the east side of the city. Basically every which way they could, Tom. Police moved in very quickly, and after those 4 arrests happened, people were pretty quick to get out of here.
Is it your understanding that that's it for the night? Are they regrouping and coming back later as President Biden is set to take the stage in prime time, or is that it?
As far as the organized march goes, it was only this one and done event. And they knew that they were doing that hours before President Biden was set to speak. So as far as the size that we saw earlier and kind of the organized marching efforts, I would be really surprised if they came back out today. They plan to be back at their starting point about a half mile from here by 4. Then things kind of got out of control here. We could, of course, see some factions break off and sort of protest throughout the city tonight. And we'll be watching for that, of course. But it seems to be largely a one and done with that caveat in mind.
All right, Maggie Vespa going to be covering the protest for us all week. Maggie, we appreciate that. Back to the convention floor now. As we've mentioned, in just a few hours, we'll hear from President Biden in what is expected to be a bittersweet moment for the Democratic Party. Biden now officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. The highly anticipated speech coming nearly a month after Biden withdrew from the presidential race. For more on this historic moment, Mike Memoli joins us now from here at the DNC. Mike, I'm so honored that we have you tonight because I don't know if there's any reporters out there that have covered Biden as long as you have, that know the Biden family, know the Biden insiders as much as you do. I guess my question is, how much of this speech do you expect is going to be building Vice President Kamala Harris up, and will there be any sort of score settling?
Well, Tom, I think one of the reasons why this speech is so anticipated tonight for everyone in this room is because it's worth underscoring just how dramatic and for some Democrats traumatic the last 2 months has been since that debate performance from the president on June 27th. Whether Democrats wanted him to stay in the race or whether they were some of those who had concerns and wanted him out of the race, they want to shower him with love, with admiration for his decades of service to the party. Now, as I've been talking to people close to the president, they say his mission in some ways hasn't changed. He still wants to use this moment to underscore what he thinks are the stakes of this election, that he thinks Donald Trump still is a threat to democracy, and he's going to ask everyone in this room and everyone watching at home to do their part to make sure he is kept from the Oval Office. He also wants to use this moment to talk up his vice president. He understands that he still has some work to do, as does the party as a whole, in consolidating that Biden-Harris coalition around her. There is such a close margin in this election, even though Harris is outperforming where Biden was, they can't take any vote for granted. So he's going to talk about the progress he sees this country having gone through in the last 4 years and the ways in which his vice president has been an important part of that. As for the score settling, Tom, it's been said, including by the First Lady herself, her husband doesn't hold grudges, she holds them for him. And so part of her role tonight is going to be thanking those Democrats who did stay loyal to her husband. And that's going to be an important part of this evening as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that speech either. You know, Mike, not that you described it this way, but it can't all be puppies and unicorns and rainbows for Joe Biden. Is he resentful? Is he angry? Is he disappointed? I know that may not show through in the speech tonight, but what have you heard about his headspace since he had to sort of give the ticket over to Kamala Harris?
Well, it's clear that he has obviously a good amount of disappointment still, that he is not coming into this convention tonight, having that moment, which, by the way, he was deprived of 4 years ago. Remember, because of COVID-19, after decades of being a loyal party soldier, he did not get this kind of atmosphere when he accepted the Democratic nomination. But as I was talking to one very close advisor in the last few days, they said, listen, he's made a decision and he's moved on. Yes, they acknowledge that a lot of the people around him haven't. But I also think it's important to point this out, Tom. He is maybe not going to enjoy all these tributes in the way that people might assume that he will, because he has kind of seen this movie before. Remember, in 2016, he wanted to run for president in 2016 as the sitting vice president. He obviously did not make that decision to do so in part because of the death of his son, Beau, but he also did that because he felt that President Obama, other senior Democrats did not support him in making that potential decision to enter the race. And so as he watched the tributes 8 years ago at the convention, there was a long 6-minute tribute video. There was an outpouring of an affection for him 8 years ago. He has seen this movie before, and so it may not quite land as much as people might think for this outgoing president the way they expect it to.
Mike Memoli, again, always great to have you in the show. I know we're going to talk to you throughout the week. A key voting bloc Democrats are relying on come November, young people. There are nearly 8 million Americans who can vote for the first time this election. Data out from Tufts University showing 5 states have already registered more young voters than turned out in 2020, including the battleground states of Nevada and Michigan. A recent New York Times Siena College poll of likely voters in the battleground states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin show Harris with a 15-point lead among likely voters under 30. And the issues driving these young voters to the polls: the economy, specifically cost of living, reproductive rights, the environment, and of course, gun control, all top of mind in a recent survey of young voters in battleground states. Joining me now is someone who has that pulse on what young Democratic voters are looking for, David Hogg, a survivor of the Parkland shooting and co-founder of March for Our Lives. He's also the president of Leaders We Deserve, an organization, a PAC, I should say, focused on electing young progressives in politics. So, David, thanks so much for joining our special coverage. Why do young voters like Kamala Harris?
Ultimately, I think it's that they're excited for somebody new. We didn't want to have a rematch of 2020, but also they've seen her deliver repeatedly with the administration on passing the first gun law in our lifetimes. In 30 years, those voters that you just talked about, we hadn't passed a gun law until just a few years ago after Uvalde. She's also the director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and we've seen massive action on climate, the largest climate spending, not just in American history, but in human history from this administration. And I think that's why they're really excited. And of course, we can't forget about reproductive rights, especially, which is a top issue, especially for young women.
You work to get progressive leaders elected. How do you fall on the Biden-Harris administration when it comes to Gaza? It's been a problem for Democrats. Progressives have not been happy with the way that Palestinians, especially those children in Gaza, have been treated. The war is ongoing. There is no ceasefire. Where do you land on it?
We need a ceasefire, right? And I know the vice president has called for that, but we also know that what we've been doing out there, frankly, you know, I'm not a foreign policy expert, but I don't think you need to be one to know that what we're doing hasn't been working. The strategy that we've been using hasn't been working. The hostages are still there, and there's still a war going on. And ultimately, I got involved in this because of violence at my school. I don't want to see this horrific violence continue anywhere, period.
Yeah. You know, in every election, people talk about the young vote. The young vote, will the young vote matter? Do you think the young vote turns out in 2024, and why?
Well, it will. It will turn out and vote because we've been voting consistently at the highest rates ever in American history for the past 3 election cycles. And we know that when people vote 3 times, they basically vote for the rest of their lives, or they're much less likely to not vote again. And I think they're going to continue that momentum into this election. We saw that again in 2022, even when there wasn't a presidential election. So I think those young people are going to continue turning out. But that's part of what I'm doing with Leaders We Deserve, is working to give these young people other young people to vote for. And if anybody wants to know more about that, they can just go to leaderswedeserve.com.
Since you endorsed Harris, she selected Governor Tim Walz to be a running mate. I know you were behind him
just
from the get-go. I know, I know you really liked him. But talk to me about how you came to that moment, because he has evolved on gun control, right?
Yes.
He was supported by the NRA. At one point, he had to give back a donation from the NRA after the shooting in Vegas, and a conversation after Parkland with his daughter as well. He's an avid hunter. He obviously served. Do you trust him? Do you feel like he's gonna listen to you, and he's not just saying things just to get elected and changing policies just to get votes?
Look, I've talked a lot with Governor Walz, especially in the lead up to the picking of him as the VP, because I was so excited about him, because he has that credibility. He's ran in a super tough district multiple times, and he understands what it means to be a responsible gun owner, but he also understands that that doesn't mean that our kids should fear for their lives in schools. You know, I grew up around guns myself. I think most Americans agree with that. And what I look for isn't whether or not what promises they make me, but have they delivered in the past on this? And what we've seen from Governor Walz is an evolution where he not only renounced his support from the NRA and gave those donations that he took to charity, but then passed multiple gun laws in Minnesota and allocated over $50 million to fight gun violence in the state. And I trust him. I do, because if you're campaigning on this and you're out there saying that we're going to ban assault weapons, there's no incentive not to do that.
All right. David Hogg, we thank you for joining our special coverage tonight.
Thank you so much, Rob.
All right, we'll have much more tonight as our special coverage of the DNC continues. We're just hours away from President Biden's keynote speech. One of the president's former speechwriters joins us next with some insight. We're going to have much more from Chicago on this historic night when we come right back.
sure none of you out there, when you were just told that Joe Biden was going to be the speaker, wondered who in God's name is Joe Biden.
Let me say this simply as I can. Yes, I accept your nomination to run and serve with Barack Obama.
Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I will be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together.
That was a look back at some of the President Biden's most significant moments speaking at the DNC after 50 years of public service. This will be the 13th convention Biden attends, and it could be his most significant. Joining us now is Jeff Nussbaum. He's a former special assistant and senior speechwriter to President Biden. Jeff, you were telling me yourself maybe you possibly worked on some of those speeches there.
Yeah, I didn't have my audio on, so I wasn't hearing
You
them.
weren't sure. You couldn't listen to your beautiful words. I do want to ask you, this is going to be a different type of speech, and I was talking to Mike Memoli about this. It's sort of a strange moment for him, right? 50 years in public service, literally given his life to the Democratic Party, and the nomination was taken away from him. Do you think we're going to hear only things that are positive about Kamala Harris, or do you think there'll be an undertone of some bad blood?
Oh, I don't think you'll hear or see any bad blood, but I do think you'll start to see a through line that runs through all of President Biden's service. As we were just talking before, I started to look at his Senate farewell in 2009, which was the last time he sort of closed a chapter. 2016 was a little different. He wasn't running. He was supporting Hillary. And so in that speech, he talked about how much America can change when people devote their life to service.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a thread there that goes through his presidency as well, how much America's changed and how much it's changed under his presidency.
He's obviously a much older man, right? That's clear. I don't think that there's a debate anymore about that. Do you think he still has it at times to sort of telegraph and just deliver what he really feels in his heart at this point?
Yeah, I think at his best, he is still one of the best. And I think, he always thinks of this as a conversation. And so I think you'll hear him sort of have that conversation. I also think that there's something really interesting that's happening here, which is if you look at, again, the sort of through lines, this is a guy who, when he declared he's running for president, it was to restore the soul of the nation, rebuild America's middle class, rebuild our infrastructure, and serve as a bridge. And so he gets to stand up and say, I'm that rarest of presidents that's kept all the promises I've made.
We were talking with Mike about Dr. Joe Biden as well. and Mike pointed out that she has said that he doesn't hold grudges. The president, she does. What do you think about her speech tonight? What do you think we're going to get from her?
She has always been kind of the angel on his shoulder, or maybe the devil, or maybe the devil.
Does it sound like the angel?
Yeah. I think she gets to talk about a partnership because she's been on this journey with him, and she has witnessed the sacrifices, like the real personal sacrifices that go into a lifetime of service. And so to the extent that she can set people up and remind people of how much he's given to this country, he doesn't need to do that work.
Yeah. There are a lot of political junkies that are watching tonight. You told me that you've worked on the speeches at these conventions for years. Give me your top 3 most memorable moments of just the speeches that really resonated with you.
Well, certainly Obama 2004, and it was.
I was there. I saw that one.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Everyone was like, "What's this guy's name?" Wow.
Yeah, and people came out of the rehearsal room. Like on paper, we were like, "Oh yeah, this looks like it'll be nice," and then people came out of the rehearsal room and said, "This is one of the few you want to go to the floor to see."
Yeah, I remember reporters were going, "Wait, what's his name?"
Yeah.
Right after.
Right.
And that launched really that put him into the political stratosphere right after.
In people's memory, they think it was like huge. It was 16 minutes. 16 minutes from being unknown to being a future president.
Yeah.
So that's what these speeches can do. I think Jennifer Granholm had a ton of fun in 2012, sort of taking down Mitt Romney and speaking up for Detroit auto workers. That was a fun one. And then the ones I look for all the time are the terribly named real people, the people who didn't seek politics and didn't seek celebrity, but just get on stage and tell their stories. I find those the most
and blow the roof off the place.
Yeah,
Right. That
and I
happens
find
all
them
the time.
so real and so powerful.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jeff, thanks so much for talking to us. We really do appreciate it.
Great
we
to be
thank
with
you
you.
for being here, and I know it's going to be an exciting convention over the next 4 days.
Should be.
All right. We are live tonight from Chicago as night 1 of the DNC gets underway. The energy around the Democratic Party shifting significantly since President Biden exited the race. Will the Harris campaign be able to keep up the momentum? We have much more of our special coverage just ahead.
school bells are ringing, it's time to get the perfect phone plan for your kids at half the price you're used to. Telomobile comes to rescue your family budget with the most flexible phone plans in the U.S. Need just talk and text for the little ones? No problem. Have a data-hungry teenager? Go for unlimited at just $25 a month. Easily upgrade individual lines and build a family plan that fits everyone's needs. Visit Tello.com and discover more.
You got to see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now with our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention live from Chicago. And as this week kicks off, all eyes are on the Harris campaign as they rally the Democratic Party around the vice president. For more on this campaign and the unprecedented nature of this convention, I want to bring in NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd and senior political correspondent for Puck News, Tara Palmieri. Thank you both for being here. So, Chuck, you've covered a lot of conventions. You've been in this game for decades. Have you ever covered a convention like this where you have an incumbent who's going to speak to the party who had the nomination wrestled away from him?
Well, obviously not. We've not. LBJ didn't come, right? In 68, he didn't come. The closest I can come to, at least of having an atmosphere like this, is a little bit of 2000. And Al Gore came into his convention week. He was trailing George W. Bush. Clinton was sort of hanging over his head, and they had to give Monday night to Bill. And they sort of got the Bill thing out of the way. He did. And by the end of that convention, he rallied, and it became the convention worked. It made him a worthy potential successor, and it was a much more competitive race. Obviously, we know how it ended. So I guess that's the closest I can come to sort of what we're going to experience tonight. But look, it's
you think there's surprises tonight?
I doubt it, because at the end of the day, Joe Biden is a good party member. He's a good soldier. That's what has made him successful and why he didn't get the presidency for so long. He's always done the correct thing in the party. Like Bill Clinton broke, he wanted to break some glass to change the party. Barack Obama was willing to break glass to change the party. That's actually not who Joe Biden is. He always wanted to be a good soldier, and he sometimes would get bitter that it wasn't rewarded more. That I cheered whoever
And he essentially did what the party wanted this time.
And he did the same thing this time. I am curious how enthusiastic he sounds about it.
Terry, you cover Republicans a lot. They're foaming at the mouth, right? Just railing on the media. No news conferences for Harris. No sit-down interviews. The questions
that come up made this happen, Tom.
Yeah.
She's doing interviews with content creators today instead
right.
of,
So let's call it the Harris honeymoon, right? When does the Harris honeymoon end? Because because at some point she's going to have to sit down. She's going to have to do a serious interview. She's going to have to go unscripted, maybe even a full news conference, but it has to happen.
Oh, absolutely has to happen. And, we're starting to see her talk to reporters. Like yesterday, she spoke to some reporters in Pittsburgh, and they asked her, how are you going to pay for your economic plan, right? And she didn't really make a lot of sense. She just kept saying over and over again, it would be a return on investment. It would be a return on investment.
Yeah.
She said it 4 times over a, 30, 60 second, and it just wasn't very strong. You could tell she's a little rusty when she's not on her teleprompter, and she hasn't always done well in the past when in a one-on-one. You saw what happened with your colleague Lester Holt. And so I think that this is actually a disservice to her. They're really building this up to be a very momentous moment when she finally sits down with a network anchor, and she could make one wrong move, and that's the entire news cycle.
Talk to me about it.
This drives me nuts how many political strategists are their own worst enemy. They always want to limit. Look, I think this is what, if Biden is angry that he does not, this isn't his convention, you should blame everybody around him. You could have set the country up over the last 3 years to get used to Grandpa Joe if they let Grandpa Joe out there all the time. And look, over time, people got used.
The debate was a shocker for people.
Right, because they hadn't seen any version of it. But maybe if they had seen it, there would have been more tolerance for it. And you do exactly what Tara said. They are making it so that the first interview she does
be so much pressure.
Becomes a huge pressure. I'm not as convinced they're going to do the big sit down with
Chuck,
a traditional network. I think you'll see them with more what I would call allied media.
Right. And
I think that's likely.
And that's what
By
Joe
the way,
Biden did. Yeah.
And that's what Donald Trump does. He's not going to unfriendly places anymore.
Look, we come from this.
He doesn't anymore.
Obviously, we're all reporters here. We want to ask questions. We want to inform our viewers and our readers. So in this sense, we do have a dog in this fight. But I do want to ask you, could this really happen? I mean, early voting is going to start very soon.
Yeah.
Could early voting start without her having really been scrutinized by the media at all?
Well, it depends on your definition of scrutinizing. I mean, on one hand, all we have is her last campaign.
Right.
And you would think this is something that I wouldn't want if I was the Harris campaign.
Right.
But the campaign stuff you don't want out there. Paints her much more liberal.
And do it now, before you're close to November.
Right. So it does, in that sense, that's surprising. But, the way everything gets weaponized on social media, there's a reason why, unfortunately, why you see fewer and fewer elected officials sitting down with truly sort of dispassionate media, I call it.
Yeah.
They won't do it because the fear is not the questions we ask. The fear is the one bad answer they get that gets weaponized and used over and over again. And it's in her head.
Yeah.
She has always had this issue because Fox, early on in this vice presidency, took every wrong moment and just amplified. And it impacted her.
Yeah.
She was constantly, and that's why she actually took a lower profile for a while. So it impacted that White House staff.
It feels like, and tell me if I'm wrong here, Chuck, it feels like, I don't want to say she's running away from Biden's record, but she's trying to run her own race. Sure. And I bring this up because you have a one-term president, vice president. George H.W. Bush, he had 8 years of Reagan.
Yep.
Al Gore, 8 years of Clinton. It was hard for them to remove, if you want to call it, the stink of the incumbent there.
Right.
But it feels like Harris doesn't have that problem. Am I wrong?
No, and because the voters wanted him out, right?
Yeah.
Why is the party rallying around her? They don't love Kamala Harris. They're relieved that it's somebody other than Biden.
Yeah.
And that's what this convention has to do, is to turn that energy from just being, oh, at least it's not Biden energy, to, hey, we really like her.
Yeah.
She's a movement. She's now larger than life. This is what this convention's job. Look, this is what I would go back to the Al Gore comparison. That was the success of his convention. He was able to finally become his own person. In fact, that is symbolically that kiss, the infamous kiss with Tipper.
Yeah.
But we laugh about it. But remember,
Right.
people didn't love the marriage of the Clintons.
Yeah.
They wanted to. Oh, look, this is different. This is this. So she does. I do think they should continue to try to separate her. Look, I think this is the last time you see Joe Biden in a major campaign appearance on behalf of Harris. I don't think we're going to see him much on the trail.
Yeah, apparently he leaves to Southern California after this, which is also somewhat interesting. He gives a speech. He's here for night one, and then I guess
I don't want to say he disappears, but he's gone. We'll find out more about that. Tara, get us up to speed on the Trump campaign because they're having some issues, right?
Yeah.
It has been very tough for them the past couple of weeks. He's also been, undisciplined. He's talked about his looks, that he's better looking than Vice President Kamala Harris. Talked about AI creating crowd size. There's just been all types of sort of tangents he's gone on. And obviously the media is locked onto that. But it sort of seems like someone who's not sure yet how to run against Kamala Harris. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would say that's absolutely fair. His team keeps telling him to paint her as a radical San Francisco liberal and to go back to her policies like on fracking, on single payer, health insurance, et cetera. But he just can't get over the fact that there's so much momentum, that this has become a movement.
Attention.
Yeah, and he's upset that he's not running against Joe Biden anymore. He saw a victory. It was so close, right in his grips, and he lost it. And he's just one of those people who obsesses over the past. I mean, look, he can't get over the 2020 election that he lost. So
Can't get over the 80s.
Yeah, exactly. That's true too.
Yeah.
So right now, instead of looking inward and thinking, hey, maybe it doesn't exactly make sense for me to attack Brian Kemp, the very popular governor of Georgia, in the state I need to win, or maybe go after Kamala Harris for her race and gender, make her seem foreign. He's going around and looking at his team and thinking, you know what, I could use a shakeup right now. Let's just disrupt the equilibrium and bring back some yes men. Let's bring back people who tell me all my great ideas are great, rather than the people around me who are saying, hey, maybe you should probably stick to the policy and her record, because truly her record from the first time she ran in the primaries was pretty liberal, and he could run on that as a contrast, but he's struggling to break through when he's going in all these wacko directions that just ups. And this is what the independent voters, they don't know who Kamala Harris is, mainly because she hasn't done interviews, and it's a good moment.
But I will say that this has taken so many strange turns that if I'm the Trump campaign, I'm thinking, listen, okay, let her have her moment. Let's wait a minute and let's see what happens.
True, but this isn't a hard race to prosecute for Republicans, which is why they keep going, what are you doing? This is arguably 1988 rerun. And George H.W. Bush took the advice, turned Michael Dukakis into an other, that he's too liberal for America.
And I think he's down by 17 at his convention.
And the thing is, though, that Trump doesn't have the discipline that a George H.W. Bush had to prosecute that campaign. Right. And I think that's what we're seeing. It's more than, by the way, I think this is, I had somebody tell me close to Trump, this is more than just wishing he could be running against Biden. He doesn't get to avenge 2020 if Biden's not the person he defeats.
Right.
So it is eating away. 2020 now will never go away for him.
Yes.
And that is what he's not over.
Yeah.
And that's what, that's why I think he's so discombobulated.
All right, Chuck Todd, Tara Palmieri, I know we're going to continue the conversation. We thank you guys for being here. Our special coverage of the DNC continues. Big name speakers, including First Lady Jill Biden and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, set to kick off night one of the convention. We're going to have much more from Chicago. Stay with us. We are back now with our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention as we look towards the rest of the night. I want to bring in moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker. Kristen, so great to see you here, the first night of the convention. I want to talk to you about all the sort of women speakers, the girl power we're going to see tonight, because there are some very consequential people that are speaking tonight. Let's start with Senator, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. What do you expect that we're going to hear from her tonight?
I think that she is going to speak about Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign in historic terms. Remember, it was Hillary Clinton, and I covered her campaign, Tom, who ran in 2016 and talked about breaking that highest glass ceiling. I think we're going to hear about that tonight. Here's what's notable about that. You haven't really heard that from Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
She's not leaning into necessarily the historic nature of her campaign, but Secretary Clinton can do that and can sort of remind people, because remember what the purpose of this entire week is to reintroduce people to Kamala Harris. So I think that's part of what Hillary Clinton sees as her charge.
Yeah, it's a great observation because you're right. There's been so much has happened in the last 2 weeks that it's easy to forget sort of the historic nature both of her race, that she's going to be a woman, she could possibly win this all. It would be a lot of firsts. But you're right, she hasn't been sort of completely just showering voters with that factoid, if you will.
She hasn't. And I interviewed Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer this weekend, and I asked her, should she be leaning more into the historic nature of her campaign? And she said, look, that's not how she is running this campaign. Yes, it is true. She is a woman. Yes, she is a woman of color. She embraces that proudly, but it's not what she's leading with. I spoke with someone who's familiar with her thinking, who said, look, she believes the powerful way to reach out to and galvanize not just Democrats. Obviously, Democrats are very energized right now around this campaign, but in order to win over independents, moderate Republicans, undecided voters, those voters who you need to win the White House, she believes she has to talk about the positive vision she has for the future. Now, the question I have is, will we start to get more details about what
when is that going to happen?
In that vision?
Republicans have been calling for that.
Exactly.
Dr. Jill Biden, do you think she sets this convention on fire? Is she apolitical? Does she settle scores?
No, she's not going to set this convention on fire. I do have new reporting, though, that I will tell you that, look, President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, yes, they still feel stung by what happened.
Right,
this is not the convention they envisioned. This is not how they imagined this unfolding, but that's not what we're going to see tonight. But she's really going to pay tribute, I think, to her husband's legacy and give a full-throated endorsement of Vice President Harris. She's going to start to create the permission structure, I think, for Democrats not to feel bad about the fact that they replaced the top of their ticket. And then I think you're going to see President Biden really take that home, pass the torch in an official way tonight, and really send the message to Democrats, it is time to turn the page.
And you think with President Biden, no surprises, right? Chuck thought the same thing, no surprises tonight. He'll be a loyal member of the party. It's got to be hard. It was taken away from him.
It's got to be incredibly hard. It is the backdrop of this campaign, so I think the tone will be what we'll be watching for as much as the words that he says tonight, but I don't think there are going to be any surprises. I also don't think this is going to be his final speech. He does not see this as his capstone speech of his political career. He sees this as a moment to, yes, talk about his legacy, and he will, but he also sees this first and foremost as a moment to pass the torch and to send that message to Democrats and the rest of the country. Kamala Harris is the person to win the White House.
But to be clear, he'll speak and then he leaves.
And then he leaves. Then he's going to California with the First Lady. The optics of that, Tom, are extraordinary. He was supposed to speak on Thursday. Instead, he's starting this whole convention off, and then he's skipping out of town.
Kristen Welker, we thank you for all your analysis. I know we're going to be spending a lot of hours talking about everything that's happening on the stage behind us. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Tom Llamas here in Chicago. We have so much great coverage ahead. Stay right there. Hallie Jackson joins me for more of our special coverage as we get into some of the big speakers tonight, including Dr. Jill Biden, Senator Hillary Clinton, AOC in the House, and of course, President Biden later tonight. Our continuing coverage on NBC News Now continues.
Tonight, the Democratic National Convention kicks off in Chicago, the biggest test yet of Kamala Harris's campaign.
And on night one, following that historic shakeup, the passing of the torch. President Biden set to take the stage to defend his legacy.
Will let Donald Trump attack our democracy again? I don't think so.
And try to elevate his vice president to succeed him.
She's going to make one hell of a president.
The big names set to speak tonight: Hillary Rodham Clinton,
Donald Trump's not offering real change,
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and more.
While outside the convention hall, a city on edge as protests over the war in Gaza ramp up.
Tonight, we're covering it all. We're on the floor and with the newsmakers.
As Democrats make their case to Americans that Kamala Harris should be president of the United States.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Here are Tom Giannis and Hallie Jackson.
Jackson live on the floor here where Michael Jordan led the Bulls to 3 of his 6 NBA titles. But this week, the only title that matters is president, Tom.
That's right, Hallie, or I should say Air Hallie. I'm Tom Giannis, and we are at the Democratic National Convention, an event with no precedent in American politics ahead of a truly historic moment. As President Biden will take the stage after dropping out of the race just 4 weeks ago, it will be an emotional speech for him and the thousands of delegates here. This was supposed to be his convention, but now, after tonight, the party will, in many ways, try to turn the page on his presidency and focus all their efforts to elect Kamala Harris. You see the vice president arriving in Chicago last night with her husband, Doug Emhoff. This convention, the first big test for the newly minted candidate. She hasn't done a big interview or press conference since launching her campaign for president. So the big question now, what is the message she wants to lay out for this country's future over the course of the week?
And Tom, the other question, how will she define herself now? I will tell you, here on the floor, people are starting to come in. The seats are filling up. There's a real excitement tonight as an opportunity to celebrate President Biden. And what a lot of folks here have told me are his accomplishments, are the policies he put in place as president. With tonight, of course, that kickoff to the sprint to the November election. For President Biden, of course, it is a moment that carries some weight. Want to show you this here. This is him in the last couple hours. The stage behind me looking very different then than it does now. He did that walkthrough with our Gabe Gutierrez asking President Biden if he's ready to pass the torch. President Biden responding, yes, I am. So the big question tonight, how will he call for unity in his party? That's big right now because outside the hall where we're standing, you are seeing some disunity on display, specifically as it relates to the war in Gaza. Look at this. You see protesters opposed to the Democrats' stance on that war outside. Some delegate buses may have been delayed. We saw some protesters taking fences down. The Chicago Police Department is telling us, Tom, not too long ago, at least 4 arrests have been made.
Yeah, but it's incredible how that entire scene is now cleared out. The president's not the only big speaker tonight. We'll also hear from First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and there's going to be a celebrity component tonight as well. You'll hear all those speeches and more tonight live on our special coverage.
So let me give you a sense of the lay of the land here on the floor of the convention hall. I mean, this is it. Above us, want to show you, that's for the last night. Those are those balloons that are going to drop down on the floor behind me. I want to walk up a bit this way because up here, this is the California delegation. They are, I want to show you, we're trying not to block the aisles. That's really important. This is the front here, the California delegation, front and center, of course, the home state of Vice President Harris. I'm going to sneak around this way. I'm asking our photojournalist, Mark, to bear with me here. Sorry, folks, excuse us. We're going to keep it moving. This room has really filled up. Tom, you and I were here earlier in the night, right as that call to order happened. We saw a lot of empty seats. That has changed in a pretty significant way. Here's one non-empty seat, or stand, I should say. Peter Alexander, who's joining us now, our chief White House correspondent. And Peter, I know, listen, let's walk over this way because we don't want to block any views. We don't want to get in the way. But as we walk, let's talk, as we do in television, about the expectations for tonight. Because here we are, this really critical moment for President Biden. It's not his convention. It is his moment. And you and the team have some new reporting on how he plans to cast this.
I think that's exactly right. We do expect to hear from him. As you noted, we thought this would be a Thursday night sort of speech celebrating another 4 years that he thought he deserved. He still thinks he deserves 4 more years, but now he believes it's Kamala Harris who can carry his legacy forward. We are told by those close to the president that he's going to focus heavily on the future, saying that she is the person to carry the party's torch going forward. To repeat a line that he has said repeatedly, that democracy was at stake in 2020, that he helped protect it alongside Kamala Harris, and that she will help preserve it alongside Tim Walz going forward. Those are some of the keys we'll hear tonight. But really, again, the focus is not about himself. He'll have other opportunities for valedictory speeches. This is really a focus on the future, and I think that's what we're going to hear from the president when we see him tonight.
Thank you. I'm going to touch base with these two folks. I'm so sorry we've been blocking your view. Thank you for your patience. In a word, live here on NBC News Now, tell me how you're feeling about tonight.
Exhilarated. How's that for a word?
Happy to be here. Minnesota.
The great state of Minnesota, home of Tim Walz. We bring out the best in vice presidents from Minnesota.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. What are your names?
I'm Tom.
You go, Mom.
Really appreciate it. Of course, Governor Walz is set to speak here from stage on Wednesday night, Tom. I'll toss it back to you now. I think you're right above where I'm standing up at our NBC booth. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for you over here. I can't find you, Hallie, but I know you're down there somewhere amongst all those placards that we see there. Union, yes. All right. Let's bring in moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, and NBC News chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, who joined us here live from our anchor set right in the middle of this convention hall. I want to show some video. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this struck me. I want to get your take on this. As I was walking to the arena today, there was Kamala Harris merchandise, okay? T-shirts with her face. The people selling them, I don't think this was licensed material by the DNC, but I have not seen that for Democrats in a long time. I don't remember seeing that for Hillary Clinton. Didn't see that for Joe Biden. Probably President Obama was the last time you could see that kind of material. Here's some of it right here. This actually looks like the legit stuff. The stuff I saw was like out of like the trunks of cars. But when you have something that hot that it's going out of the trunk of cars, you got something. What is it about Kamala Harris right now?
Well, I think it's the fact that she is to some extent casting herself as a shiny new object. This is what voters have been hungry for, Tom, quite frankly. If you look at the polls prior to Joe Biden stepping aside, the vast majority of voters said they don't want to see this rematch between Biden and Trump. So in walks Vice President Kamala Harris. It has energized Democrats because look at what's happened in the poll numbers. She has now made this a real race. She's leading or almost tied with Trump in a lot of the key battleground states within the margin of error. She's leading him in a lot of the national polls within the margin of error. And so she's rejuvenated Democrats' chances of winning the White House. The question is, can she keep the momentum going? Will voters start to get more information about how she's going to govern? And is this more than a moment of excitement? Chuck's been talking a lot about this. Is this actually a movement?
Well, no, I mean, that to me is the job of this convention, is to try to turn it into a movement.
Right.
I think that's how she is able to win, if she can do that. But we'll see. I mean, she's got to put some meat on the bones. But it is a short campaign. I mean, she's benefiting from the fact that you have an exhausted public that didn't want Trump and Biden. And I think, look at how many people didn't think, when you asked about Harris's potential candidacy before it actually happened, there was a lot of skepticism, even among Democrats. Then it happens. It shows you the power of Donald Trump right now. Donald Trump controls both parties in an odd way, right? He's able to, he gets his base and he rallies the Democratic base. The entire party is organized around stopping Donald Trump. What else explains this meteoric rise for a sitting vice president that voters were just skeptical of 3 months ago?
Yeah.
It's about him.
So we see a convention hall now, people on their feet. This is a moment for the unions here. But I guess, Chuck, I'm going to start with you. Is this real? And what I say by is this real? Is this excitement real? Is this unity real? Because they're essentially going to, I don't want to say it's a funeral and it's a celebration, but President Biden is going to go up there and he had his nomination stripped from him. He didn't want to go.
Tom, imagine being Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And hearing a roaring applause tonight. How do you take it? Do you take it as a tribute to your presidency, or do you take it as thank you for leaving?
Right.
It's real in that sense. It's an odd emotional moment for the party. But you're asking if this is real. I think what's real is Democrats think they can win. So the enthusiasm is for having a chance at winning. The enthusiasm is not for her yet. It is about her job this week is to try to turn this energy into people wanting to crawl on broken glass for her, right? The way it was for Obama. The way, look, you talked about merch. I remember in the 92 convention, Bill Clinton became a merchandising success story. And before the convention, people were doubting whether he had what it took. And then suddenly it was blow, Bill, blow, the saxophone stuff. He like turned himself in. So you're not wrong to be focused on this, Tom, because it does tell you when somebody's crossed over from just another politician
on the Democratic side
to a pop culture icon.
In a long time.
Yeah.
And it's got to be working a little bit, right, Kristen, when it comes to this momentum, this energy, because it's thrown Trump off his game a little bit, right? They were so unified, so confident when we were at that convention hall in Milwaukee, and now he's going on tangents. They're talking about, will the campaign get a shakeup? I mean, there's all these reports coming out. They're not in the place they were after the RNC.
It's so fascinating. When we all were gathered at the RNC, the big headline was the party unity, this party unified around Donald Trump. Now, as you say, he's been knocked off of his game. he doesn't quite know how to campaign against Kamala Harris. So he's engaging in all of these personal attacks. This weekend, we saw this full court press by his allies. It kind of started with Nikki Haley, who came out and basically said, knock it off, stay focused on the policy. Senator Lindsey Graham this weekend told me Trump, the provocateur, cannot win the White House. Stay focused on drawing a sharp contrast with Kamala Harris. What's interesting is if I go back to my reporter's notebooks from 2020, I can tell you that back then, during the Democratic primary, Trump allies were saying the candidate he feared most was Kamala Harris because he didn't know back then what the strategy would be to go after her.
And she initially had the largest crowd when she announced, even though
he
she
was
didn't
most impressed by her rollout. We are seeing.
We all know how he feels about crowd size.
Yeah,
right. It is how he measures
It's
success.
getting under his skin. I am told it's really not just crowd size, the headlines.
Yeah.
The fact that she is getting attention, the fact that he's not the only one who has big headlines.
Speaking of headlines, Republicans are putting a lot of pressure on the Democrats for her to go out there
Yeah.
to do an interview, to do a news conference. How long? I call it the Harris honeymoon. How long will the Harris honeymoon last until she does a significant sit-down interview, or has that moment where she's completely unscripted, where voters can maybe feel comfortable and say, okay, she's ready to go?
Well, it goes back to, we were having this discussion in your earlier hour. You know, I do think they're making a mistake of because she's done nothing to make the first one matter more than maybe it should.
Yeah.
You know, they ought to flood the zone. They ought to do a round robin with 5. I say this, I don't want it for your sake or your sake. But if you're in their shoes, you should flood the zone so that no one misstep becomes overly magnified. But I don't know if that's how they'll operate.
Based on my conversations, there are no plans to flood the zone.
Yeah.
I think there is she has said there's going to be an interview at some point
But
after
it's going to be
the
a joint
convention.
interview.
It'll be a joint interview.
The classic 60 minutes post-football interview.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. Exactly what Chuck's saying. That's what Kamala Harris's allies are nervous about. They're saying, put her out there because we don't want this much buildup for her first interview. And will there be a second?
I should have done one before the convention.
That these sit-downs and news conference, as early voting is about to get started, that we don't hear from her. But again, it's their campaign. They're there to win it. They could figure it out. Kristen Welker, Chuck Todd, great conversation. I know we're going to have a lot more. When we return, a top Biden advisor who just left the White House, what this moment tonight means for the president. You're going to want to watch this interview. Stay with us.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Chicago as we are here covering night one live of the Democratic National Convention. Made it my way back up from the floor, Tom, up here to
Was
the
it
booth.
tough to get back up here?
It's like 3 flights of stairs, so forgive me if I'm schwitzing. Let me bring in now Anita Dunn, former senior advisor to President Biden, now working with the Future Forward Super PAC, supporting, of course, Vice President Harris's campaign. Thank you so much for being with us here on set.
Well, thank you for having me here on the set tonight. So
lots to talk about here. And let's start with what is going to be the main event tonight. And that is, of course, President Biden's speech. He is somebody you know very well. This has been a difficult month for him. I think it's probably fair to say. It's certainly not the month that he maybe expected 6 weeks ago. What might we hear from him tonight? What do you think he's going to want Americans to know?
I think the big message from his speech tonight is going to be the importance of electing Kamala Harris and defeating Donald Trump. You know, he ran for office in 2019 to save the soul of the nation. He feels like he helped save democracy, that his term, he proved that democracy could deliver with everything from infrastructure to, lowering prescription drug prices to, making investments in manufacturing, communities coming back across this country. And now he sees Kamala Harris as critical to preserving democracy. So the message tonight is going to be a resounding why I'm for Kamala Harris.
Anita, people, we introduced you, and they may know your name, but they may not know you as well as others. When we talk about the Biden inner circle, that is who you are. You're one of his closest advisors. You've been there every step of the way. I got to think this has to be a little strange for you. You look out at this audience and people are pumped up. They're cheering. And your guy's going to go up here and pass the torch. But it was also a torch that was taken away from him.
Well, Tom, it's an interesting thing because Joe Biden, when he made the decision to step aside, he defined the stakes facing this country. And it's the reason he ran, and it's the reason that he got out of this race and endorsed Kamala Harris. And those of us who've worked for Joe Biden respect that. And we also know that if he believes it was the right decision, all of us know this is what needs to happen now. We've got to go get her elected. And by the way, we served with her as a great vice president for 3.5 years. I am very excited by this ticket. And who doesn't love Tim Walz?
I was just down in the Minnesota delegation, actually, talking with one delegate who said they are exhilarated and excited about the prospect of Governor Walz. Pull back the curtain a bit, if you will. Is there, in your view, any discord between Biden loyalists and the Harris campaign staff now?
Oh, no, absolutely not. One of the great political stories that will be written after this election is over is how everybody rose to the challenge at that campaign. They joined the campaign to work for Joe Biden. They kind of learned Joe Biden's message. They were out there organizing for Joe Biden, and they flipped immediately to do what had to get done because everyone is united around the need to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme MAGA agenda and to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And it is a uniting set of values that brought those people to work for Joe Biden. And it's why it was not as bad as everyone, I think, predicted it would be. So it's an interesting thing.
Anita, I know in your heart of hearts, you believe that President Biden could have done another 4 years. He could have run this campaign. He could have won this campaign, beat Donald Trump. I guess my question to you is, he had the fewest news conferences, time out there in front of the press, than I think going back 6 presidents. Do you regret not putting him out there more just because when that debate happened, it was so shocking to so many voters? And people have argued if he was out there more, it may not have been as shocking. Is that a fair critique?
Tom, I think there are a lot of critiques that are going to be fair and that people will look at. I always thought it was somewhat unfair so he doesn't talk to the press, since he actually loves reporters and stopped and talked to our press pool more than any president has in recent history. He was available. He would stop. He would chat. He would take a few questions on a very regular basis. And he also did a lot of interviews. We did a lot of podcasts. We spent a lot of time, particularly in this past year, trying to go where the undecided voters were. And a lot of the undecided voters are people that we needed to communicate to, just weren't watching mainstream media. You know this as well as anyone, right? That particularly younger voters are looking at very alternative ways to get news. And so that was a huge emphasis of ours over the last year. I think that any president in the future is going to have to just continue continue doing more of the above, right?
Let me ask you what the next 80 plus days looks like for President Biden, because earlier today you described him as Kamala Harris's now volunteer in chief.
Absolutely.
Explain that. What does that look like?
I think he's gonna campaign, but he also is gonna push forward the agenda. You saw
he will campaign. I mean, do you think he'll get out there and do rallies in these battlegrounds?
I think as much as the Harris campaign wants him, he's gonna do what he gets asked to do. He really is. And but another very important part of what he does over the next 79, 80 days is to continue pushing forward an agenda that is popular and that she can run on as well. You saw this week that last week they did the joint event around the first 10 prescription drugs that are going to have their prices lowered because of actions the two of them took in 2022. I think you'll see some of that. You'll see him continuing to talk about the implementation, but he's going to do whatever she asks him to do.
Anita Dunn, we thank you so much for coming out here and answering all of our questions and for being here. I got to say, it says a lot about you that you're here, you're at this convention, and you're answering everyone's questions, because I've seen you everywhere, and so that says a lot about you too.
Maybe I should have talked to the press more, Tom.
Maybe you should have. I'm sure you did. Anita Dunn, we thank you so much. Hallie, I don't know if you felt that, but did you feel that in the room? What happened? It was you're like,
the
you have no
music
idea.
coming up.
No, it's the Force. It was Luke Skywalker. He's in the house. I don't know if we saw. There he is with the sunglasses. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you feel it. That's the Force.
You got those eagle eyes, Tom Yamas. I'm glad you're looped in on that for sure. Thank you so much. Listen, he's one of many celebrities that is going to be here on the floor, on stage tonight, and we're going to have coverage of all of it when we pick up back here live from Chicago, night one of the DNC happening now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
All right, welcome back to our DNC coverage from Chicago there. Some delegates out on the floor. I'm going to say Texas, maybe? The Cowboys had something? Has to be. All right, joining us now from the floor there somewhere in some delegation is White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Of course, Mike is one of the reporters in this country that has covered Biden the longest, who has been inside both the campaign, the presidency, everywhere. Mike, I guess the question is, what can we expect from Joe Biden, and will there be any surprises tonight?
Well, I think this is going to be a lot of emotion more than anything here tonight, Tom. This is a room full of Democrats, some who were nervous and upset about his debate performance and were part of the chorus trying to get him out of the race, some who were sticking by him and wanted him to stay in this race, but all of them who have great love and affection and respect for the service that he's given to this country. And so the president will acknowledge that. There will be a number of tributes leading up to his remarks. But then he sees, even though his role at this convention is very different than he would have liked, his job is still very much the same. It's to talk about the stakes of the election, to talk about the threat that Donald Trump still poses to democracy, and to urge everyone in this room and everyone watching to do their part to defeat Donald Trump. He's also going to speak, as only a president can, about the office itself, about what he's seen over the last 4 years. A senior advisor told me that he really does look at the last 4 years with a lot of pride in his accomplishments, but also pride in the American people. He's going to talk very starkly about what he inherited 4 years ago, coming out of COVID, the dire economic situation, the public health crisis we were in, the challenges internationally, and say, yes, we were able to overcome them, position this country in a much stronger place, not just because of what I've done, and he'll emphasize what Kamala Harris they were able to do with the kind of leadership that he hopes to see remain in the Oval Office. So that'll be a big part of his mission here tonight. And as for surprises, I think at the very least we'll likely see the vice president join him on stage, but more in store. We know the organizers here are trying to keep a close lid on that.
Mike, as we're looking live on the left-hand side of our screens at what is now a packed convention floor behind us, you had a moment a little bit earlier in the day to get a question, as you so often do, into President Biden as he was conducting his walkthrough. Let me play that.
Mr. President, is this a bittersweet moment for you at all? Mr. President Joe Biden saying this is a memorable moment, not a bittersweet moment.
A memorable moment, ma'am, but it sounded like you stopped short of calling it a bittersweet one. What's interesting is in conversations with some Democrats, there is this sense that perhaps President Biden tonight will give Democrats in some ways permission to be celebratory that he is off the ticket, for those who may still have some hesitation about what went down just about 29 days ago.
Yeah, Hallie, I think as much as we have seen this incredible enthusiasm surge on the part of Democrats since the president dropped out of this race, there, I have to tell you, are still pockets of Democrats who, like some Biden family members, are very resentful of what happened in terms of the party pushing him out. And so it is critical. It's more than just a mission to speak to the country about the stakes of the election. He has to speak to those Democrats who are very loyal to him about what they need to do, and also coalescing around Kamala Harris as well. And part of, I think, the way he's going to do that, Hallie, is to talk about the fact that, maybe not explicitly, but his legacy in some ways is tied with Kamala Harris succeeding him as president. Think about this. He was the vice president to the first black president. He is the first president to the first black vice president. And so the arc of his story, as somebody who, as he often tells it, got involved in politics because of the civil rights movement, because of his commitment to equality for all Americans. This is going to be an incredible part of his legacy, to see the first woman of color elected to succeed him in office as well.
Mike Memoli live for us there on the convention floor tonight. Ma'am, thank you very much.
All right, let's bring in the former governor of Virginia and the former chair of the DNC, Terry McAuliffe, a man who knows how to raise boatloads of money. That's not a knock. It's true. You've run two of these conventions. Look out of the convention floor for me here. What do you think of this convention? And was this the right location? Chicago's a wonderful city, but Illinois is not really a battleground state. The Republicans had theirs in Milwaukee. How's this going so far?
Well, this is my 13th one. You know, I chaired the convention in 2000. I was the national chair, so ran the one in Boston in 2004. You got to remember, most of our conventions, when they come together, we've gone through very bitter primaries. tough primaries. So we need a day or two to sort of bring people together. That's not existent here. Everybody, it is joyful. People are happy. There is going to be an explosion of excitement when Joe Biden gets up on that stage, talks about his accomplishments, and then makes the formal handover to Kamala Harris. I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen the excitement that you see here.
Does that include 2008? Does that include 2008? The
Similar
energy
to
and the excitement
2000.
around Barack Obama? There's been some comparisons there, and I wonder if you think that's overwrought or if that's a fair assessment.
I think it's very similar to 2008.
Huh.
This one is very unique. This will be the first woman of color to be elected president. People are excited. People don't want to vote for Donald Trump. And, you know, here you've got Kamala Harris, wants to talk about your future, lifting people up, rising everybody up economically, protecting women's reproductive rights. And then you got a convicted criminal we're running against. So I think where people are going through this campaign, give me an option, give me an excitement, and Kamala Harris has fit that bill. And Joe Biden gets credit for that.
What is the definition of a successful convention? Do you think in this day and age?
You know, getting everybody in, getting them out, moving people around. But it's really what's on TV. It really doesn't. It's not really here. This is to motivate your grassroots activists. The people here, they're going to come home. They're going to knock on millions of doors. It's what we present on TV. We're coming into a convention. Everybody's unified. We're going to have 4 days of positive messaging. And here you had Donald Trump. He's the first president in modern history not to gain 1 point at his convention. We're coming into a convention with Tim Walz and Kamala. We're going to get a boost of a couple points, and then we just got to continue it on for 73 days when we leave here on Thursday.
You are somebody who, of course, knows the Clintons well, and both of them, both the former president and the former Secretary of State, are set to speak, including Secretary Clinton tonight.
Yeah.
Let me ask, have you spoken with them about this moment, about their remarks, about what this convention means?
Oh, I've spoken to him a lot. In fact, I was with the president today. It's his birthday, so I want to give Bill Clinton a great, birthday shout out.
So tell us, give us some insight into where their heads are at.
Listen, Bill Clinton is, we used to call him the explainer in chief. I think nobody better will be able to talk about how do you build an economy that works for all Americans. As he was able to do as president, he did it for President Obama in 2016. I think he's going to talk about the Biden economy and what Kamala Harris's economy will be. I think Hillary's going to want to talk about, her whole effort of women and children and the importance of having a woman president of the United States. I was just away with the Clintons for a couple of days, and I got to tell you, they are so jacked up. They are so fired up for Kamala Harris. And they speak
in a
all
way
the
that
time.
they weren't for President Biden, do you think?
What's that?
In a way that they were not for President Biden, in your view?
Oh, they stayed with President Biden, as you know, right up to the end until Joe Biden made that decision. They were with President Biden. They stayed with him right up to the end. But, one of the first calls Joe Biden made was the Clintons. One of the first calls Kamala Harris made was to the Clintons. They're always about lifting people up, bringing in people, unifying our party.
Terry, I want to put up an article for our viewers. This was the New York Times. I believe it was on the front page. It's on the front page of their website. The headline was Harris's early campaign, heavy on buzz, light on policy. It goes on to say, when Hillary Clinton ran for president in 2016, she had more than 200 distinct policy proposals. 4 years ago, Joseph R. Biden Jr. had a task force write a 110-page policy document for his White House bid. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris does not have a policy page on her campaign website. Terry, what's going on? No sit-down interviews, no news conferences, no policies. We heard the economic speech last week, but what's going on here?
So she just finished her platform. We just approved the platform last night. So I think you'll hear policy platform ideas coming out of this convention. And then as soon as we leave this convention, you're going to see policy after policy. But I can tell you the overall framework is not having people where they are today. How do you make people's lives better off? How do you build a stronger economy? Inflation is coming down. Joe Biden created 15 million new jobs. I spent a lot of time talking with Vice President Harris about small business. When she was vice president, I'd go and talk to her as governor. I was all about growing jobs. She gets it. She understands it. She wants to grow this economy. She's going to protect reproductive rights. And listen, we're running against a convicted criminal who has a very dangerous and extreme agenda to take away a woman's right to choose, wants to destroy democracy as we know it. So there's plenty of time. We're going to get those issues out there. It's an exciting time. I am really fired up. I got to tell you, everybody out in this audience is fired up, and people at home are. Forget the polls. You can tell by the small donors that have come in for the vice president. You can tell about the grassroots activists that have signed up, knocking on doors, going door to door. This is what this is about.
former Governor Terry McAuliffe, thank you so much for being with us.
Great to be
Really
with you.
appreciate
Fired
your
up.
time.
Let's
You
go.
clearly are fired up, sir. Appreciate you coming to chat with us here in our booth. Appreciate it.
All right, much more to come from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, including the governor who's known President Biden for decades, as the president gets set to take the stage tonight. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Crews, officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening. Welcome back to our DNC coverage live from Chicago on night one. Let's get right down to the floor with Jacob Soboroff.
That looked like our crazy cam. What was that? Was that our
It's
crazy
probably
cam? Or was that
Sobo's
Jacob
cam.
Soboroff? Yeah.
He's on the move, Jacob. What's up?
Let's go. Hallie, Tom, I'm here with Governor Shapiro from Pennsylvania. Governor, we're live on NBC. Governor, how you feeling, Governor? Oh, I got an elbow right there. A little elbow from the security. That's what happens on the convention floor and the stairs. Governor, how does it feel to be here, sir? Guys are getting a taste of it. Let me see if I can go around. Just say hi. Hold on 1 second. It's like football, but you know I'm not a football player.
Yes, thank you. Watching a master at work here,
Governor
so I know you can get in there.
Well, Hallie, I got my steps in. Let's see. We could go all the way the hallway if you want. Well, listen, I know you guys like a vibe check. He's going to come back. He says he wants to talk to NBC all night long. Governor Shapiro, of course, was a runner-up in the vice presidential contest here. Where is the Pennsylvania delegation, by the way? Let me show you. Hallie, I know you're a native, so you'd probably like to get a kick out of that. Unfortunately, when you get a chance to talk to him right now, but there's your Commonwealth indeed. There it is, Pennsylvania, front and center down there. Governor Shapiro is a political celebrity here, and I think a lot of people really took to the tone of his speech, the tenor of his speech, when he came out on that event in Philadelphia, and Vice President Harris announced Governor Walz as her running mate. It's exciting around here. It's buzzing. It's starting to fill up. When I talked to you earlier tonight, the arena was not filled. Let me give you a quick look, if Chris can, up into the rafters here. The United States, it's like Michael Jordan is here in 1994 for a Chicago Bulls game, you guys. It's there's a lot going on, including very sparkly cowboy hats over in the Texas delegation. I did my best. Next time I'm going to get the governor for you guys.
Yeah, Jacob, I know you've been walking and working the aisles all along there. Are people talking at all about the moment tonight with President Biden and what they're looking forward to his speech? Is there a sense that it's going to maybe a little bit awkward, or are people actually excited about it?
No, Tom, I think people are very excited. In fact, I'll give you the live reaction from the North Dakota delegation. Ma'am, we're live on NBC News. What's your name, and are you excited to hear from President Biden tonight? Do you think it might be a little awkward? Tom Yamats wants to know.
My name is Cheryl Biller. I'm Executive Director for North Dakota, and I am so excited to hear from President Biden.
And so, obviously there was a massive shift here. North Dakotans are plain-spoken people, Midwesterners. What do you feel now that you've got a fellow Midwesterner on the ticket in Governor Walz?
So Governor Walz is our neighbor. We've known him for years, and we think he is the best choice for vice president.
All right, Tom, there you go. Not awkward at all. Maybe me sitting down is a little awkward, but President Biden being here tonight isn't. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you. Guys, back to you.
Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, right when you started talking to us, another news crew ran right past you to get Shapiro. So get in front of them, and we know you're going to get him tonight, okay?
Come on, Tom.
Somehow he always finds an empty seat. So
he does, yeah.
He always manages to get right in it.
Right.
Somebody else who manages to get right in the thick of it is our NBC News chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who is back down on the floor. All right, Peter. So Sobo got trying to get Governor Shapiro. Who you got for us?
Well, so it's not Governor Shapiro, but I think it's a pretty good second best, right? We got the Washington State delegation here. Hey, how's everybody feeling tonight? I think they win at least the best decorated award, you guys. Take a look at these guys right here. They got the cowboy Kamala hats, the sashes to go, of course, from Cowboy Carter by Beyonce, Freedom, the anthem that Kamala Harris has enjoyed throughout the course of this. And what's striking to me, Tom and Hallie, is that you guys are among the youngest delegates in the country right now. And how old does that make you?
I am just newly turned 18 years old.
So to be clear, you're 17 years old, but you're 18 in time to vote.
I actually just turned 18.
And so you were 17.
That's correct.
So there had been some concern that some Democrats with President Biden at the top of the ticket, some younger Democrats may not be as motivated to vote. Among the young people you're talking to right now, do you think that they are newly energized with a younger candidate at the top of the Democratic ticket?
100%. Young people see themselves in Vice President Harris. She's relatable. People feel like she is representative of their interests and what they care about. And there's definitely a new enthusiasm infused into this race, an enthusiasm to elect Vice President Harris that I believe will bring us to victory in November.
What was your name?
My name's Jonica Kwan. I'm 17, and I will turn 18 on Kamala Harris's birthday right before the election.
I love that. I'm so glad that you guys are here right now, Tom and Hallie. You'll appreciate this. And I was in Spokane, Washington, then Seattle professionally before I came to the network. And they said, "Oh, where did you work?" I told them where. And they said, "When?" 2004. She said, "I was -2 then." So that's a little bit of a moment for me right here. But
Makes
finally,
you feel
if I can,
so good, so young.
Let me introduce you. One more quick introduction, if I can. This is the only Southeast Asian woman delegation head in the country right now.
Yes, I'm proud to rep Washington.
And what does it mean to you as a Southeast Asian woman that there may be the first Southeast Asian woman president of the United States?
I'm just so full of pride and enthusiasm and energy and excitement to have someone who will look like me, whose mom looks like my mom. I'm just so proud, and I just can't believe we're going to do this. And we will do this. We're going to win.
No doubt. So Tom and Hallie, if you guys are trying to sort of get your bearings in this room right now, when you see the shiny hats, you know you're in Washington State.
Peter, what's the story behind the hats? So do we know why they have those electric cowboy hats?
So talk to me about these hats. This is all about the Cowboy Carter album. Is that right?
Yes, the Beehive became the K-Hive, and now we're taking her all the way to the WH Hive, and we're going to make this happen. So, yes.
It looks good. Sir, how's it feel? You feel all right in that?
I feel outnumbered, and it feels good.
He wears it very well. Tom and Hallie, back to you guys.
Glad we got to the bottom of that one. All right, Peter Alexander.
Thanks,
great
friend.
report, man. Yeah.
Joining us now is somebody who knows President Biden well, Governor John Carney from the president's home state of Delaware. Governor, thank you so much for being with us. And we should note we are now seeing here in the arena, there he is, Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, just walking in the last couple of minutes. Huge moment, huge week for the Democratic Party here, Gov.
Unbelievably huge. The enthusiasm that we heard with the last couple of interviews was really incredible. But for me and all Delawareans, tonight's all going to be about the president He has given us unbelievable service for 50 years, 36 years in the United States Senate. He's like family to so many of us. My wife and I met as staff people for then Senator Biden, and he's led by example for all of us in Delaware and across the country. It's going to be a big night for him. We're really delighted.
It's been said that this is sort of a bittersweet moment for President Biden. Knowing him as you do, is this more bitter or more sweet for him?
To me, I'm going to make it sweet. You know, it's a celebration of his unbelievable service. It's a celebration of what he's done over the last 4 years as president, capping off an incredible career of public service. And he walks the talk. It's about service for him. He tell you all the time that he got involved in politics in 1970 for civil rights. How appropriate to have been the vice president for the first African-American president, and now handing the torch off to Vice President Harris. I think it's just amazing, and it speaks well of him. It speaks well of his leadership.
But Governor, you speak of that resume. This is the man you look up to, you consider like family. I gotta think it's gonna be emotional for you when you see the President of the United States get up there, deliver a speech, and then right after there, he's leaving this convention and he's not coming back.
Yeah, there's gonna be a tear. There is, honestly. But I'm gonna make it happy. I mean, I'm gonna take his lead. And I know his lead is positivity and handing off the torch. It's been a rough couple weeks for him, for sure, and for all of us, for Delawareans. But it's so exciting where we have come to and what we're seeing tonight. It's just unbelievable how things have changed in the last several weeks. Just unbelievable.
There is clearly an effort here to show that the Democrats have a united front, that heading into the last home stretch here before Election Day, the party is in, as you might say, is in array, right, rather than disarray. And yet look what's happening outside the United Center. We've seen those protests over an issue that has divided Democrats, and that's the war in Gaza. How do you see that impacting the week here?
Yeah, I think our candidate, the vice president, has to show leadership there. The president has to deliver on the ceasefire, and I think he will. I know that he wants to finish that out before he leaves office, and that proof will be in the pudding, and I think that he will deliver. But yeah, I was walking around the center here, the convention center, and just really appreciating and sucking in what an unbelievably diverse party we have, and I'm proud to be part of it.
Governor, one of the benefits of being the governor of a smaller state, I would think, is that you get to really know your voters, right? You know them inside and out. And I guess my question to you is, what are voters telling you they want to hear? Because the Democrats right now are running against Trump, but do they want to hear about the border? Do they want to hear about inflation?
The people that I talk to, I've decided I can't run for a governor again. I've decided to run for mayor of our largest city. And what I hear from people are those kitchen table issues, public safety, the education of their children. Yes, it is cost. That's an important part of it. But it's really about the safety in their individual neighborhoods, about the education for their children, the economic opportunities for every neighborhood, every family in every neighborhood. So yeah, some of these bigger issues, I've knocked on 10,000 doors already in our state. And those are the kind of issues that I hear. I don't hear the big issues that we're going to hear a lot about tonight and from the presidential candidates, because these are folks trying to raise their families, trying to make ends meet, trying to deal with things that are happening in their neighborhoods. And that's what I hear from the Delawareans. And they're going to celebrate tonight and then, yes, there'll be some tears shed. I'm sure there will. Yeah. 50 years of service. One of us, like you said, politics in Delaware is very different. Yeah. It's very personal. Yeah. Everybody knows one another. Everybody's related at some level. A couple of stages removed. And so Joe is one of us. We call him Joe, I should say. The president is one of us. He used to run for Senate with little buttons that just said Joe on it. Everybody knew who he was talking about.
Yeah. Well, as a former Sussex County resident, it is a small state, but a special one. Governor, thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate it. We are here with our live coverage, of course, of the Democratic National Convention. On stage now, Jason Isbell performing. We're going to take a listen as we head to break. We'll be right back on the other side.
No more holes to fill and no more rocks to break, no more boxes on the truck for someone else's sake. You see that hammer finds the nail and the poor man's hands up and say, I guess I'm doing what I'm only supposed to do. I don't think I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word.
Welcome back to Chicago. It is getting hot inside the United Center. That is because it is filling with Democratic supporters right now, anxious to see President Biden, who will be the headliner tonight. We want to bring in some of our political pros tonight, Democratic strategist Doug Thornhill and Amisha Cross. We want to thank you both for being here on the big first night of the convention. Doug, I'm going to start with you, and I want to start with a tough question, right? Everyone says the Democrats are united right now. But you have the delegation from Minnesota. We have B-roll of them. And this, of course, is the state of the running mate here, Governor Tim Walz. And they're not in prime location. They're sort of in the back. And the reporting from NBC News is they're in the back because they have so many uncommitted delegates. So my question to you, is the party really unified when you talk about issues like the war in Gaza and maybe even the border?
Absolutely. I mean, you've got, if you look at any of the polling that's come out in the last week, you're looking at Kamala Harris getting about 95% of the Democratic vote. The enthusiasm around this convention is unlike anything I've seen since 2008. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think about the Republican Party and the fact that Donald Trump was losing votes to people who were not even running during the primary season. There was a ton of folks who were not really behind him. So I've never seen anything like this, to be honest. I think we're moving into an election where Democratic enthusiasm is right now on par, if not better than Republicans. And that's something that you couldn't say, 2 months ago.
And yet, to this point, as we talk about where the numbers are, what the polling shows, Amisha, I'll bring you into the conversation here. On the two issues that voters say are the most important ones facing the country, the economy and immigration are issues, are top of mind for folks. And Kamala Harris trails on those as far as who voters actually trust to handle that, Doug. So what is not resonating in her message on that? And let's take economy, for example. What is not resonating with voters about her message on the economy and inflation?
Well, I don't think it's so much it's not resonating. I think there's still a decent chunk of the country who doesn't really know Kamala Harris. I mean, yes, she's been vice president, but you look at a lot of the polling, there's still 20% of the electorate who want to know more, learn more. And this is an opportunity for her to connect with voters. It's not just about her vision, it's about her connecting on kitchen table issues. She started to do that last week with an economic rollout on dealing with costs. And so I don't think it's resonating. I think it's the fact that people want to learn more. And this is what this convention is about.
Amisha joins our conversation now. Amisha, welcome. And I do want to ask you, I mean, Republicans have put pressure on Democrats to get Vice President Harris out there more, to do a news conference, to do maybe a sit-down interview. Why do you think that hasn't happened yet? And do you think at some point after this convention that's going to happen, or will Democrats try to run the clock out and try to keep her away from the press as much as possible?
Well, I think Democrats have already run the clock out. At this point, we're talking about someone who has now been for about a month the presumptive nominee, and after this week will be the Democratic nominee. She has had a lot of ground to cover in a very short amount of time. We've never seen a truncated campaign like this. It was more important for her to get out and speak to the people where it matters in the battleground states, to lay out her story, to lay out her policies. There's a reason why she did that before the DNC when it came to her economic policy. But I do think that shortly hereafter this convention is over, she will have a sit down with the press. But for now, the public, her voters, they're asking about her history. They're asking, what can she do for me? They're asking about her policy. They're not asking for her to sit down with the press. They're asking to see where the rubber meets the road. How will she change their lives?
And we're looking here live at, of course, Governor Walz coming in, shaking hands, doing some greetings. He will be, of course, on the floor here in the convention hall tonight as President Biden speaks, as others speak, including Secretary Hillary Clinton, which we talked about not too long ago here. And that brings us to what will be likely the emotionally resonant high point of the night, or at least one of them, Amisha. And that is, first, the expectation that President Biden and Vice President Harris will share the stage. This passing of the torch in a very visceral and literal way. I mean, not a literal torch, but
as we see the second gentleman too, Doug Emhoff,
There he
just
is,
entered
making his appearance.
the hall. Little by little, they're trickling in here. Yep. The big players.
And I think that's going to be great. We know that Kamala Harris has been a very strategic partner to Joe Biden, and that she has a strong relationship with the president, despite the right saying that there is some friction there and that Joe hates her. We know that that's not true. He handpicked her as his vice president, and they have been strategically working together for quite some time. She was his heir apparent. He made that very clear in making a statement, tweeting out immediately after he announced that he was going to not continue on in this race, that she was the person who he was throwing his full weight behind. I think that matters. But tonight's about the love for Joe Biden. It's about ensuring that he gets that what he deserves when it comes to the policies he's created to make America better.
Let me just give folks a sense of what's happening inside the room, inside the arena here. You see Doug Emhoff, you see Tim Walz there. They're shaking hands, they're saying hi. And if you look, I don't know if we can cut here to a wide shot of the arena. They're up at like the level we're sitting at, basically around the corner. They didn't show their entry, as far as I can tell, to the audience here. But what you're seeing are some of these delegations notice that they have walked out, turning around, taking pictures, the ones nearby, getting a sense that, hey, some of the, the VIPs, some of the principals are arriving, they're here. And it's been interesting to watch that trickle through the arena.
Doug, on the line of questioning of no news conferences, no sit-down interviews, is there a danger for Democrats that by keeping the vice president away from the press, let's say, that if there is a hiccup, right, voters could be worried about trust? And I say that because of what happened with the president and the debate, and a lot of people were shocked when they saw that debate. They didn't know, and others have said maybe if he was out there more, the reaction wouldn't have been so visceral. Is there a danger in not putting the vice president out enough?
Well, she's out there. She's campaigning. She took questions a couple days ago, and to the point about the president and the vice president's relationship, they did an event in Maryland on costs and reducing the cost of prescription drugs, which is the signature achievement of this president. And he had right by his side the vice president. As it relates to the questions and everything else, look, she's still formulating her policies. I don't think people fully understand how hard what is going on right here is to do in 3 weeks. Yeah. Right? 3 weeks, they had to turn this entire thing around. She had to come up with her own policy, set of policies, which she's still working on. I think once we get through Labor Day, I'm sure she'll be taking questions. I'm sure she's going to do all the interviews. But this has really been about building enthusiasm and consolidating the Democratic Party behind her these last 3 weeks, and I think she's done a great job.
Doug Thornell, Amisha Cross, thank you both so much for being with us here on night one of the DNC.
Thank you.
Top of the hour now with our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Tom Yamas.
And I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are live at the United Center in Chicago. You are taking a live look here at Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and we expect this hour to be jam-packed with speakers, Tom. We're going to hear from union leaders. We're going to hear from newer faces in the party, like Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We're going to hear from longtimers in the party, like Congressman Jim Clyburn, too.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the governor sitting next to his wife, Gwen Walz, who a lot of people have spoken about, saying she's one of his biggest assets. All of it building up to some of the key speakers tonight. Two of the party's former nominees, Hillary Clinton and, of course, President Biden, with big pressure on all these Democrats to communicate their new nominee's vision of the future to the country. I want to bring in NBC senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. She is on the floor for us tonight. Kelly, I'm going to look over here, see if I can find you. I'm not sure exactly where you are. Have you noticed that when Governor Walz and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, came in, there sort of seemed to be an eruption of clapping and applause? I'm not sure if everybody could see him.
Voting against Trump and for Kamala Harris is likely.
All right, Kelly, it's a little chaotic down there, but it's all great. We can see the Washington delegation now lighting up. It was like, tell me again, it was the Beehive
To the K-Hive, to the WH Hive.
To the WH Hive, yeah.
Let me just, too, I mean, if you're looking here at this wide shot, you see all these cameras in front of Governor Walz. I'm going to ask our control room if we have any of our correspondents or crews up that way. It looks as though maybe the governor is making a couple comments. Not clear if it is blocked off that stairwell, but it is definitely the focal point here. It is in some ways, Tom, somewhat reminiscent of the Republican National Convention just last month when former President Trump and other members of the GOP had that kind of VIP box that was right there, and you could sort of watch the reactions, watch them watching what was unfolding on stage.
Slightly different just because, like you mentioned, it was a VIP box.
Yeah.
Now you have sort of a suite. They're kind of popping, coming in, coming out. There's got to be a reason for this. Who could explain the strategy to us? Maybe the chairman of the DNC? I don't know. Jamie Harrison, who joins us now. So talk to us about this. Are these little teasers you're giving all the Democrats out there, all the delegates?
Oh, listen, we are having a great time. This is a party here as we celebrate the hope and joy in the Democratic Party and our nominees, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Everybody's having a good time. It's a lot of fun.
One of the things that we've been having some coverage of here and have been talking about are those protests that are happening outside the United Center here, which you knew were coming. Of course, the DNC knew. Has it disrupted anything logistically here at the DNC? Did it slow down those buses coming in, or has it been, from your perspective, business as usual outside?
Well, listen, usually you have on the first day, people are a little slow to get in anyway. And I think we're filling the hall up, particularly for the big speech. And that's the speech for Joe Biden. I can't wait until Joe Biden steps on that stage. And I have a seat right there on the stage, and I'm going to be there because this arena is going to be filled with love.
Take me into the moment when you realized you were going to have to sort of flip the script on this convention and go from a convention that was going to be about President Biden to a convention that was going to be about Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, listen, the convention was always going to be about Biden and Harris because they didn't get a traditional convention in 2020. They didn't get an inauguration like you normally do. And so the story about them really never was told. And
but
so,
it was a big change, and you only had 3 weeks.
No.
Yeah.
So there was a shift. But the shift was more of, okay, we're going to celebrate Joe Biden and all of the accomplishments of this administration. I believe, hands down, that Joe Biden's the most transformational president of my lifetime. I think about his legislative accomplishments, and probably the only person that rivals that in the near term would be LBJ. And he did it with a much bigger majority in the Senate and the House. Joe Biden had the 50-50 Senate on a good day, and then less than a 5-seat majority in the House. So we defined that the first night was going to be dedicated to him, to giving him his flowers. But the other night was to tell the story of Kamala Harris and to add the story of Tim Walz, the MVP of our team and our coach of this team. And so I'm just really excited about it. I think you will see we have woven together a great patchwork, and everybody that gets on that stage will represent the great diversity of our party, but most importantly, the diversity of our nation.
What about the apparatus of the DNC itself? Yes. Because it is one Big Ten, of course, but there had been different teams under here. There was the Biden team, there's the Harris team. Have you noticed or felt any discord of those teams coming together
But
here?
this thing has always been one team. And that is, from day one of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris becoming president and vice president, they have invested more resources into building a strong Democratic Party infrastructure than any president of modern times. You know, we have invested more resources in our state parties, more so than even the golden days of Howard Dean's 50-state strategy. And that is part of the magic of how we beat back the red wave. It wasn't just issues. It was actually having boots on the ground in battleground states. Mind you, these are the same battleground states that we are dealing with right now. How did we win Pennsylvania? We had boots on the ground, a year and a half, voter protection teams, folks registering folks, knocking on doors. Many of the same people that we had in the ground for the midterms are also the same people who are on the ground right now for the president.
Jamie, if we're all adults here, right, and we can be very frank, you talked about the love for President Biden, and I believe it when you say that. I believe it when the governor from Delaware just said that. I believe people, especially the Democratic Party, still love Joe Biden. Why does Joe Biden have to leave after his speech, or why do you think he's choosing to leave after his speech tonight?
Well, I think the president wants the focus to be not on him, but on the new nominee for the Democratic Party, which is Kamala Harris. And that is a part of what I love about Joe Biden. This man is probably the most selfless political figure that I've ever seen. When you think about it, look at the contrast between him and Donald Trump. Donald Trump was willing to risk the life of his vice president in order to hold on to power. Joe Biden, understanding that democracy was at stake, that you know, the freedoms and rights of the American people were on the line, and said, well, you know, if I can't carry this torch, I'm going to give this baton over to my very able and capable vice president. That's a selfish, Joe Biden was selfless. Donald Trump was selfish.
But it wasn't so smooth. I mean, it was a little messy and a little complicated. You have to admit to that.
What was messy and complicated?
The transition. He didn't necessarily want to go at
A week before he stepped down, he suggested he would be campaigning.
No, understood. But Joe, when he made a decision, it was as smooth as silk. I mean, Joe Biden made his decision, he made his announcement, and the next tweet was announcing that he was supporting Kamala Harris. And as you saw with that, the Democratic Party got in formation. And now we have seen a lot of electricity and energy in this hall across this country like we have never seen before.
Not even with Barack Obama in 2008?
I think this rivals Barack Obama in 2008. Okay. You look at the number of volunteers, you look at the money. Barack Obama did not raise the money that Kamala Harris has raised. I mean, and that's grassroots donation. So I really, she is a phenomenon. She really is. And having Tim Walz on her team, they complement each other.
Just real quick, Beyonce, she's allowed you to use her music, her likeness. Beyonce's all in on this ticket?
Well, she loves the VP.
You think an endorsement's coming?
I don't know, but I know she loves the VP.
Jamie,
you know, Donald Trump won't use freedom.
Jamie Harrison, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
It's the sound of freedom from Beyonce rings out behind us here, which has become the unofficial official theme song here for the Harris campaign. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is on the floor. Now let's try again, Kelly. What's it like down there?
You got it? You got us?
I do have you now, and that's part of what makes this so exciting. It can be a little unpredictable, and right now there's a real energy that is ramping up in more ways than we certainly saw as the day began. So now we're really getting into the key time. I'm sure you were able to point out Tim Walz being in the house, Doug Emhoff being in the house. There have been crowds pressed against the box where the families are sitting as they're going to take in this night. And certainly we also know it's a night about Joe Biden, but it's also a night for the party to unite around what it believes is the ticket for the next chapter, weaving together the legacy of Joe Biden, the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, and pushing forward in ways that they think can be competitive come November. No one is unaware of how tight this race could be and how many perilous moments could still come. But as you hear the enthusiasm in the room, this is a night about the past and the president and the introduction of this important ticket. Tom Halley.
Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, we're listening here to the cheers, to the applause of people watching this video, a pre-produced video, of course, featuring Beyonce, Governor Walz watching, Kamala Harris's husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff there. And now a look at the stage. Let's listen in for just a second here to the sound in the room, to the video, and to the moments.
Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
A surprise appearance there from the nominee herself, Vice President Kamala Harris, coming out onto stage to cheers, to an ovation from the delegates gathered here in the room, paying tribute to President Biden, giving him, so to speak, his flowers. Peter Alexander is on the floor, and Peter, clearly a moment for the delegates down where you are. What was it like?
Well, I think most in this room were obviously looking forward to Thursday night. I don't think a lot of people knew they were going to see Kamala Harris this evening, but when the Freedom Anthem played, Hallie, you started to hear that enthusiasm, the excitement build right now. I just want to get a sense from some of those here. Can I ask you for a moment, what was it like when you saw Kamala Harris come out? A lot of people thought it wouldn't be for a few more days before you saw the new Democratic nominee.
You can't see the vice president not just feel an immediate sense of joy and hope and optimism for the future.
We appreciate it. You're Minnesota, yeah?
No, Georgia.
Georgia, oh, you're right behind Minnesota. You're in good company. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate that. We're going to move forward a little bit, Hallie, here, because now they have some of the celebrity hosts getting started. Tony Goldwyn, of course, President Grant on the famous show Scandal in the past. He's the host of tonight's events up on stage right now. But this is where the sort of events start getting going. I'll give you a look forward as you can see the distance that people get the chance to sort of experience things tonight. Obviously, they'll hear from President Biden tonight. They'll hear from Jill Biden as well. But what a lot of people have been looking forward to is just like the all-star lineup, the marquee lineup, one after another. Former presidents, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, former first ladies, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama will be here as well. And they've been comparing that to the Republican nomination, the celebration, the convention they had a matter of days ago, where there were not a lot of those former presidents. George W. Bush was not in attendance for that. It's a very different sort of marquee series of speakers over the course of the next several days here, Hallie.
Peter Alexander making his way through the crowd of delegates there on the floor. Our Chief White House Correspondent Peter, thank you. My friend and colleague Tom Yamas has also made his way down there as we are continuing to hear from Tony Goldwyn on stage. Tom, if you have me, give me a sense of where you're at.
Hey, Hallie, how you doing? We're actually trying to set Senator Schumer. Senator Schumer, can we talk to you for NBC real quick? We talked to for NBC real quick. We'll get you right over here. Senator Schumer, so first of all, talk to me about the atmosphere in here. Is it electric?
Excitement. It is electric. It is excitement. And it is, we are going to really kick butt in November.
What do you hope to hear from your friend President Joe Biden tonight?
Well, what a great patriot. What an amazing man. He always said his number one goal was to stop Donald Trump because of Donald Trump's danger to our democracy. And he actually, when he decided not to run, he showed what a great American he was and what an unselfish, wonderful man he is. I've known him for 45 years. It didn't surprise me.
What's your message to former President Trump tonight?
You can't always get what you want.
Senator Chuck Schumer, the senior senator from the great state of New York there for us. Hallie, just a taste of what's going on. Hallie, I'll be completely honest with you. I just got down here. I saw Senator Schumer and I ran over to him. There's a lot of people here, including some people that are trying to get out. I'm going to send it back to you for the time being, and then come check back with me in about 30 seconds, okay? Oh, okay. Okay. I guess we're still going. I'm sorry. I'm just going to hear from the control room. There's a little bit of chaos down here. Hallie's coming down here now, from what I understand. Okay, great. So listen, we're here on the convention floor. There are people on their feet. The actor Tony Goldwyn is speaking right now. If we can get right up there, you can see him. Senator Schumer wasn't lying when he was saying that there's a lot of electricity and excitement right now. People are on their feet. They have been cheering. It's hard to get around because there's so many people just in the pathways right now. You can hear some of the cheering right now. Let's listen to Tony's speech.
Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens? We win, and we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun, so let's get started.
Please welcome 9-time NBA champion and coach of the 2024 Olympic gold-winning men's basketball team, Steve Kerr.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days. And I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth, our incredible American women, do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
We've been listening to Steve Kerr, Team USA's gold medal winning coach, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. I spent a lot of nights when I was a little kid watching him sink three-pointers for the Chicago Bulls. Joining me now is a delegate from South Carolina, Melissa Watson. Melissa, you mentioned to me President Obama. Do you think this energy is the same as when President Obama was running? I mean, people have made that comparison. Is that fair?
Yeah, I was here in 2008, and it's definitely 2008 levels in here tonight.
Why do you think that is?
I just think she brings an energy. I was on her team in 2019 when she was running in South Carolina. She brings an energy that's always been present. Remember in 2019, she had the highest number of people turn out for her rallies, beating Trump. And funding for her was the reason she got out.
But she didn't even make it to Iowa. So why will she carry it? Why will she reach the finish line here?
I think it has a lot to do with Joe Biden. I think that administration did a lot for America. Everybody knows Joe, and when he dropped out and blessed her, I think that had a lot to do with it. I think he was saying it's okay, and we're going to be in good hands. So he started it, and America followed his wishes.
Melissa Watson from South Carolina, delegate. Thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it. Enjoy your week of conventions. All right, we got look who we have here. Look at all these special guests here. Come on in, Allie Jackson. You look like crazy. How you doing?
I was like, hey, I think I know you.
Allie Jackson's here, and we have our Sean Fain from the United Auto Workers. We're going to listen into this speech real quick, and we'll check back with you in a second.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance, two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scam. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio,
that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
You have been watching, of course, Sean Fain there for a moment for labor here at the Democratic National Convention. Union signs up. Harris, of course, has been endorsed by the UAW, the AFL-CIO, and that Teamsters endorsement battle is getting a lot of attention, Tom.
Yeah, no, it's a huge moment. Taking the stage right now, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a member of the Squad, maybe one of the most notable Democrats right now in Congress. Let's listen in.
For your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people. All people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
You have been listening there to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez getting big applause from inside the room here at the United Center. We're joined here along with Tom Llamas with Senator Claire McCaskill. And Senator, what a difference from 4 years ago when AOC, as she's known, hardly had a role at the convention. Now you have one of the party's most progressive members coming out with very vocal support of Vice President Harris.
Yeah, and you're seeing the gamut in our party. You're seeing Joe Manchin being very positive about Kamala Harris, and you're seeing AOC being very positive about Kamala Harris. They really have captured a pretty big tent of ideology in our party.
You know, is the harmony real though? And the reason why I asked, Senator, is because in 2020, the progressives, as we get all these mics in my face, we have a limit of mics out here, so we're gonna have 2 mics at once. But
You asked me to give them up. Somebody's giving it.
there was a moment there in 2020 where the Democratic Party was really worried that the progressives were going to take over during the primaries. Joe Biden won out. There was an issue with Gaza where the progressives were breaking with the Democratic Party, especially in battleground states like Michigan and Minnesota. Is the harmony real? Do you think those voters that were concerned for the Gaza war are going to support Kamala Harris?
I do, because it's a binary choice. It's not like there's something else out there that's going to get elected. They know if they don't vote for Kamala Harris, they're helping Donald Trump. And I can assure you, even people who feel most strongly about what's happened to the Palestinians in Gaza do not want Donald Trump as president.
We are just minutes away later on tonight from President Biden's headliner speech this evening, with some new reporting from our Mike Memoli that the president has spent most of the evening putting the finishing touches on his speech, but also thanking some of his longest term supporters here. Before the president speaks, a different former Democratic nominee will speak, and that's Secretary Hillary Clinton. We are preparing for that just moments from now. And for her, a different kind of passing of the torch moment, Senator, from a woman candidate running for president, hoping to end up in the White House, to somebody who hopes to be a woman president in the White House.
Yeah, and I think this is in many ways more bittersweet for Hillary Clinton than it might even be for Joe Biden. Both of them have conflicting emotions, I'm sure, about this. But knowing Hillary Clinton as I do, she cares way more about making sure that we hold on to the White House in light of what Donald Trump represents. I mean, he is an anathema to everything that Hillary Clinton believes in, and especially in his foreign policy. She is a big believer in building alliances and was a good Secretary of State. So she is going to be very gung-ho for Kamala Harris, even though I'm sure part of her, because she came so close and just didn't quite make it, even though she won the popular vote. She didn't win that pesky electoral college.
You know, Hallie, as I listen to your conversation, I'm sort of struck, right? Because it's been such a tumultuous 3 to 4 weeks. Have we talked enough of that? Kamala Harris may be the first female commander-in-chief. I mean, I don't know if we've had that conversation. I mean, it could truly be historic. I think we have covered and talked about the issues of race and how she got here and her life story. But I don't know if we've invested enough time, right, talking about that she may be the first woman to make it, right?
I think you're right, but I think the women of America notice. I think the women out there who feel like the majority of women in this country feel like their rights were stripped from them, their freedoms under our Constitution that they frankly probably took for granted for 50 years. I think they're paying attention that it's a woman. I think that's why you're seeing, especially younger women, coming to the Kamala Harris campaign right now in numbers that Joe Biden was not enjoying.
I'm going to hand the microphone now off to Tom Yamas and run upstairs, but I'll see you later on tonight.
I want to capture
This is the baton.
Hallie Jackson, we're going to check back with you in a little bit. I'm going to go upstairs to the booth. I want to continue this conversation. I'm going to continue this conversation, Senator McCaskill, with you. Hallie, you're going to go upstairs. We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you so much. I do want to ask you, what have women, specifically Democratic women, learned from what happened to Secretary Hillary Clinton about campaigning and running against Donald Trump?
Well, I think that one thing you're seeing Kamala Harris do is she is not ignoring his nonsense. I think Hillary Clinton believed if she ignored his nonsense, people would figure it out. And as it turned out, she was wrong about that. There were way too many people that bought his nonsense and that were so vested in the grievance that his campaign represented. I don't think Kamala Harris is going to make that mistake. I think you can see her already portraying strength at really important moments.
Real quick and briefly, why do you think former President Trump has been so obsessed or keen in on Vice President Kamala Harris's looks?
He's always been that way. He's always, I mean, remember when he talked to Romney? He said, well, I got to talk to Romney because he looks the part. He is famous for hiring people for the way they look. So, you know, it's a pretty superficial thing, but it's not surprising.
Senator Claire McCaskill, always great to talk to you. We're going to dip in live to the speaker on the stage right now.
I do. Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
(2016) Hillary Clinton.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you, my fellow Democrats. Thank you, my fellow Americans. Thank you so much. No. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and confidence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot.
thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go with it.
That was former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the 2016 Democratic nominee, speaking to this packed arena tonight on this day of a historic moment here in Chicago. Democrats energized, rallying around the party's new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The DNC is branding tonight's theme For the People, a nod to the VP's background as a prosecutor. You heard Hillary Clinton make a similar reference in her speech a moment ago. Harris arriving earlier this evening to loud cheers for her first appearance at this convention. The vice president making a point to thank President Biden and deliver an optimistic message to the crowd. Here's some of what she said.
Every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
A speech, not the speech we'll hear later in the week, but Kamala Harris again talking to the crowd here. We've already seen some of the biggest names in Democratic politics speak this evening. Hillary Clinton, of course, you just heard, along with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But tonight really belongs to President Biden. Coming up just moments from now, we will witness something that's never happened in modern American history. A sitting first-term president making his case for his second in command instead of a second term, and passing the torch to a new generation. For more on the night ahead, let's bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, start us off. We're going to hear from the president today. This is a moment of transition for this party. We've heard some of the ideas of what we'll hear from him. Give us your sense of the bar he needs to cross tonight.
This is an extraordinary night, Lester. This is not the convention that Democrats were anticipating they would have just a month ago. They thought President Biden would be at the top of the ticket. Instead, tonight he will be passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris officially, if somewhat reluctantly, because of course he fought till the very end to stay at the top of the ticket. But that won't be on display tonight, I am told. He is going to deliver a full-throated, not only endorsement, but call to action to defeat Donald Trump, to elect Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm told he's going to talk about the things that he's proud of that he has accomplished, remind the country about the dire situation when he took office in 2021, a country that was coming out of COVID. And he's going to make the case that he did not do this on his own. So this is not going to be his final farewell speech. This is going to be, yes, a moment to reflect on his legacy, but really to lean into a full-throated endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris. You can feel the energy and the excitement in the room. You saw that with Hillary Clinton's speech. This crowd energized tonight. Like
let me bring Hallie into this. You were talking about what Kristen just mentioned there about what he plans to do tonight. Has there been some lag in this campaign right now as to how best to use President Biden?
I spoke with one of his closest advisors earlier today, who said that he is going to act as a kind of volunteer in chief for Vice President Kamala Harris and do what the campaign asks him to do, whatever that may be. So he is apparently going to be taking a backseat role in this campaign moving forward, but certainly vocal and out there in what, as Kristen describes, is going to be a call to action tonight. Of course, before President Biden gets to that speech, he is going to, in the words of the DNC chair to me earlier, he's going to get his flowers. And boy, have you heard those flowers here tonight. Again and again, these speakers here at the Democratic National Convention on night one have taken the stage to effusively thank President Biden for what he has done, for what they see as his act of selflessness, stepping off the ticket. And look at what the numbers have shown us in just the last 24 to 72 hours here. We're getting in new polling from key battleground states and new national polling showing that, yes, Vice President Kamala Harris has not only gained ground on former President Trump, in some cases pulling even with or ahead of him in some of these polls within the margin of error, she is doing better than President Biden was doing against former President Trump. And that is in so many ways the rationale for this move in the first place, and what helps us set the table for the week ahead. Because while this is not President Biden's convention, as it may have been a month ago, this tonight is his moment. After this, he's out of here, and it is Kamala Harris's convention, very clearly.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. And what is so striking about this moment is how unified the Democratic Party seems to be right now. They are unified because they're looking at those polls, energized by the idea that this is a real fight. They can see a potential victory in their sights. And you really heard that when we were just listening to Secretary Clinton speak. The only other woman to win a major party nomination. She talked about Kamala Harris's candidacy in historic terms, breaking through that glass ceiling. What's so notable to me, Lester, is that we've not really heard Vice President Harris lean into the historic nature of her candidacy. So it was powerful that you had Secretary Clinton doing that. She will undoubtedly continue to try to remind voters of that. But it speaks to this moment that we are in. You heard her talk about reproductive rights. The gender gap right now is yawning. It's 20 to 30 points, depending on which poll you are looking at. And that could be a huge factor in who wins this election.
We're, of course, following the schedule, how close they are on time. But we can tell you, we came on the air with Hillary Clinton because that went over partly, I would suspect, from the thunderous ovation that she received leading into this. Tom Llamas is down on the floor right now at the convention. Maybe you can more adequately describe the energy that we're certainly feeling up here.
Yeah, Lester, I will tell you, there is electricity in this room, there is energy in this room, and there is enthusiasm in this room. Right now, they're listening to Representative James Clyburn from South Carolina. But as you mentioned, when Hillary Clinton was talking, I couldn't even hear what she was saying because it was so loud. We have multiple cameras here on the ground of the convention floor for NBC News special coverage. I'm going to ask our photographer, Guy Hernandez, to give us a spin around here of the United Center. Every single seat in the United Center is filled right now. You may know this area in Chicago. This is where Michael Jordan started with championships, and then he built that into dynasties. The Democratic Party hopes the same thing starts with Kamala Harris. Joining me here is Kristen Hamill, and she had a poster that stood out to me. One, because it is reminiscent of when President Obama was running, then Senator Obama, and so many people were voting for him. They were so energized by his campaign. On my way to the United Center, I saw something I hadn't seen in a long time. There was merchandise for Vice President Kamala Harris. You really didn't see that with President Joe Biden. You really didn't see that with Secretary Hillary Clinton, to be completely honest. But you're seeing that excitement here for Kamala Harris. So, Kristen, let me ask you, you're from Rhode Island. Why is there so much excitement here?
I think because we're moving forward, and she's given us a lot of hope. And I also believe that we all understand that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to our environment, to NATO, and to the judicial guardrails of the United States of democracy.
What do you hope to hear from President Biden? I got to think for Democrats, this is somewhat of an awkward moment. The nomination was wrestled away from him. He earned it. He got all those votes. He was president for 4 years. What do you hope he says? And is that feeling alive at all in this arena, do you think?
I think people feel a lot of gratitude. One of the reasons I'm featuring on this dress, President Biden, is because he did something that was very patriotic. He walked away from power. It's very much like what George Washington did. So I think he's here to be thanked by these people who really think he's done a lot for the country in the past, but it was his time to step down because of his age.
Kristen Hamill from Rhode Island, we thank you so much. Lester, that's the sentiment really from a lot of the delegates here and the people on the floor. People are excited. There's energy in here. But again, there is some sort of trepidation. What will President Biden say? A lot of people say he's going to stay with the party line. He's going to support Kamala Harris and pass that torch. Lester, back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. I believe, Peter, you are in the state of Washington section.
Yep, we're in the state of Washington section. And Lester, if you're trying to find us in a dark arena like this, it's not hard. We've got the best dressed, best decorated, most lit up delegation there is from Washington State right now. More than 130 delegates here, including some of the youngest in the entire United Center right now. Jonica, you're from Seattle, Washington. One of the biggest concerns coming into this convention was that Joe Biden may not be able to get all those young people to come back the Democratic ticket, but you believe Kamala Harris will. What have you heard from those sort of in your demographic group? You're still 17 years old. You don't turn 18 till when?
I will turn 18 on October 20th, which is also Kamala Harris's birthday.
And so are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket in a way? Are you feeling that new energy?
Yes, I'm the chair of the Washington High School Democrats. I'm on the ground talking with high schoolers every single day, and they are excited about this ticket. And it goes beyond just casting votes. Young people want to get involved. They want to do more than just vote for Kamala Harris. They want to canvass for her. They want to talk to their friends and their family. They want to organize, and they want to get involved because they want to be part of this movement because they know we're making history.
Jonica's a good talker. We may be covering you in the future. Nice to meet you as well. And there's some history being made here as well, because with me, the delegation head is the only Southeast Asian woman delegation head on either party, as I understand it, in history. The potential to have the first Southeast Asian president of the United States. This for you is a historic event to be a part of.
It just feels incredible to think of someone who looks like me, whose mom looks like my mom. It just means like that we're at the table, that we're really here, that we are fully America, and we're part of this moment.
And Lester, what strikes me right now as you see these guys, you can't miss these gorgeous hats that they helped dial up here, right? But also the sashes. They say Cowboy Kamala after Cowboy Carter. For those a little bit younger than me, that's Beyonce's new album. Of course, the song Freedom, the anthem, the unofficial anthem of the Harris Walls campaign. Lester?
Yeah, Peter, one of the fun things about doing these conventions is the personalization of some of what we see on the floor. So thanks for bringing that story to us. Joining us now is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He's joining us here tonight in his capacity as a surrogate for the Harris campaign. Great to see you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me on.
Before we talk about the president's speech and all that, let's talk about you for a second. Your name was out there as on the short list as a potential VP nominee. You could have been on the stage tonight. Any sense of disappointment?
No, I was honored to be mentioned, but I'm very excited about the Harris Walls ticket. I just ran into Tim Walz in the hallway back there. He is the real deal. I've known him for some time, worked with him, and the thing that I keep thinking about with him is I've seen campaigns spend millions of dollars to make a candidate seem like the kind of guy who would be a football coach, a classroom teacher, a 24-year National Guardsman. He is that guy. And of course, as a Midwesterner, I'm a little biased too. Excited to see a Midwestern governor on the ticket.
We're going to hear President Biden here in just a few minutes. If you think about it, he's really someone who the party basically said, we can do better without you. Now, you can change the language, but the idea was that for the chance to win, the party had to move on past Joe Biden. What signal does that send as he comes out tonight in support of the nominee?
Well, I think with a signal you're going to see is one of solidarity. Look, our party is not always known for quickly and easily unifying around any decision, and yet it coalesced in a matter of hours around Kamala Harris. And I think tonight you're going to see a lot of love for Joe Biden for really two reasons. One, his selfless decision, and two, his success as president.
Do the results justify the means, though, how this came about?
Well, it was his decision, and it is so world historically rare for the most powerful person in the world to willingly lay aside power simply because it is the right thing to do and pass it to a new generation. So again, I think you're going to see a lot of appreciation for that. But also, one thing I know about him is he continues to be extremely focused on the future, both in terms of his presidency and what I think he's going to ask the country to do tonight, which is to carry the best things forward to support this new leader, but also one who's going to be able to maintain things like the historic job growth that we're seeing right now, the manufacturing boom that's happening in the industrial Midwest, where I grew up, instead of the manufacturing recession that we had under Donald Trump and all the other results that we've had under the Biden-Harris team.
As someone who ran for the nomination cycle back, right? If that's correct. How has running for president changed as you watch this campaign and how quickly it has come together under these extraordinary circumstances?
Well, I think one of the things that's changed is the role of attention, because we do have digital media, different forms of organizing, and so it's become much more challenging to have a kind of consistent story that everybody's seeing at the same time. That's why organizing matters. It's why outreach to very different constituencies matters, and it's why we as a party have to be smart, as I believe the vice president has been, about beating back the crazy nonsense that comes from Donald Trump every day. Today it was attacking people who won the Medal of Honor. I'm sure tomorrow will be something else. Dealing with that, condemning it, but then swiftly returning to the actual topic at hand, which is not about the personalities of the candidates. It's about the lives of everyday Americans.
Well, speaking about Donald Trump, there was a lot said when Joe Biden was the presumptive nominee that there was a discipline that the Democrats were seeing in the Trump campaign and in Trump himself. Many argue he seems to be having trouble focusing on the line of attack against Kamala Harris. Are you worried the other Donald Trump will come back, the more disciplined candidate?
Well, certainly what we've seen right now is a pretty chaotic Trump campaign, but I actually think there's a bit of a strategy in the crazy things that he's blurting out, and it's that he doesn't want us talking about his actual agenda or his actual results. His unpopular agenda of continuing to demolish a woman's right to choose, tax cuts for the rich, all of the other things that are in Project 2025, and his really problematic results. Part of what we have to remind the American people of, the fact that crime was higher under Donald Trump than it is today, the fact that manufacturing jobs were in a recession under Donald Trump compared to what it is today, the fact that even energy production, something conservatives talk about a lot, was lower under Donald Trump. It's higher today. So whether we're talking about results or whether we're talking about unpopular policies, he can't afford for the conversation to be about that, which is why he wants it to be about whatever crazy thing he blurts out tomorrow.
Secretary Buttigieg is going to talk to you. I think you like Pete?
Yeah, I can't go by Secretary while I'm on air in this capacity, so fair to just call me Pete this time.
All right. Well, thanks. Good to have you here. Thanks so much
for having
your
me on.
time. We'll still have this evening tonight's biggest speeches, including the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and a historic keynote address from President Biden, his message to the nation as he passes the torch to Vice President Harris. Much more live from the DNC in Chicago right after this. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Soon here at the DNC, we'll hear from the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, who will pay tribute to her husband's decades-long career in Democratic politics. Then we'll hear from President Biden himself as he makes his case for Vice President Harris less than a month after he stepped aside as the Democratic nominee. But for now, Texas Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is on the stage. Let's listen.
Listen, y'all. He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say. I did not copy off of her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect the speaker. and the oversight committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the vice president's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." Right. I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: "There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it." Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
That was Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett speaking to the crowd here. I want to go spend some time with Kelly O'Donnell right now. Kelly, I don't know what the best seat in the House is, but you may have it, your view there. Show us what you got.
We are above the podium, and so from this vantage point, we've been able to feel what the speakers are feeling, and that has been a rush of different emotions through the night. We've been able to see the signs when they are going up and enforcing what all of the different speakers have been saying, and we're also watching the different generations here with Congresswoman Crockett, part of the younger, very social media savvy members of the Democratic Party, and of course, we know this night will build toward President Biden, an elder statesman who will finally embrace that transition candidate that he said at one point he thought he might be. And tonight he does become that. The emotions of this party have been on a wild ride for several months, from the period where we saw that there was real worry and concern in the party, and then this change that's now been embraced. And tonight, part of what we're seeing is the nostalgia of coming back to Hillary Clinton, who was trying to make the case against Donald Trump in a revised and renewed way post 2016. And we've been hearing from some of the friends of President Biden. We also know that behind the scenes, he has been visiting with some of his longest supporters from Delaware who flew in for tonight. He's been meeting privately with some of the leadership of the Democratic National Convention as this party will build toward him. Nostalgia for sure, respect, and a transition to go forward by first acknowledging Joe Biden's contributions, his life story, and the decision he made, fateful for him and certainly for his party, to make a change at a time when so many in the country said they wanted to see change and when there is so much at stake. He will talk about defending democracy in 2020 and that it can be done again. He will link his policies to his vice president, and he will make the case that she is the right person to go forward, along with Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who we've been watching, enjoying this night. He had made the rounds today to the various caucuses. Also, Douglas Emhoff, of course, husband of Kamala Harris, and his two children have been here. So we've seen a sense of the family. We've seen a sense of the emotion, the energy, and the hopes of the Democratic Party on this first night, when it has been some of its most prominent figures and an emotional send-off that will come tonight for Joe Biden as he embraces this crowd, feels the emotion that we know is building, and tells his story at least one more time before his own party. So, Lester, that's what we're seeing from this room, where you get a sense of how Democrats are coming together, and the emotion they're feeling is pushing toward the pinnacle of tonight, which is President Joe Biden. Lester?
Yeah, Kelly, thanks. You mentioned Tim Walz. Our friend Jacob Soboroff got to get a few questions into the Minnesota governor and vice presidential candidate. Jacob joining us off on the floor. What did he tell you?
Lester, good evening. Governor Walz is sitting on what would basically be the half-court line if this was a Chicago Bulls game. We ventured up to his box to try to chat with him briefly about how he was feeling in advance of President Biden speaking tonight. Take a look at what he had to say.
So I'll continue sharing.
How you feeling, sir? We're excited. It's a pretty important night for Democrats tonight to honor Joe Biden, and I think Wynn and I, the kids, are excited to be here.
Could you ever imagine a night like this, to be here and to be with the second gentleman, to be with your wife, and to be potentially on the verge of becoming the next vice president of the United States?
I don't know. Doesn't every public school teacher imagine being here? No, it's a privilege. It's an honor, and I can tell you this ticket, feeling that energy, just a privilege.
I'll leave you alone, but you were in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania over the weekend. You feel like you guys are going to take Pennsylvania?
Absolutely. I said the energy out there, and to be with those high school kids, to see what that means, exciting.
Governor, thank you very much. Nice to talk to you. Nice to see you as well. Lester, you heard Governor Walz there say tonight's a night to honor President Joe Biden, the President of the United States, as he passes the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris and potentially himself, as I asked him, maybe the next Vice President of the United States. It is a personal, it's an intimate moment, and that's just a little bit of a window into what he's experiencing tonight, Lester.
Jacob Soboroff, thanks very much. And right now, the subject of reproductive rights, something that Democrats thought would be a strength even under Joe Biden, and certainly as they continue forward. Hallie, let me get your thoughts on where they're positioning that now as part of the overall theme we're looking at tonight.
Front and center, because it is one of the issues in which Vice President Harris outperforms former President Trump by a quite handy margin. And it's an issue that Democrats think is going to be mobilizing to voters come November. In fact, some recent polling shows that 25% of Americans say this is the most important issue to them, behind the economy and inflation, behind immigration, to be clear, but Democrats see an opportunity here. I want to tell folks what we're seeing on stage. These are some very personal stories from everyday Americans as the campaign, as the Democrats have framed it here, about pregnancies, about what abortion access means to them, and about how important the issue of reproductive rights is. What's so part of what is at play here at the new dynamic now with the Harris-Walz campaign, as opposed to the Biden-Harris campaign, is the way that I think there is a sense that both Vice President Harris and Governor Walz can be messengers on this issue in a way that President Biden chose not to. You look at, for example, you just saw Jacob talking with Governor Walz, his wife sitting next to him. She just today is sharing very intimate and personal details about her infertility journey and what she and Governor Walz went through in trying to get pregnant, an issue that may have real resonance with voters who have struggled with the same kind of thing.
And Kristen, this is a subject that former President Trump usually responds to, saying it's a states issue. Let the states handle it. In fact, it's going to be on the ballot. in November in several places.
It's going to be on the ballot right now in 8 different states, potentially 3 others. You're absolutely right. Former President Donald Trump, of course, appointed the 3 conservative Supreme Court justices who made it possible to overturn Roe v. Wade. So he's walking this fascinating, delicate, fine line of trying to say, look, it's a states' rights issue now, but at the same time, really trying to pivot and saying, I don't think the issue of abortion is going to be a big deal in this election. The reality is, how he lays out the poll numbers seems to be quite different, particularly, Lester, if you go back to the midterms, if you go back to some of the special elections that we have covered time and time again, it has been energizing, and the results show that reproductive rights has been energizing for Democratic voters, and that is what Democrats are banking on in this election as well. Vice President Kamala Harris has been the really lead messenger, if you think about it, in the Biden administration on this topic. She's traveled from state to state where reproductive rights are being threatened. And she's making the case that if she were to be elected, she would enshrine it federally. Now, of course, that's incredibly difficult. There just aren't the votes in Congress for that right now. You heard Congresswoman some of the most restrictive rights in abortion talk about that issue tonight. It is clear that this issue will continue to be front and center.
That's exactly what they're talking about right now. Tom Yamas is actually on the floor right now. Tom, we're hearing the mood of the crowd change as the subject is fully explored. And we're beginning to hear some of these stories. I say beginning, they've heard many of them before. Give us a read on the crowd there, Tom.
Yeah, Lester, it's incredibly full right now, as you can imagine. It's more than, I'd say, standing room only. As you can see, we try to walk around here. It's incredibly hard to navigate. People are sort of listening to this speech as Governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear's about to take the stage. But you can see basically how many people are here, standing room only. A lot of people looking forward to this speech from the Kentucky governor. No, it's all right. It's all right.
Waiting to hear from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. He is taking the stage next. Popular 2-term Democratic governor in a red state, also named as a possible VP choice. And he is now going to speak. The crowd yelling Andy.
I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient. It's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
You came in shortly before his remarks and now there to hear from the president shortly. But right now, Dr. Democratic Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock being brought to the stage.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? And stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock stirring this crowd to its feet, speaking praise for Kamala Harris, but also for President Biden. We'll be hearing from shortly. This is in many ways his night. We're going to hear from the First Lady, Dr. Joe Biden, first, and then the President would follow. But next, we'll hear one of the oldest friends of the President, Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. 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 Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Tonight's session, somewhat of a love letter to Joe Biden, who we'll hear from shortly. The First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, is about to take the stage first. She will honor her husband, President Biden. We will also expect to hear from their daughter, Ashley, all part of tonight's tribute to him in Chicago.
I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started.
And I'm joined in by Kristen and Hallie. It is hard to believe that just a few weeks ago, the Democratic Party was searching for its soul. It was overrun by despondent, worried attitudes about where this party was going.
When we were all gathered to cover the Republican National Convention, we continued to remark on how unified Republicans felt. And the big question was, would Democrats be unified? How could they be, given their concerns about President Biden? Now what we are seeing is a party that is unified around this new ticket, around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And I think the question is, are they just energized by the prospect of winning, or are they also energized by Kamala Harris? We'll know more at the end of this week.
And of course, the woman we're about to hear from, the First Lady, in the innermost circle in that decision-making process, Lester, as President Biden decided to withdraw from that race.
And here is Dr. Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Much of the crowd holding Jill signs. Up next from the DNC, we're going to hear from President Biden's daughter, Ashley. She's the president's youngest child.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Emotional moment between father and daughter as the time approaches for tonight's keynote address from President Biden. A remarkable scene here in Chicago in a convention hall that was supposed to be his big stage. Instead, Kamala Harris, destined to be the party's nominee, but not before this love letter, this adoration toward President Biden is sent from this crowd.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Being qualified as President Biden now as he receives this crown.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. For as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, 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 boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob.
But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable, and our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter is past, and with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay on the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. And America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription costs can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, or your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. That's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because of the we couldn't get anything done in the Congress. But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. Most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that it was the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it, but guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country, he called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total. Then my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress. We have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase their taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect the Senate and the House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Walz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Walz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this in the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
A speech that was largely a litany of accomplishments, getting personal near the end. The president saying, for 50 years, I have given my heart and soul to our nation. I have been blessed a million times in return. First Lady Dr. Joe Biden joining him at the podium, celebrating that speech. The president delivering the keynote address here at the Democratic National Convention, talking about his decision to drop out of the race, making his case for Vice President Kamala Harris and against former President Trump. Kristen Walker, Hallie Jackson joining me here in the anchor booth as we continue to watch Kamala Harris now greeting the president. Truly a passing of the torch occurring on the stage. Kristen, jump in here. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is the moment here. President Biden embracing his Vice President Kamala Harris, as he quite literally does pass the torch to her to take over the top of the ticket. We are witnessing a dramatic and extraordinary moment in political history, Lester, when you think about the fact that President Biden delivered this speech when just 4 weeks ago, he thought he would be the one accepting his party's nomination. And tonight, he instead delivered a forceful call to action, urging Democrats, urging the country to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. He talked about why he got into this race in the first place, a fight for the nation's democracy, which we have heard him talk about so often, a fight for the soul of the nation. And then he talked about some of what he sees as his biggest accomplishments, helping to pull the country out of the pandemic, passing the infrastructure law, the gun safety law. He is relishing this moment, Lester. If you look at the time, he spoke for more than 45 minutes, making this speech tonight longer than his 2020 acceptance speech, his 2008 VP acceptance speech, and his 2012 VP acceptance speech.
You look at this moment, Lester. President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris on stage. A month ago, this would have been the last night of the Democratic National Convention. This would have been the Thursday night finale, the Biden-Harris ticket. Instead, it is anything but. It is a Democratic race that is reimagined. As you see the family here on stage and those little waves. You see Kamala Harris taking the mantle from President Biden, Lester.
It didn't, maybe I'm wrong, it didn't feel like a farewell speech. It felt more like a State of the Union.
He's not trying to say goodbye forever, Lester. He's still got time in office, and he made that very clear.
And he wants to be a volunteer for this campaign.
He's still got work to do. And talking with people close to him, he is going to be a presence on the campaign trail to the degree that the campaign wants him to. As you're looking at him, still on stage, by the way, basking in this ovation. An emotional moment, not just for him, but for so many of his friends and allies, Lester. A 4-minute and 23-second ovation for President Biden when he walked on stage. And now here he is taking in these moments, if not a goodbye, Lester, at least a swan song and maybe the last huge speech of his political career.
Tom Llamas no doubt has a read on how this crowd took it in from down on the floor. Tom?
Hey, Lester, I'll tell you this. It was an incredibly long speech, but the crowd here in Chicago was hanging on to the president's every word. You can see the signs, "We love Joe," whosever idea that was, and the Democratic Party was pretty brilliant because it's created some very memorable shots here at this convention. Supporters all throughout the Union Center right here, the United Center, carrying those signs up. And again, I got to tell you, I mean, every part of that speech the people here in this convention hall were supporting Joe Biden. They were clapping. There were people crying. There were people cheering. And again, at the end, I mean, when he wrapped that speech up with those lyrics from the song, you could hear everything. There are a small number of protesters. They have sort of gathered around me right now as we started this. But I would say they're a very, very, very minuscule part of this convention right now. It's a tiny population of people that are protesting right now. They're obviously protesting the war in Gaza and the U.S.'s role in that. But for the most part, there's joy, there's celebration on this floor. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
And as Hallie noted, this is night one of the Democratic National Convention. Our coverage continues from Chicago right after this break. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
This is it night.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention here on NBC. We just heard President Biden's keynote address. The president making a forceful case for why he wants Vice President Harris to take on former President Trump. A historic speech, really unlike anything we've seen in modern American history, with the president appearing on stage with Harris to pass the torch. I want to bring back our panel here. And Kristen, give us a sense what to watch for now. This was obviously a huge speech. This is night one. How does this mesh with what we're going to see over the next 3 nights?
It is incredible to think this is night one. President Biden and the First Lady will now go to California. They'll watch the rest of this convention on TV. Like the rest of us, we are going to hear from the biggest names, the biggest stars in the Democratic Party, including former President Barack Obama, former President Bill Clinton. I am told that former President Obama will view this as an all-hands-on-deck moment. That's going to be his call to action. And then, of course, we're going to be hearing from Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz, a chance for him to introduce himself to the American public. Of course, he's a teacher, he's a coach, he'll talk, I am told, in deeply personal tones. And then, of course, the big night, Thursday night, when we hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. My big question for that night, what I'll be watching for, does she build on and echo everything we heard from President Biden tonight, or does she find ways to carve out a separate path, a new path, from a policy perspective and also from her vision for the future?
Yeah, the platform here was completed before she came on board, so her fingerprints really aren't on that. So we will find out more about what her thinking is. Hallie?
To Kristen's point here, this is a moment for Kamala Harris to define who she is. People know her, of course, as the vice president, but not as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. And so as one campaign source put it to me, the function of this week is to make that clear to the American public who exactly she is. So we'll be watching for her to do that with the speeches, now really turning to focus on Kamala Harris. So many, look at the signage in the hall. about Joe Biden. Thank you, Joe. We love you, Joe. That will likely shift throughout the course of this week to focus more on the vice president herself. It's also been notable, very emotional for President Biden tonight. You saw him wiping away tears even before he opened his mouth to begin his remarks tonight as he hugged his daughter who introduced him there. Very resonant for him at this moment. But as much as tonight was a love letter to Joe Biden in many ways, Lester, as you've been saying, you also saw Donald Trump as the pinata here. You saw a number of Democrats going after him repeatedly in sharp terms of a departure from the sort of famous Michelle Obama line, when they go low, we go high. They went after him in attacking his policies and his positions here. The former president himself is on a battleground blitz this week. He is in a number of key swing states in what is the busiest week of his campaign so far, looking to cast Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as too liberal for the American people. But even as Mr. Trump's allies want to see him focus on policy and focus on that record, he is in many ways not doing that, instead going after her in deeply personal terms, Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander, tell us where you were watching all this and what you saw.
Lester, I tell you, there are thousands of Democrats who are going home tonight, exhilarated, but perhaps exhausted as well. And before we go, there's also time for one quick fact check. The former president, Donald Trump, repeatedly saying that President Biden would tonight try to reclaim the party's nomination. Clearly, that did not happen. Instead, not only heaping praise on Kamala Harris, but helping celebrate the things that the two of them accomplished together. Lester, back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. That concludes our coverage of the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Join Savannah Guthrie and me tomorrow for the second night. That's tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. We'll also have a full wrap-up tomorrow on Today and on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, and good night from Chicago.
Tonight, the Democratic National Convention kicks off in Chicago, the biggest test yet of Kamala Harris's campaign.
And on